Welcome back to the Stars Championship Series at the Queen City Gambit, live from Concord, North Carolina, for the start of the Stars Championship Series in 2024. We have karts on the racetrack now. Your KA100 Masters get set to go green here shortly. It was David Goldman on the pole position. Starting alongside him is going to be Ryan Kasner and Anthony Stifler as well, starting P3 as they get side by side and get set to go green for the first time in 2024. With the racing action getting set to go underway. This is a full rundown of your field. It's David Goldman, Ryan Kasner on the front row, Anthony Stifler and Montopoli on row 2, Cara Poletti and Presto, row 3, Queen and McGinley, row 4.
Yeah, further back, row 5 is going to be Kim Carapoletti, Peter Cook, Tom Gertzner, Jose Garcia, Bob Davis, Kevin Simonellic, Frank Guffrey, Kevin Simonellic, William Stifler, John Bonanno. Rounds out your field. That's your champion from last season's KA Masters class here. Off the racetrack goes Justin Dietrich. Green flag is out for your KA Masters class. Good start for Goldman out front. Side by side further back, Kasner trying to hold on to second place there and does so. Further back, there's Bonanno making his way up through the field up into P6. I believe that's where he started actually, so it showed him starting 18th, but he starts around that 8th place spot. So for John Bonanno on board the Comp Kart machine up into 6th place. Kasner there, P2. Further back, it's the likes of Metropolis there as well. So, yeah, good start for David Goldman, though, however, out front.
Yeah, there's John Bonanno trying to work his way through the field. So he's up currently around the 5th spot area. Your leader still David Goldman, who got a good start. Ryan Kasner currently P2. We'll run you down the rest of your top 5 as soon as they cross the line. It's Goldman who leads. There goes John Bonanno on the inside into turn number 1. He's able to get the move and be able to get clear. So John Bonanno up to P5. He got that move done on Scott Carapoletti, who falls back to 6th. Anthony Stifler currently 3rd. Paul Montopoli in 4th. We're going to lose a little bit of time here for the likes of John Bonanno. We got to make that move and going to lose some time to the driver ahead. So we're going to have to work together, set the egos aside, and push each other forward if they want to catch up to the likes of Montopoli. The battle for the lead still ramping up. It's Goldman and Kasner still fighting here and working their way through. We already saw one of the passing sections there on the entry of turn number 1. That was John Bonanno who got the move done, and going to be one of the biggest passing points that we see all weekend long, Alex.
Yeah, for sure, but many passing opportunities around this racetrack. We saw it during the warm session, even places where I didn't think drivers would be able to fit a go-kart, they made it work. So that's why they're on the racetrack, and I'm out here announcing this race. So, yeah, for Goldman, still leads. Kasner, though, has shrunk that gap now to about a 10.5 when they crossed the stripe last time around. Further back, if Anthony Stifler, the purple man on lap number 2 was Paul Metropolis there. Sits in 4th is Kasner inside of the double left-hander. David Goldman's going to shut the door, and now that's going to bring in the likes of Stifler and Metropolis. These 4 have about a 1.5 second advantage over the likes of John Bonanno behind them, and then behind him is Scott Carapoletti. Bonanno, though, going to do his best to jump ships there and go from that group in 5th on back to the 1st through 4th. As it stands, though, Goldman purple at a 44.4, Kasner 44.6 last time by. So now Goldman's tires starting to come into their own here, the window for these tires. Still 5 minutes plus a couple laps for these KA Masters guys. Decently long heat race, longer than any session that they've really seen, or as long as they've seen throughout practice yesterday. For these drivers. But for Kasner, what I'm noticing is, as he dropped the tire last lap there, almost does it again this lap, I'm noticing through the last couple of corners, Kasner's quick, but for the first half of the racetrack, that's where Goldman's kart seems to shine. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Ryan Kasner, you also see like the difference in line in between these drivers on the exit of the back straightaway. Ryan Kasner stays put on the outside, and it looks like Goldman just kind of avoids that bump there. So let's take a look at it this time by. They're going into the turn number 8 complex now, and there is Goldman who goes a little bit further to the left of the racetrack, and for Kasner stays put on that right side, hugging the rumble strips here on the outside. So a little bit of a difference of line, but not really helping out Kasner too much at the moment. Isn't able to get that move done and not able to get a good enough run to make the move on David Goldman here at the moment. Kasner, though, does hold the fastest lap of the race. There he goes down the inside into turn number 1, not able to get clear. Around the outside, Goldman holds onto it, able to get the inside into the chicane,
What a defensive move there by David Goldman to shut the door on Ryan Kasner. I was about to say Kasner had the fastest lap of the race. That now belongs to Tyler Prestel, who with the 44 flat here at the moment. John Bonanno, update on him, fell back to 5th. Anthony Stifler was able to get back around him. But what a defensive move there by Goldman, who was able to hold on to his spot there. And Ryan Kasner, with a full head of steam, was looking for the move in turn number 1, but the door was shut into the chicane.
Yeah, David Goldman there putting on a defensive masterclass, but I don't know what's going to happen here, inside and through, but here's where we see a lot of crossovers start to happen. The problem is Goldman there miscalculated it. Ryan Kasner now back up to the point, but all this battling has brought in the likes of Paul Metropoli in that 3rd position to join the mix here. Stifler in 4th, Bonanno catching up to the rear bumper of the 269 machine. So Bonanno, last time around, the quickest of the 5 drivers in the top 5. So the comp cart flying, so too is Tyler Prestel. Like you said, last time around 44 flat, this time around a 44-1. So the likes of Bonanno and Prestel are about half a second clear. Obviously the leaders were battling last time around, but 5th and 6th place drivers are coming, and with still about 3 minutes to go in this heat race, it's all still to play for. Kasner looks over his shoulder, sees that Goldman is still all over the rear bumper of that Maranello machine, and with Montropoli and Stifler starting to join the mix here, Kasner knows that he is going to be under fire soon from Goldman, who's back up to the rear bumper after letting Kasner through in turn number 1 a couple of laps ago. Here comes John Bonanno, all over the rear bumper now of Anthony Stifler there in that P4 position. So last year's champion in the KA Masters class started outside your top 6, up into 5th, and on the bumper looking for 4th position here in a couple of laps time. But for Kasner, under fire from Goldman here. This is where we saw Kasner make the move last time around. Couldn't make it work for Goldman this time. How about it, Paul Metropoli? Let's see what this lap's going to look for him, because he is caught up now to the bumper of Goldman slightly. Yeah, he was 2/10 clear of the 2 in front of him. So for Paul Metropoli, closing that gap every single lap. The guy in the all-blue suit looks quick.
Yeah, Montopoli definitely lapping quicker than your 2 leaders here at the moment. It seems like that draft now bring him right back into play here down this back straightaway and closing up and sucking up to the rear bumper there of David Goldman down that back straightaway. So let's see what it looks like this time whenever they cross the stripe. But Montopoli definitely closed down that gap. There goes John Bonanno. Defensive, trying to hold off Tyler Pretzel and Anthony Stifler there. Bonanno currently P5 here at the moment. Stifler 4th, and Prestel, was the one looking for the move there. I said Pretzel. I must be hungry or something now. I have no idea. But we continue to work our way through with a minute 13 seconds to go left in this heat race. The first one of the weekend here. It's Ryan Kasner who leads us away. And the more and more they fight, I mean, we know this track has very little braking zones. So the more and more that you fight and go side by side and get yourself offline onto the dirty side of the racetrack, the more that the driver behind is going to be able to catch up, because he's pushing flat out and you're having to brake, you're having to lift off to give space to your other competitor.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see how this bodes here. 45 seconds to go here inside for Goldman. Side by side, Kasner's going to get a better run around the outside, rips the top and makes it work. So Kasner's going to hold on to that P1 spot. Goldman has to go slightly defensive now against Paul Metropoli. This is a battle for the top 3 spots. These 3 have pulled away slightly from Stifler, who's putting on a defensive masterclass on the reigning champ, John Bonanno, who hasn't found a way around the 269 machine. We saw the likes of Tyler Prestel all over the bumper. Bonanno inside here for the lead. Goldman is through on Kasner. Look for the crossover move. Kasner side by side all the way down the hill to the double left. Not going to happen. Goldman's going to go defensive. Move David Goldman now to the point. What a move to the inside of Ryan Kasner. He made that move happen in probably the best passing opportunity around this racetrack. The clock has struck 0 for these KA Masters drivers here. So 2 to go now for David Goldman to take it home for heat number 1 of the day in Charlotte Motor Speedway. But he still has about 17 more corners to navigate over the course of these next 2 laps.
Yeah, so 14 corners left on this racetrack for the likes of David Goldman and Ryan Kasner as they continue to work their way through. For Paul Montopoli, just not able to stay with the top 2. I mean, they continue to fight, and he's been close, but just not close enough to get the move done on either of your 2 leaders here at the moment. David Goldman there on the DAP Kart, Kart Republic, and Ryan Kasner further back in what looks to be a Franklin Motorsports kart there. So they continue to work their way through. Maranello, sorry. As they continue to work their way through, there is Palm and Top Place still closing down the gap with good drafting range. Just hasn't had too much to play. I mean, Xander said yesterday, right, he didn't think the draft was going to be a big play here because of how technical some of these sections are. And it seems to be, right. Palm and Top Place has a run down the back straightaway, but when he gets to the technical section, he just loses a little bit of time there, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like Xander said yesterday, draft is a factor, but not as much of a factor as you may think with the technical parts of this racetrack. Nonetheless, half a lap to go here for David Goldman, even less than half a lap as it stands. A couple corners more to navigate. I think Kasner's too far to make a lunge, especially in the first heat of the day. No need to make any risks for the Maranello driver. For the DAP kart driver, though, David Goldman is going to cross the stripe to win the first heat of the day here in Charlotte Motor Speedway. Side by side, further back, that's Prestel holding on to that 5th place spot ahead of Anthony Stifler, who lost a couple of spots in the last few laps. So your finishing order is going to be Goldman, Kasner, Metropoli, Bonanno got around Stifler, so too did Prestel. Stifler in P6, Austin Queen 7th. Scott Carapoletti was up into the top 6 at one point, down in 8th to finish it off. Chris McKinley in 9th, and Kim Carapoletti. That's your top 10 in the KA Masters class. But up front, the top 4 separated by 1.4 seconds. And for your reigning champ, John Bonanno, he'll take that one after a qualifying that left him scratching his head a little bit.
Yeah, no, for sure. That just didn't have the pace really to get up there with the drivers ahead, who just seemed to be working together the entire time and didn't really pull away. Coming up next is your Micro Swift Stars. Let's pull up that schedule for you guys one more time to give you guys a little bit of an idea of the run-through of the day. That was heat number 1 for your Masters drivers. They're going to have 2 heats and pre-finals later today, and then main events tomorrow. So they're going to have 2 heats and a pre-final for all of these classes. I think the only class is going to be your KA stars that are going to be the ones who have 2 pre-finals with your Group A and Group B. Only the top 10 in Group B transfer into the main event tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. So that was your first heat, 9:10 a.m. Eastern time. That's when we got started here for heat number 1. This is second heat this is the second group in the heat number 1 cycle. Heat 2 for all these classes we'll expect to start around 11:35 a.m. Eastern time. And like you said, Caleb, with the pre-finals getting going at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time before the Pro Show kicks off for Pro Moto 1 and Pro Moto 2. That all starts at 6:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Can't wait for the Pro Show, but nonetheless, semi-pro guys are going to continue to put on a great show for us. But before we get going for the Micro Swift Stars, let's hear a quick word from our sponsors.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Welcome back to the Star Championship Series. My name is Caleb Yeska. Alongside me, Alexander Searle, as we get set to go green for your Micro Swift Stars that get set to go out onto the racetrack. It was Jake Manalio who put it on the pole position in his 91 Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. Daniel Guerra in all Kart Republic front row, starting in second. And Santiago Orioli, another Kart Republic P3 here getting set to go green in this one. Let's run you down your field really quickly for your Micro Swift Stars and get your starting grid there on your screen here shortly as we wait for our timing to update. But it's Jake Manalio and Daniel Guerra who go into the tram lines for the first time this weekend, and I think Manalio in the wrong set of tram lines actually, and don't think they're going to get the green flag. So yeah, I think Jake Manalio got a little confused there with the number of lines there on the main straightaway, and I think we did get the green flag that time by, so we may be racing here already, and I think we are green flag and ready racing, but could be a tramline penalty for Jake Manalio here. I don't want to speculate too much, but Santiago Orioli with a great start so far.
No, so we did not get the green. The yellow lights, I believe, are out. It's tough to tell if we got the green or not. A few drivers are still flat out. We saw the likes of Orioli there lifting to see maybe he didn't think we got the green. The 15 is off the racetrack. As it stands, the green flag is still out, so Lawrence Perriman is now your leader in Micro Swift. O'Gara second. We saw the likes of Santi Orioli there lift and let a bunch of drivers by because he didn't think we got the green flag. That's going to cost him a handful of spots here. He fell back to 7th. So your leader thought we didn't get the green, let a bunch of drivers by, and now he has to climb his way back through the field. Where's Jake Manalio? He sits 5th as it stands, but most likely a tramline violation going to come his way, potentially for him outside of the tram lines when the green flag is in the air. So a chaotic start for these Micro Swift drivers, a bit of confusion for these young drivers, the youngest that we see.
Not only for us, for
weekend.
them too. For us too. Not only for them, but for us too. A little bit of confusion to start the race, but green flag is out, and we can confirm we are racing here in this one. So a little bit of confusion, but Lawrence Perriman is your leader here. Parker Stewart currently second. Win Gottschalk, the kid from Curacao, currently P3. Daniel Guerra there, you saw him side by side with Easton Kubinski. Kubinski was able to get ahead, and O'Gara falls back to 5th there. Zane Burgess currently 6th, and for the Flying Jamaican working his way up the field here. Jake Manalio, your pole sitter after confusion at the start, fell all the way back to 7th, and as well for at one point your race leader, Santiago Orioli, all the way back in 8th. So a wild one so far in this Micro Swift class.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of shuffling for this grid. Manalio down 7, Orioli down 6 spots. We've seen the likes of Perriman up 3, Parker Stewart up a position, with Gottschalk up a few as well, O'Gara down a spot. So, yeah, really no driver is in the spot they started in. There goes Burgess to the inside of O'Gara. He's going to go through. Win Gottschalk now from 3rd to 1st in the matter of a couple corners. There's Perriman holding on to 2nd place. But look for the crossover move here. That's going to go side by side. Parker Stewart inside. Zane Burgess up into 3rd. Perriman now going to have to get on the brakes there, down in 4th, and look for the crossover again. There goes O'Gara through. Jake Manalio through as well. So that is how easy it is to go from 1st to 6th. If you get one of those switchback corners wrong, it's a crossover city for the rest of the racetrack there. Manalio now through on O'Gara as well. So Jake Manalio, the driver that started in the middle of the tram lanes at the start of the race, back up into P4. O'Gara going side by side with him. How about it for Zane Burgess? His charge through the field continues. He signals Parker Stewart to continue to work with him. The Sodi Kart driver up into P2 and trying to catch up to the Bennett driver of Win Gottschalk, and he's already done so. Zane Burgess up to the rear bumper of the 25 machine. Look for a move to the inside. Not going to happen, but Zane Burgess on a mission right now.
Yeah, Zane Burgess on a mission. There he goes on the inside of Win Gottschalk. They get left out to dry there on the outside. So you see what a push can do around this place if you're stuck here. So a lot of train racing we're expecting to see. Win Gottschalk still in 3rd there. So it's the Jamaican who leads from Easton Kubinski in 2nd, and then it's the island of Curacao currently P3. P4 is Jake Manalio there. in his Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. There's Santiago Orioli further back. Manolio has found Danny O'Gara, so the two of them pushing together and trying to get up to the rear bumper of the Benek machine of Win Gottschalk. So a little bit of work for them to do, but for Zane Burgess, a good couple of laps so far. He's pulling away a little bit from Easton Kubinski here at the moment. He was the fastest last time by, a 45.653. Granted, he did have to make a move, but this lap looks a lot better for Zane Burgess.
Yeah, Zane Burgess on a tear as it stands through this micro Swift field. O'Gara to the inside of Manolio. The MPG drivers will go side by side, give Manolio a bunch of room, but he's going to have to concede that fourth position. So O'Gara up to fourth, Manolio back to fifth. There's Lawrence Perriman. He led for the first half of this one. He's down in sixth. Where is Orioli? He has stayed in eighth. The driver that was in first at the end of the opening lap let a bunch of drivers through because of the confusion of whether or not it was green or yellow. He is stuck in that eighth place spot. But for Burgess, like you mentioned, a good lap for him, a better lap for Kubinski last time by. He went purple, 45.616. So with the draft, as much as maybe it's not as big of a factor because of the technical parts of the racetrack, it's still a factor with those lower horsepower categories like the Micro Swift class. So for Kubinski, even though Burgess looks like he has maybe the better kart right now, handling-wise with the toe, Kubinski looks quick, so too does Win Gottschalk, but he's falling back into the clutches of the MPG driver, O'Gara, and then Manolio further back. So this is slowly but steadily going to be a 5+ kart battle for the lead as O'Gara is starting to catch up to this group.
Yeah, O'Gara starting to close down to this group with Jake Manolio. The two of them continue to push together and work their way forward. Here's Zane Burgess continuing to lap through. It's super consistent. I mean, Zane Burgess has a lot of laps. Ran the Mini Swift engine package a couple of weeks ago at his home track in Homestead. Alex, I don't know if you were there that weekend watching him run that engine package. But 2 minutes ago, I mean, this kid is super consistent. If you see a mistake out of him, it's going to be super rare. He's done a good job all year long keeping it consistent and keeping it on the racetrack.
Yeah, Zane Burgess, I mean, one of the youngest stars that we have and one of the quickest ones, too, proving it here in the first heat for the Micro Swift guys. But he looks over his shoulder, sees that Kubinski is still hot on his tail. How about it for Win Gottschalk still in third? O'Gara now all over him, a 45.454. He was 3/10 clear of the three drivers ahead of him. So Danny O'Gara, his kart is coming to into play here with a minute and a half to go, right when he wants that window to happen. O'Gara's kart is flying through the left-hand sweeper. Look for a potential move to the inside here for O'Gara. He made the move happen on Manolio a couple laps ago. Inside, not going to happen. Gottschalk going slightly defensive through the double left-hander. Now to the final couple of corners here. A minute 13 to go and some change in this one. A little bit of curving there for Win Gottschalk. That's going to affect his exit. It wouldn't shock me one bit if we see a move to the inside for O'Gara through turn number 1. He thought about it. Not going to happen. He's playing the smart game, playing the long game here in this heat race. He knows that if he works with Win Gottschalk, the doors might open for him with a couple laps to go.
Yeah, so the doors may open here for Gottschalk. Seems to be struggling into the double right-hand complex into turns number 13 and 14 there. But still a lot of pace in that Benek machine as they go down the back straightaway. Could he make the move? Wasn't close enough that time by. But Danny O'Gara, that driver, fastest on the racetrack, was quickest last time by, and has officially joined the party as he's bumper to bumper with the three go-karts in front of him here at the moment. They continue to push each other forward. Let's see what Gottschalk looks like this time by. It's the double right-hander. Looks much better this time and able to stay close and in range with Easton Kubinski. Is he going to be close enough to get the move on Zane Burgess? Not this time, and not as of yet for Easton Kubinski. The lap times absolutely identical for Kubinski and Zane Burgess. So going to have to pull something out of the bag or any sort of time, or really need Zane Burgess to make some sort of mistake to get the move done, or going to need help from behind from Wade Gottschalk whenever he decides to go out of line there. You see Gottschalk open up for the turn number 8 complex, able to get the run there down this short chute straight away into the hairpin. Is Gottschalk close enough? Not as of yet. Kubinski looked to stick a nose on the inside, but not close enough for any of these drivers. So going to have to continue to push, going to have to stay content, but let's see what it looks like whenever they get 2 laps to go here shortly. Time has officially run out. So 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go for these drivers. Zane Burgess a little bit defensive on the middle of the racetrack. Danny O'Gara over-under move on Win Gottschalk, able to get clear. Not as of yet. Gottschalk retakes that P3 spot. O'Gara P4 and Jake Manolio getting thrown a lifeline and brought with new life here in that P5 spot, but closing down the gap to Daniel O'Gara on the back straightaway. There goes O'Gara on the inside of Gottschalk. Zane Burgess a little bit defensive, and O'Gara finally able to get clear of the Benham machine of Wynn Gottschalk. So Daniel O'Gara in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic up to P3. Zane Burgess still defensive and holding on to his lead.
Yeah, this is exactly what Burgess and Kibitsky needed. The battle for third began to kick off, and now Burgess goes defensive. That's going to bring the drivers in third on back into play. The more you go defensive, the more the top two's lead will start to shrink. White flag in the air. Burgess to the bottom of the racetrack. So too is O'Gara. So now with all that defensive driving from Burgess, here comes O'Gara, here comes Wynn Gottschalk, here comes Jake Manalio. So it is not over for those three further back. For Burgess, he still leads. Easton Kaminsky looking for a way around the Stody Kart driver, who the last couple of laps has been quicker than Burgess. Looking over his shoulder, driving with his mirrors, hypothetically, is Zane Burgess. See the left-hand sweeper. A couple of corners to navigate for the Stody Kart driver to the bottom of the racetrack. Kaminsky goes to the high side. Look for the crossover potentially for Easton Kaminsky. Not going to happen. 3 corners left for the 38 machine to make a move on Zane Burgess. Bottom of the racetrack. Contact further back. Oh, O'Gara gets into the side of Kaminsky as well. Here comes Gottschalk. We're forward pressed through the final corner. Burgess wins. Gottschalk steals one to finish second. O'Gara third. Manalio fourth. Easton Kaminsky, he's probably going to be scratching his head after that one. How on earth did he finish fifth as he entered the last corner in second? Nonetheless, though, these Microsoft Stars drivers putting on a show for us in heat number 1. It looked like the end of a feature race in that one, but wow, what a finish. Burgess, Gottschalk, O'Gara, Manalio, Kaminsky, that's your top 5. Parker Stewart did a great job to drive his way back up into 6th. Santi Orioli there, a 7th place finish for the driver that was first at the end of the opening lap. Lawrence Perriman, he led the first half of this one. He finishes 8th. Marcelo Flores 9th. Zeb Gottschalk, that's your top 10.
Yeah, Zeb Gottschalk, the 6-year-old, up into the top 10. Dominic Gaddis 11th. Brody Stoffel 12th. Kason Hendrickson 13th. Camden Clay 14th. And Slate Harrell rounding up your top 15. There goes Thomasin, Kristen Thomasin, Lewis Thomasin, Darius Woronowitz. And sorry, I definitely butchered that, so sorry about that. Greer, McCloskey, Garcia, Zeminski, Williamson, Katowski, Wilson, Compatiello, and Simon Nellick rounding up your field here in Micro Swift. An action-packed first heat race so far. They went door to door, side by side. You couldn't even stick a piece of paper in between those drivers throughout that heat race. But that was it for your Micro Swifts. Coming up next, though, your Master Shifter class. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series live from Carnarvon, North Carolina at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Don't go anywhere.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtaking opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate. and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Problems off the grid here for the 621, who isn't able to get out onto the racetrack on time, but is able to get going here. That's Luis Quinones there on the 621. But yesterday, it was all about your pole sitter in Pro Masters shifter there for Machiko, who was able to put it on the pole position. Here's your grid rundown. Matt Machiko, Jake Fetter, Sketchy Barnes, Joe Ruck, Brian Chatfield, Morn Van Tok on your third row.
Yeah, further back, it's going to be Maxime Tikhon and Brad Danoff, Michael Rivera, Ryan Frank, Owsley Cheek, Frank Runco, Luis Quinones, Hugh Templeman, Diomedes Ortiz, Ryan Estep, Scott Preskey, Robert Feig, Kenneth Hahn, Kelly Johnson. That's your top 20 in the Pro and Rock Master Shifter drivers. This is heat number 1. We're getting ready to go gearbox racing. This is going to be the first, view of what we're going to see for these starts. It's a short run down to turn number 1. It's going to be very interesting to see how these drivers elect to line up. We see the Magic Kart driver there lining up, facing towards the 612 machine. This is kind of what we expect to see, right? You want to close off the outside and then, make turn 1. But with a short run at turn number 1, we heard AJ say it earlier in the broadcast yesterday about it's going to be basically drop the clutch, touch the gas, and then back on the brakes for turn number 1. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys navigate this hectic start here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Christian Marsh off the racetrack now. We're about to get the green flag in the air for these Pro and Rock Master Shifter drivers here. And we are green into turn number 1. Great start for the back for one of the Maranello drivers. Joe Ruck's going to hold the outside. He's looking for maybe P2. Can't make it happen. He can make it happen. Joe Ruck up into 3rd as he gets pinched off by one of the Magic Kart drivers there, who's getting a really slow start and letting the likes of Jake Fetter get away.
So that's Matt Machiko with a really slow start for your pole sitter. Started on the inside there, and a big gap so far for that Comp Kart driver who's out in the lead. Sketchy Barnes was able to get ahead of Joe Ruck, but was able to lose that move there and fell back to P4. So Joe Ruck back into that 3rd spot, and from 2 on back, very close together. Machiko gonna get the move done on him. Joe Ruck on the inside. Sketchy Barnes looks to go through as well. Not close enough. He does get through, but not close enough to get the move done on Joe Ruck. There goes Machiko again on the inside, and seems to be struggling for grip here in the early stages of this race, sliding all over the racetrack so far for Matt Machiko. Jake Fetter, a great start, a flying start. Didn't get the whole shot, but was able to hold on to it around the outside and get clear of Matt Machiko, who's just struggling for grip here in these early stages.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what's going on with Matt Machiko right now. Dropping like a fly. That car is very, very free to open this race up. I'm trying to figure out if there is an issue or if maybe just they missed out on the tire pressures on that Magic Kart machine. But for Matt Machiko, your pole sitter yesterday, dropping down the order rather quickly here. Let's see if he can really get those tires in a window where he can operate and close that gap back up to the front. But for Jake Fetter, he has a 2-second lead on Joe Ruck. But Joe Ruck went purple, 42.289, 3/10 clear of what we saw from the rest of the field. So for the number 1 plate, last year's champ in the KZ Master class, looking to make amends for qualifying, but maybe he would have wanted to see himself further up the order. For Joe Ruck on board the Maranello machine, looking to be pretty quick this lap around. It was 2 seconds back from Fetter to Ruck. It looks to be a bit of a closer lap this time around for Sketchy Barnes in 3rd. Machiko now sits there in that 5th place spot. He's on the bumper now with Brian Chatfield. I think Machiko has got those tires in a window that he can actually feel comfortable with. Let's see the lap time last time by. 2nd quickest driver on the racetrack is Matt Machiko, your pole sitter in this class. So, just very interesting. I think maybe he missed the pressures by about a lap or 2, but I think also you got caught off guard with how quick some of the other guys around him were, and he was under fire. And that can just happen as a driver. You kind of go, you're under threat, you start making mistakes. So now that Machiko can get his head back on him, put some laps down, treat it like a qualifying session for him, and I expect him to go climb through the order again. For Joe Ruck, a purple lap once again, 3/10 faster once again. Compared to Jake Fetter. So the number 1 plate looking quick here. It was 1.6, now it's 1.5 the gap to your leader, Jake Fetter. But for Jake Fetter, he's in the driver's seat. He's in a spot that every driver wishes to be in, and that's a lead with a gap. You can actually, not push as hard knowing that you have a buffer to work with, so he's probably not using as much tire as we're seeing some of these other guys use.
Yeah, I mean, Jake Fetter, like you said, right, just starting to control the tires a little bit. You talk about qualifying sessions. Jake Fetter out there on his lonesome here at the moment with a 2.5 gap back to Joe Ruck here at the moment. Sketchy Barnes, the lone rock machine up there in P3. Brian Chatfield currently P4 and fastest so far in this race, a 41.756. Matt Machiko P5 here. And like you said, either didn't do enough on the outlap to put heat into those tires, or sat on the grid for a little too long, because they definitely cooled down by the time the race started and just struggled for grip in the early stages. There goes Sketchy Barnes. What a move into the chicane, able to get clear on his teammate. And Sketchy Barnes up at a P2 on probably what could be a contender for move of the weekend here, Alex.
Yeah, Sketchy Barnes looking good here early in this one. Remember, it's the KZ and Rock Shifter Masters guys. So Sketchy on board the Rock package there. Looks quick up into P2, and he's feeling racy in this one. He has a chance at an overall victory there for Sketchy Barnes on his teammate Joe Ruck. Lets him through there. Speaking of Maranello, it's a 2, 3, and 4 for those guys. Barnes, Joe Ruck, and that is Brian Chatfield in fourth. Matt Machiko, he was quick, in lap 2, lap 3, fell off lap 4, lap 5. Now he's back on it here on lap number 6 here for Matt Machiko, 41.747. He goes purple. Last time by, that's one driver there. That is, I believe.
That's Ortiz
with
issues. So Ortiz with issues here. Diamandez Ortiz with issues here in the 514. And that's going to be all she wrote for him. And he's going to have to pull off the racetrack here shortly with issues. Matt Machiko still set in another purple lap time. Last time by, 41.747 for him. And continuing to lap really quickly around here, and everybody's starting to fall into the 42-second lap times here. Starting to conserve a little bit tires. You're getting to that point. You have another heat race and a pre-final later today, so tires going to definitely come into play later on today. You see the moves made up there. Your top 4 currently stagnant. For Jake Fetter, made up a spot. The only driver at Machiko down 5 spots here at the moment. So for the rest of your others, Jake Fetter made up a spot. Sketchy Barnes made up a couple, and Joe Ruck as well. So just the big story coming out of this one, Matt Machiko with issues early in this one, Alex.
Yeah, but Machiko's pace has been there, right? I mean, he's the purple driver, 41.747. But if you look at his lap times, it could be a bit of tire management. It could just be maybe the kart isn't to his liking, because if you look at his laps, he'll do a 41.7, a 41.8. His next lap will be a mid-42. This time a 42 flat. Last time was a 42.4. So the inconsistencies throughout the session for Matt Machiko are what's plaguing him throughout the session. Now he's back on it here on the bumper of Brian Chatfield, looking for a move on the inside. Watch his line through his left-hander. The only driver to use a lot of racetrack at the exit there, trying to roll speed on board that Magic Kart machine. It's not really working out for him so far, stuck behind the Maranello of Brian Chatfield, who is starting to fall back into the clutches of this group further back. And how about it? Speaking of falling back into the clutches, Machiko, while his pace has come back to life slightly, it's the likes of Michael Rivera there on board the GFC machine, who's actually on the rear bumper of Machiko as well on board that Rock Masters package. So the Rock package looks pretty quick here in this one. Speaking of which, Sketchy Barnes has closed that gap to Jake Fetter. It is now a 5/10 gap. It was about a 1.5 seconds a couple of laps ago. So Sketchy Barnes looking really racy here in this one.
And I tell you what, Sketchy Barnes driving the wheels off that Maranello. You see them, you see them skipping over that bump on the right side of the racetrack. And again, for Jake Fetter, it's his first, one of his first shifter races here this weekend. And again, tire management can come a lot into play here. Just not familiar with either the tire pressure and the likes of Sketchy Barnes, a veteran in the shifter class as well on that Rock package, closing down that gap to Jake Fetter in his comp cart here at the moment. So it could be a lot of things for Jake Fetter, but probably just Green maybe feeling, the effects of the physicality of what it takes to go around the Charlotte Motor Speedway here in a shifter kart, let alone that. So Sketchy Barnes definitely closing down. Is he going to be close enough coming into the hairpin? Is he going to go for the lunge? He does not. But we have seen a lot of moves from Sketchy Barnes into a couple of the chicanes here. So Sketchy Barnes definitely in range here. Goes a little bit sideways. Misshift there, and a mistake from Sketchy Barnes. Puts him sideways, and with a lot of work to do to get back to the rear bumper of the comp cart in the lead.
Yeah, but for Jake Fetter, right, you mentioned it, one of his first shifter races. So it could be an issue of not familiar with the compound, not familiar with, tire pressure, not familiar with what it takes to drive, this engine package with this tire compound around a racetrack this quick. But I think what it could also be is just he has a pretty big lead over his next closest, KZ master guy in Joe Ruck, and maybe it's a bit of tire management. Like you said, 2 heat races and a pre-final to go out there and manage these tires. And we talked about it earlier in the broadcast, right? During the warm-up sessions where, especially in these shifter classes, in the KZ Master and in the KZ Pro guys here with 2 laps remaining from Justin Dietrich there. We could be seeing some right rear tire wear. We'll get a decent idea after heat number 2, where we'll start to see some tire wear potentially come into play, especially for these shifter guys. I feel a little bump and run there from Skitchy Barnes saying, out of my way, I'm coming through. So for Skitchy Barnes, looking real good here in the opening heat race, showing Jake Fetter, what it's like to race a shifter around this place. A little bump and run is all it takes for Skitchy.
Yeah, not only that, but showing us where you can make some passes around this place, right? Maybe a little preview of what we'll see later today when it comes to the pro shifter class. But what a move there by Skitchy Barnes. We saw him get that move done on Joe Ruck, and does it again there on Jake Fetter, who's losing a little bit of time to Joe Ruck behind. White flag in the air, and Skitchy Barnes in the Rock machine out in the lead here at the moment, and already putting a little bit of a gap to Jake Fetter, who again, in what's I guess you could say a rookie campaign for him in the shifter class, could be feeling the effects of the G-forces that he's pulling around Charlotte Motor Speedway with 8-minute long heat races. I mean, you will start to feel the effects of it, and with the G-forces, I think over 10 laps is what they do around here. So very lengthy heat races for these drivers, and Jake Fetter probably feeling the effects, but Skitchy Barnes started further back in the field, was able to get himself to the lead, and hasn't looked back since. It's going to take the first heat race victory of the weekend in Pro Master. Skitchy Barnes, your race winner on the Rock package. Jake Fetter, the first of the KZs in the 612, finishes second. Joe Ruck third, Brian Chatfield fourth, Matt Machiko P5, Michael Rivera P6, Morn Van Tok P7, Scott Presti across the line P8, Frank Runco 9th, Maxime Tikon P10 here.
Yeah, that's the top 10 here in the Pro and Rock Master shifter drivers. Good run for Barnes there, ahead of Jake Fetter. Like you said earlier in the race there, this is Jake's one of his first shifter races. So for him, whether it was tire wear or whether it was just fatigue in this one, but nonetheless, the quickest KZ Master Shifter driver ahead of Joe Ruck, who had a good closing end of that one. The number 1 plate from last year's Stars Shifter Series puts it P3 to end heat number 1.
Yeah, so you see the big cars on the racetrack there, and they go around there on the oval. But we get set to go green for your K8 100 juniors now. And let's run you down the overall results at the end of qualifying yesterday, which was a really good qualifying there. That's the 861 of Michael McGoy there for the Ryan Perry Motorsports tent. Alongside him is going to be Marco Romero in his driven Fernando Alonso Kart for DPK Americas. There you see a new lid for him as well. So as we wait for Titan to update, we'll try and get that starting grid for you guys. There's Isaac Malquid in the Burrell PSL factory machine. Isaac Malquid with a lot of laps at the Stars Championship Series there. And there's Max Weiland. There's Max Weiland starting on row 2 in his Magic Kart. Cameron Marsha, the rookie, starting on row number 3 alongside Caleb Targer. Luca Bruncati on row 4 alongside Mason Kuhn. And then it's Jackson Dio on row 5 alongside John Antonino.
Yeah, and then row 6 further on back to Derek Wargo, Henry Taylor, Roman McCurdy, Max McCarrum, William Kim, Travis Pettit, Jacob Scheibel, Landon Boer, Luke Fedowitz, and Juke Ciro Malas Swami there. That's your top 20 in the KA Junior Heat 1 Group B. Furthermore, in this one, Group 11 through 15 is going to be Tyrone Kemper Jr., Isaac Nolan, Lillian Scarborough, Isabella Simpson, Clay O'Brien, Shane Stern, Lucas Allen, Kennedy Tracy, Charlie Myers, and Luca Gomez de Moraes. That's your 30 karts that are going to be in Heat number 1, Group B for the KA Junior Stars.
We get the 1 minute mark, the engines come to life, and we get set to make our way onto the racetrack for these K8 100 juniors here. Marco Romero, this kid amazes us every time, right? He's still a very short stature, 13 years old, worked his way up into the junior ranks, or I think he's younger than 13 actually. Worked his way up into the junior ranks, and probably the smallest in stature here, but getting set to go green, and what's been a breakout weekend for him so far in the junior ranks, Alex. Showing us the same quality that he had in the Mini Swift class last year. So a good start of the year so far for Marco Romero in the DPK America's Benek machine there and the Fernando Alonso Kart Republic. A lot of drivers getting set to go green here in this one with 2 groups. So this is one of 2 groups. Enzo Vinamontiana and company going to go green right after these KA 100 juniors later on after this heat race. So right after this heat race, I should say. So this is the first set of groups in this KA 100 junior class. And it's Michael McGoy and Marco Romero on your front row here for this one as they get set to line up.
Yeah, McGoy and Romero, your front row. McGoy, your Super NAS 25 winner in the Mini Swift class. Romero, their breakout weekend in the junior category. Another thing to note about Marco Romero, Isaac Malkowitt on board the PSL Burrell Art machine. But for Marco Romero, another thing to note about him, if you watch, we talk about his short stature there. He can't really see over the steering wheel. I've actually asked him, how much can you see? If you watch when he drives, he actually has to lean in because that's his only way to really see completely straight over his steering wheel. We got to drive some Reynolds with him at Houston, and he literally could not see over the steering wheel. So for Romero, I think part of maybe what's been holding him back is he's not really strong enough to carry this bigger chassis around, and plus you see we can't really see his visor behind the steering wheel. So for Romero, having to look kind of to the side to see where he has to go. But for Romero, the Fernando Alonso Kart, this is a breakout weekend for the 870 machine, looking to keep it clean through the first heat in the KA junior class. Isaac Malkowitt there on board the Burrell Art machine. Then it's going to be Max Wayland on the Magic Kart as well. Top 4 for Max in this group as we're going to round the final corner now for McGoy and Romero on the front row.
McGoy and Romero on the front row. And for the first time in this K100 junior class, they get set to go into racing action. Into the tram lines we go here for the first time in KA100 juniors. 60-plus drivers here this weekend. Green flag is out. And we are racing here in K100 junior. A good start by McGoy. Romero stuck on the outside, gets shoved off to the wayside, and loses almost 10 spots in the matter of 2 corners. So for young Marco Romero, losing a lot of spots here so far in this one on the race start there, getting stuck on the outside. And you see the freight train of go-karts working their way through here, Alex.
Yeah, it's that easy. The outside is so tough in the opening corner there, especially with all the marbles on the outside. That's actually what happened to Romero. He didn't really get any help from anybody behind. He got on the gas, and you watch his rear end just kick out with the marbles flying all over the place. So no grip on the outside for Marco Romero. But for McGoy, it's the dream start for Malkowitt all over the rear bumper. Max Wayland throws it up the inside there of Cameron Marsha. Up in a P3 goes Isaac Malkowitt. Now down there in that 5th position, that's going to be Jackson Deal in 5th. Roman McCurdy in 6th. Deal's going to throw it up the inside and make it stick on Cameron Marsha. So looking racy there is the MPG Motorsports driver of Jackson Deal. McGoy up in the P1. Malkowitt all over the rear bumper of the 861 machine. If these two begin to work together, there's a chance to make it a 2-kart race. Max Wayland looks quick early on in this one, pulling away from the likes of Marsha and others. But for Jackson Deal, up into 4th, he started outside the top 6 in this one.
Yeah, so already inside the top 6, and again, for Marco Romero, just got stuck on that dirty side of the racetrack. We've heard it all weekend long. If you get stuck out there, there's a lot of dust, a lot of marbles that will catch you off guard and have you going sideways. So that was the case for Marco Romero here, at the start. For Isaac Malkowitt and Michael McGoy continuing to push each other forward. Max Weiland that time by on the second lap, goes purple in P3 and had to get some moves done. Jackson Deal in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, currently P4. Roman McCurdy, P5. And Cameron Marsha, the rookie, P6 here at the moment. So a lot of drivers working their way up. Update on Marco Romero to see where he's at, and I think he finds himself just outside of the top 10 here, Alex. Unfortunately, currently 15th.
Yeah, Romero down at 15th. It's that easy to get pushed to the wayside in such a close field with how fast these drivers are going around this racetrack. I mean, one mistake and you lose a handful of spots. There is a move to the inside. That's Roman McCurdy on Jackson Deal there. Back up into 4th for McCurdy. Inside, Malcolm's going to think about a move and make it work. Isaac Malquit up to the point there, ahead of Michael McGoy. Welcome to the party. Max Wayland in that third position, the Magic Kart USA chassis on rails to open up this one. Max Wayland, one of the many drivers doing double duty in the KA Junior Stars and OKN J class that we'll see later on this morning. So Wayland, on the final kart in this 3-kart train, and then it's McCurdy leading another 3-kart train as McGoy back to the inside. Wayland follows him through. The more these three start the battle, with 5 minutes to go in this heat race, anything is still possible. And for Rome McCurdy, Jackson Deal, Cameron Marsha, those three are coming.
Yeah, what a move there by Max Weiland to get through again on Isaac Malquit. These drivers keeping our camera crew on their toes and doing a good job at it here. So Max Weiland falls back to second, losing a little bit of touch there. I think hit the curb and just lost a lot of time there to Michael McGoy. So let's see what Isaac Malquit can do here on the back straightaway. I doubt he's going to want to go on Max Weiland. Malquit has a lot of races under his belt here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in lower horsepower classes, so he's going to know how to race. He knows that pack racing is very important because he has a lot of laps in the on the 206 side of things like we talked about before. So he's definitely going to know that what he needs to do is push each other forward to try and catch right back up to Michael McGoy here in this one. Cameron Marsha, though, I think he's worked his way up to P4 here for young Cameron Marsha. So I think he's up into 4th, and there he is, the Trinity Car Republic of Cameron Marsha up into 4th here. Jackson Deal 5th, and McCurdy fell back to 6th there after you saw him work his way up to 4th. But a good lap so far by Michael McGoy, a 43.251 here in this one, and going purple, a 10th quicker than the two drivers behind him of Max Weiland and Isaac Malquit.
Yeah, but Weiland and Malquit working together here look to be quicker than what they did last time around. So if anything that we've learned from the KA class, 2 karts are usually faster than 1, and it tends to be the case here as well. As you see all over the bumper in a couple corners is Max Weiland going to be on Michael McGoy. Right on the final corner now, I expect Weiland to be all over the bumper of Michael McGoy as they cross the stripe. Look at the lap time difference. This time about a 10th and a half. Purple is Cameron Marsha in 4th, who's leading that train of Jackson Deal and Rome McCurdy. And then further back, it's going to be Henry Taylor and Jonathan Eno. They've joined that mix as well. Marsha's actually left Jackson Deal behind. So Marsha did that lap on his own. So the TKG Car Public driver there on a tear in the latter part of this race. Still 3 minutes to go. Anything's still possible for Marsha to join this top 3. Malquit thought about a move to the inside, thought better of it, had to take a bunch of curbing, more than he would have liked there, but better than getting to the side of Max Weiland. So for Malquit there has to regroup, reset, and get back to the bumper of Weiland so they can work together and catch up to the Super NAS 25 winner.
Yeah, so definitely going to have to close down that gap there to Michael McGoy. Weiland has been brought right back into play and sucking up to that rear bumper there of Michael McGoy. For Isaac Malquit, got a little bit sideways, was able to keep going though, still in that 3rd spot and pushing each other forward here. For Cameron Marsha, still out there on his lonesome, almost in no man's land, getting the dirty air from the 3 drivers ahead, and no push from behind for Cameron Marsha. So unfortunately, not closing down. He is lapping a 10th quicker, so he's going to need these drivers to start fighting with 2 minutes left in this race if he wants to be there in the end. But just a heat race here, a lot more racing action to go later today, but Marsha definitely going to want to be up there when it comes down to it at the end of this heat race. They continue to lap through, and that's Isaac Malquit now with the fastest lap of the race. They lap 2 tenths quicker than Cameron Marsha. Was losing a little bit of time, so Isaac Malquit a 43 flat here, and very good tow with Max Weiland and Michael McGoy ahead. So let's see if I really doubt Malquit's going to go for a move. If you're Isaac, well, and as I say that, proves me wrong. Isaac Malquit in at turn number 8 gets the move done. Knows he's been lapping a little bit quicker than Max Weiland. Gets ahead. So the Burrell Art ahead of the Magic Kart here. A little bit of a throwback to Martin Kremers against AJ Myers way back when. But here we have it. It's Isaac Malquit P2. Max Weiland falls back to 3rd, and now going to set his sights on the RPM driver of Michael McGoy. A minute and a half to go left in this heat race with a couple of laps left. So let's see what Isaac Malquit can do as we get to the closing stages of this one. It seems like that Burrell Art machine has come to life here, Alex.
Yeah, when it counts, the Burrell Art PSL machine is flying. Isaac Malquit is starting to leave Max Weiland behind and has his sights set now on Michael McGoy. 1 minute and 5 seconds left in this one. It'll be about 4 laps to go around the Charlotte Motor Speedway go-kart racetrack. I'm extremely impressed with what I've seen from Cameron Marsha. That gap is maintained at 1.7 seconds for 3 laps in a row. And considering the top 3 are battling, and this is going to help him, Malquit to the inside and through on McGoy. So Isaac Malquit now to the lead of the race. But I think they'll get 3 to go because the clock's going to be 42 when they cross the stripe. McGoy inside, over under. Here comes Malquit. Here comes Weiland. And I guarantee you, we're going to see Cameron Marshall in the mix. 1.4 back now is the Kart Public driver. And the more they battle for the lead, the more they're going to bring other drivers into the mix here. So with 3 laps to go, Malquit needs to hold on if he wants a chance at this victory. These 3 are battling it out for glory in heat number 1. But Cameron Marshall might be a party killer here if these 3 continue to battle.
Yeah, party pooper indeed that Cameron Marshall will be. Rubbing his hands together, seeing the top 3 fight, and continuing to close down that gap. They're lapped a lot quicker than the top 3 last time by. So let's see what Cameron Marshall can do, and if he has enough time to get there in the end. 2 laps to go this time by for Isaac Malquit, McGoy, and Weiland, who continue to fight for the heat race victory. Marshall closing down the gap, but needs a lifeline here from the top 3 if he wants to be there in the end. Isaac Malquit takes a look behind his shoulder, knows he doesn't have to defend, has a good enough gap to Michael McGoy behind. So for Isaac Malquit, really good pace in that Burrell Art machine in this late stage of the race here, but has to keep it ahead. And with a good gap to Michael McGoy, who gets a great run there out of the hairpin, and closing down that gap to Isaac Malquit. Is he close enough? Down the inside into the double right-hander, able to get clear in turn number 13. So McGoy back to the point of the field. Isaac Malquit P2, Weiland P3 here at the moment, and Cameron Marshall gonna join the party here shortly. Max Weiland, over-under move on the 2 ahead of him. What a move there by Max Weiland. Set that up perfectly, saw they were fighting, and gets to the point of the field here for the Magic Kart driver.
Whoa, inside, Michael McGoy set that one up beautifully. Back to the inside, and he's through to the lead. Here comes Cameron Marshall. Malquit driving him all the way into the grass, but Marshall's through up into P3. They're going to battle out for 3rd. The battle for the lead is going to continue to rage on, but I think it's going to go to Michael McGoy as it stands. Malquit looking for a crossover on Marshall. He's back up into P3, so Marshall is going to fall back to 4th. Michael McGoy, what a move on the inside of Weiland to make it happen, and the RPM driver is going to cross the stripe to win heat number 1. Weiland, even with that great over-under move, looks a little frustrated after that one. He finishes 2nd. There's Marco Romero, a great comeback drive for him to finish in 6th. He was down in 15th at the end of lap number 1. What an ending to the KA Juniors Group B heat race. McGoy, Weiland, Malquit, Marshall, Deal, Romero, Antonino, McCurdy, Kemper Jr., and Mason Kuhn. That's your top 10 in the KA Juniors Group B heat number 1.
What a barn burner of a race. And that's only the first half of our KA100 juniors as they get set to go green here shortly. So that was your top 10. Caleb Tarter, P11. Derek Wargo, 12th. Landon Boer, 13th. Maximo Karam, 14th. Jacob Scheibel, P15. And there's the rest of your field with the likes of Scarborough, Fedowitz, Nolan, Kim, Pettit down in 20th. Thermal Swami, P21. Stern, 22nd. O'Brien, 23rd. Simpson, Myers, Tracy, Taylor, and Allen, all rounding up your KA100 junior field for heat number 1. That was only half, and we get set to see that second half. Heat number 1, Group A, coming up shortly. And this is Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series, live from Concord, North Carolina at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. If you want to see more racing like that, don't go anywhere.
To be the best, you have to learn from the best. Racecraft Driver Development. Champion Austin Garrison is here to help you elevate your game behind the wheel. Inquire now and go faster tomorrow. Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Stars Championship Series Queen City Gambit. Well, we saw 1K junior heat come down, 3-car pack. It felt like for the majority of the heat race, Caleb, what to expect out of this one we still have yet to know, but it's an all Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic front row. Max Christia, his first career overall national pole in the junior ranks alongside our most recent KA junior winner from Houston, Enzo Vidmontien. Nathan Dupuis and Ty Fisher make up row number 2.
Row number 3, Chase Cassidy and Carter McMurray, Gabriel Balog, and Sebastian Riss running up your 4th row.
Mateo Pappas and Tristan Murphy cap off the top 10 ahead of Benham Abernathy and Kai Mars, with Emerson Lane, John Michael Dunnigan, Saraki Nebert, Alex Miller, Indy Anderson, Lucas Steck, Ben Cranston, and that's again only your first 20. The final 5 rows, you're going back to 30th for Group A. Mosley, Pollard, and on back, find your favorite and get ready to go racing once again, young boys and girls. Here we go, 11 to 15 years old, KA Junior. Heat number 2 on the day, and Max Christie's going to get shoved by. There's a big contact in front of the field. Carter McMurray is involved. Sebastian Rice is involved. Indy Anderson is involved. About 4 or 5 cars got turned around from 4th or 5th on back, and we have just drastically shaken up our leading quintet now. It is Christia barely hanging on over teammate Enzo Vidmontien, Nathan Dupuis right behind, and Chase Gassiet-Lee with a monster start to move up to 4th. Vidmontien's already looking for the lead, and here he goes. He'll take it away down at the end of turns 10 and 11.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontien able to get through. Nathan Dupuis was looking for the move as well. Going to go on the inside. Gets stuck on the outside. Chase Gassiet-Lee over-under move for Ty Fisher in the TB kart. Up to P3 here for Ty Fisher. And we already saw what happens when you get to the outside of the racetrack. Super dirty still, and a couple of drivers going around and collected early here in this one, Xander.
Again, that's what the storyline has been all weekend, right? That we've been cleaning off this racetrack that does not get a lot of use throughout the year. In practice, they're not going offline, so really the only lane that's been cleaned off is the standard racing line. You go wide, and it takes a long time to clean those tires back off and just to have the grip to make the single corner you're getting past in. So that's what's separating these packs so much. Already, Vidmontien and Christia, you can see, have a massive gap to Fisher and Pappas, and they did have a little gap, but a good corner from Chase Gassiet-Lee has brought them close. And right now, we begin to settle in to what could be another Enzo Vidmontien runaway as he slowly starts to bring that gap bigger back to his teammate.
Yeah, Christia and Vidmontien running similar lap times here at the moment, both in the 43.9s here that second time around. So let's see if Christia can stay with Enzo Vidmontien as this race continues to progress. For Ty Fisher, still there in that third, kind of in no man's land here. Doesn't have the draft from the drivers ahead. It doesn't have a push behind as of yet from Mateo Pappas, the North Carolina native. And then there's Chase Gassiet-Lee, like you said, already making moves here early in this one, up in a P5 so far. Nathan Dupuis was up there in the top 3 at one point, but into the double right-hander, lost a handful of spots, so a recovery drive and damage limitation. There goes Chase Gassiet-Lee on the inside of Mateo Pappas. Gassiet-Lee able to get clear and up at a P4 here in this one.
So as the leaders break away, this middle pack starts to go. If we can, we'll try and take a look backwards and see where some of the fastest drivers that got involved in that crash on the opening lap have fallen to. The likes of Gabriel Balog and Carter McMurray. Balog 23rd at the line, Carter McMurray is 19th on that blue and yellow Timmy Tech comp cart. So we'll try and track their progress as they drive forward. There goes Dupuis making a pass further up the boards. We go back. Here's McMurray making a move. This is probably for 18th or 17th there as he went on by. Here he comes. Not clear, actually. This time, turn 10. He does get clear on the 840 machine of, or the 848 maybe of Connor Kersey. So that shuffle around was for 18th. So Carter's now picked up a spot. There's Gabriel Balog further back a couple of positions outside the top 20, trying to run forward. Tristan Murphy, the other driver involved in that incident, you can see on the positions gained and lost. He's down 10 from the start on that Ryan Perry Motorsport machine. So Tristan Murphy back outside the top 15. Carter McMurray way back. That's a good chunk of your top contenders inside the top 10 starting spots taken out, and that's why you've kind of got this big spread through the first main pack. As we see Mateo Pappas, Benham Abernathy, Emerson Lane all battling here. That's 6th, 7th, 8th on the racetrack, all up a couple spots net thanks to the crash that happened on the opening lap for 5th on back. So big spread through the pack and a very tame opening couple laps after turn number 3 for the leaders, since we've taken half of the major players out of the equation.
Yeah, correct. And I must say, a good start for Emerson Lane on what's his first KA 100 junior race start and the National Series. So for the Dallas, Texas native, a good start so far in this one behind the likes of Mateo Pappas and Enzo Vitamontien. Had the pace to contend up there in the top 10. So a good start so far by Emerson Lane, who's working his way up the field. Gassia Lee now on the rear bumper of Ty Fisher and closing down the gap further ahead. That's Emerson Lane and Mateo Pappas, who continue to push each other forward.
Yeah, that's, again, this is 6th, 7th, 8th. There's Lane gets alongside Pappas and tucks back in line, maybe. Benham Abernathy going to look low. He'll fade back in. Kai Mars looking on behind him as Abernathy gets the over-under done on Lane there in turns 1 and 2. Up front, Max Christia getting a great bit of schooling right now from one of the drivers with the longest pedigree in the junior class. This is Enzo Vidmontien's 3rd year to Max Christia's 1st. So a big difference in experience on the full-size cars. Then you have the second group right here, Ty Fisher, Chase Gassiet Lee, Nathan Dupuis. Now, last time by, Fisher was about a 10th slower than Gassiet Lee and Dupuis. They were both closing up to him. Hard to say if that was all toe or if they are faster and are going to be looking to go back around the Coastal Link custom printing Nash driver. As here comes Dupuis on Fisher. He gets through, and indeed Gassiet Lee at the top of the hill in the last turn also got by Ty. So change for 3rd, change for 4th. They're still 2.5 seconds away, and with only 2.5 minutes to go, you're not really going to see anyone else get into the top 2 spots, Caleb. This may be where they end. Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. We've seen all weekend long, right? There's very little braking zones around this track, so, if you're making moves, if you're passing, it only hurts you here a little bit, because it is kind of difficult to pass around a place like this, Xander, with the track so wide that promotes a lot of over-under moves, right? Yeah, and you would think at the end of the back straightaway would be ideal. It just depends if you have the run. If the guy in front of you has a toe, you're not going to get clear on him. That sweeper at the end of the backstretch is too fast. And then, like you said, making moves in some of the heavier braking zones, like down here at turns 1 and 2, over across the racetrack at turns 10 and 11, or especially in these chicanes where we've seen a couple of moves that we didn't expect to see. For example, in the bus stop here where Skitchy Barnes got around with a bump and run to win that shifter master heat. So all of those anywhere from 2 to 5 tenths on a single maneuver. And like you said, there's still a long straightaway to the next corner where someone can go right back in on you and lose another 2 to 5 tenths. But I won't credit all of it just to passing here. Enzo Vidmontien and Max Christia have consistently been a tenth to a couple of tenths faster than everyone else on this racetrack. Those TKG Kart Republics are now 3 seconds out in front and no signs of slowing down whatsoever. Last time by, even with them lined up and Gassiet Lee now at the helm, they pulled another 3.5, nearly 4 tenths on the 834. So no one in at the moment, at least out on the racetrack, are in the same zip code as these two kids right here with a minute to go. And this is the big difference that you see, right? Two teammates working together, pushing each other forward, pushing each other, further away from the field. From the likes of Chase Gassiet Lee, Dupuis, and Ty Fisher, who just made a couple of moves, not too many. At a regular racetrack, you wouldn't lose that much time, but at a racetrack like this, you're losing a lot of time because Enzo Vidmontien and Max Christia haven't passed at all, or a single time for that matter in this race, Xander. Yeah, and I will say, like you said, Caleb, I think part of it's the passing. I think part of it, too, from the point you brought up earlier, goes about, clean tires, right? Not going offline once, not overcooking them or overheating them at all. So they're just being able to run basically quality times or practice laps over and over again. They're not having to clean the tires off for a lap and hang on by going offline. And we say offline a lot when it comes to going to the outside and getting past, but even still, going back to what everyone said earlier as well, the inside of the track is still equally dirty. You can see all those marbles there going through the kink to the final turn. You can't see as many from the TV cameras here down the inside, but it's still pretty treacherous to go and make some moves right now. That will get better as we get more heat racing in. But even for Gasly at Lee, he picked up a couple tenths. The last 2 laps prior to this one, he was significantly slower than the leaders. It only was that last lap that he finally got back to the pace he was running of a 43.2 and a 43.3, and you saw that margin only just barely stay around the same, if anything come down a little bit of the 3.3 seconds he has up to Enzo. So that's the other half of it is, yes, you lose some time in the pass. You also lose some time getting any bit of dirt, dust, marbles on the tires going to the inside to make a pass, or, of course, getting shuffled to that very dirty and treacherous outside of the racetrack. As they come across the line now, the white flag will wave. Enzo was doing just a little bit of defending there with 2 laps to go because the leaders and everyone can all see that time clock on that big scoring pylon coming down the front straightaway, so they know where they are in the race in terms of the distance and when to start protecting position and stop worrying about going forward or putting laps together. But on this final lap right now, I don't see a lot from Enzo. I think he feels pretty comfortable, and to his credit, he's got a car length of cushion back to Max. So if Max wants to go here, he can't. Enzo covered that off nicely, and going to the final turn, he's got a better launch. Let's see, is there any over-under Christia can do? Probably not. A good entry for Enzo. Didn't lose too much. Max will get there, though. This is going to be close across the line, but Vidmontien will hold by 25 thousandths of a second. And behind them, no change for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, although a good run for Ty Fisher to get back around Dupuis a couple laps prior. That was actually a lot closer than I thought that was going to be coming to the line there. Had Enzo not forced Max to hit that inside curve, we might have saw a different winner.
Yeah, we were almost proven wrong there. Giro Balog across the line, the 2 teammates shake hands, and Enzo Vidmontien drops the tire into the grass, but able to get going. So Balog, a good recovery drive for him up in a P14, found himself all the way down into the 20s almost. A good recovery drive there by Balog. This is your top 15. Kai Mars was in 7th, Pappas 8th, McMurray 9th, Alex Miller 10th, Lucas Tech 11th, Cranston in 12th, Mosley 13th, Balog, there you see him, recovery drive for the 881 Magic Kart up in a 14th, and John Michael Dunnigan P15 here.
Big drive out of Carter McMurray right there. That's the difference of a guy that's going to not only just make the main off a good second heat and potentially a good pre-final, he should safely keep his hopes into going to pre-final A, because he went all the way outside the top 20, climbs his way back up to 9th. Fantastic drive back forward for him. On the other end, Tristan Murphy could not get back going forward because he got into an incident trying to charge back through the field. As you see, a DNF for him. And then, of course, the other drivers involved in the opening lap, Indy Anderson, Connor Kersey, Keelan Turini, and Brandon Saraki later on with the DNF as well. So the difference here with the format, folks, for those just watching along with the Stars Championship Series, it's different than a typical last chance qualifier after heat races. You can't necessarily, if you go into the top half of the field where you go to pre-final A, even if you reckon that pre-final, you're still going to make the main. Whereas in some other formats that we've seen, not necessarily so much with multiple heats and then a pre-final and then a main with LCQs here in the States, but a lot over in Europe, you might have a great run in qualifying, a great run through the heats, crash in your pre-final, and miss the main event. Here, as long as you get into the top half, into pre-final A, that's fighting for the first spots, the first place spot to around 30th. And then pre-final B, that's your essential LCQ, where the top 10 will join those first 30. But that's what makes it really important to, even if you have an issue in these heats, never don't give up and keep charging forward, because if you do that, you're going to still keep yourself in that pre-final A, and you're not going to have to run any kind of risk of missing the main. And for Carter to end up 9th there, he rips off a top 5 in Heat 2. He's still going to start somewhere in the top 15, I would imagine, for that next heat race. Now you're seeing some commotion on the grid. That is Valentino Santian in the 111 Sodi kart. Late to the grid. They're trying to get him fired up right now. And this, to me, is interesting because I'm not sure exactly where the ruling is. The engines were obviously set to fire. They're trying everything they can to get that motor fired up. When they release off the grid, varying series, you'll have a 90-second rule. where they will wave off the starts for 90 seconds as long as the wheels are on the ground when the karts are released. So even though they got the 1 minute warning and he was pushing up to the grid there, he's okay. But the downside is if there is an issue like a spark plug is bad or something else that, like a bad coil or something that won't allow that engine to fire, they're not able to bring tools to the grid to fire them up. So they're trying, obviously, to get that thing to turn over with that external starter. The carburetor could be flooded with fuel as well, so there's no real way they can do anything. It's all by hand at this point. So looks like they've got him fired. They're going to put that chain guard back on, and he's got to hope that that thing is tight enough there. It looks like that was just with a cotter pin to put the chain guard on versus a bolt, which is really nice because they're able to put that on, and that should hold for the duration of the race, whereas if they had to bolt it on, they would be hand tightening it, and it could very easily come loose over a curb or just over the vibration of driving on the racetrack. So a quick worry for Valentino Santi, and now if they do not wave off this start and they get past the commitment cone, though, he will start from the rear. So he was set to start in the 8th position there on the outside of row 4 alongside Xander Matthias. We'll see if the Sodi Kart driver can get himself back up front. Speaking of up front, let's talk about the rest of the field here with Parker Ives and Ashton Woon on the front row, Holden Myers and Bowen Green for a Comp Kart Timmy Tech row 2.
Marco Samet, Nicholas Mose on that third row, and Xander Matthias and Valentino Santillan was slated to start 8th, and I think he's worked his way there here at the moment.
Yeah, and again, he's got there. This is also a risk versus reward because you know there's a penalty coming if you do advance your position after the commitment cone. But if you think that you're better off starting as high as you were going to start, taking the penalty in post-race versus starting from the rear and having to pass everyone, it might be worth it. Lots of drivers in the mini-swift field, even more than the first 10 rows. There's 30-plus here this weekend in Charlotte, North Carolina for the Queen City Gambit. And for the first time in 2024, the Swift Stars are going to get to go racing. Parker Ives on the red and white Ives Racing Nitro Kart on the inside. Ashton Woon's Super Tuned Parallel on the outside. Let's go racing, boys and girls. 8 to 12 years old for the Swift Stars. And a nice and slow start. It should keep them clean through turn 1, and it does as they try to file into line over through 2 and 3. It gets down to 1 lane very quickly here, so that's where there's still a big bottleneck, and that'll spread your field out quite a bit here as they go through the chicane and onto the backstretch to hit full song for the first time.
Yeah, Parker Ives, a great start for him so far here in this one, getting out to lead early, and then Marco Samet, he lost a little bit of spots there at the start, currently outside of the top 5 there at the moment. He's there on the edge of your screen. There's Marco Samet in the 175 BJR MDR LN kart there, and Valentino Santillan able to get himself into the top 10 here to start this one out. And, for Santillan, a complete reset for him. Was struggling to get off the grid as one driver goes into the grass here on the exit of the double right-hander and able to get back going, but, a crazy start so far for Santillan.
Yeah, not the best start for Simon Jack Klein. He drops down the boards to 18. A few more movers and shakers there outside your top 10, but what a fantastic start for the inside lane as we've seen all day long on these single-speed rolling starts. Holden Myers from 3rd on to the bumper of Parker Ives, whereas your off-pole man, Ashton Woon, is a little ways back right now, make it maybe 7 to 8 tenths of a second from the top 2. That's already on the cusp of losing the draft, so he needs a really good lap from himself and a hopeful good push from Bowen Green there in the 4th spot. Let's see 2 laps complete now, how the field stacks up. It's the silver chromish helmet leading the way down to turn number 1 and single file back to the end of the top 5 with Nicholas Mose on that CRG in 5th, and then Marco Samet tagging along in 6th before a little bit of a break back to Enzo De Janeiro.
Yeah, Xander, we were speaking to some drivers yesterday and to some mechanics. Staggering tire pressures has been, a topic point here this weekend, right? Because there's a lot of left-handed corners, and you're going to see a lot of wear on the front right and rear right. I mean, what could you say about staggering tire pressures? What should the viewers know about, tire pressures around a place like this?
Well, again, you made a great point there. There's obviously plenty of right and left-hand turns, but this is the only heavy load right-hand corner they really have besides those chicanes that are relatively high speed in comparison. Whereas you have a big sweeper at turns 10 and 11, a big sweeping heavy load turns 1 and 2 left-hand corner. For every right-hander in the chicane, you've got another big tight left to lead onto the straightaway, and then that basically full throttle or near full throttle final turn at the end of the backstretch. All of that load, like you said, is working that right front tire more than any of the other 4 on the car. So it's going to build up heat quicker. It's going to build up pressure quicker. So what you're trying to do when you stagger them is what Caleb's referenced. What you're referencing is, of course, where you set those pressures before you head onto the racetrack. you know if you're going to work one tire more than the others, it's going to build up more pressure than, let's say, that left front. So you would start with your right front tire, say a quarter pound or half pound lower on the PSI, and even in the same on the rear end as well, the right rear, the left rear would probably be your highest tire on air pressure of all four. Now, it's going to change a little bit on setup, on your driver, on the kart that you're running and the class that you're running, but for sure, definitely going to make a big difference if you can balance them. So that way, when you get to the middle of the race, they're coming out even. And when you go and you check them right after you come off the scale line, they're all right around the same. That's what you're going for. You're trying to balance the equation so that way when you roll through the scales, they all read the exact same and ideally just only a couple of pounds higher than what you went out on. If they're way high, then you went too high to start. And if they don't really build up pressure at all, if that kart's just sliding around, no grip in the first few laps, you need to go back up on air pressure. So for the pro drivers, that was a lot of the adjustments they had to make yesterday afternoon because in talking with the likes of Jay Irwin, they did a lot of their testing back home in New Zealand to find the setup because they knew there was only going to be 20 minutes in between their pro practice sessions. They were not going to be able to make a lot of gear changes. They were not going to be able to make an axle change or a wholesale chassis change like a seat adjustment. So they need to figure out where their baseline was and really just adjust on tire pressure, minimal changes, bolting on new tires, and then for Jay himself, learning the racetrack, which this is the best type of scenario for a pro show like that, considering that no one has driven at all on this racetrack to begin with. So, in these go-karts, I should say, on this tire compound. We roll in Friday. Unlike most kart tracks we go to, there's no open testing, there's no membership, there's no way anyone can get a leg up on the competition. And if anything, it's a real driver's test for those classes that have not run here before, like the Shifter, like the OKN, and even like the K100s that have had some races here, but on a completely different tire and a couple of years ago with a much lower competition field and different track surface. 3 minutes in, back to the on-track action here while you've been talking away. Nothing major up front. When you look at the lap times here coming in, though, that second group is reeling in the top two. Took them a little bit to get going, and that little slide from Nicholas Mose won't help, but Ashton Woon is starting to roll back up to the top two and bring some company with him.
Yeah, for the likes of Ashton Woon and Bowen Green, lapping a little bit quicker, 2/10 quicker here at the moment, a little quicker than Parker Ives and Holden Myers there. So that group of Ashton Woon and company continuing to close down that gap to Holden Myers and Parker Ives here at the moment. Marco Samet in this group as well. We saw him lose a couple of spots. Josh Bergman, the Trinity Karting Group driver, further back there in that 7th spot, a little further back from Marco Samet. But, you know, not in drafting range, kind of no man's land for Josh Bergman here at the moment.
Well, with 2.5 minutes to go and still not too much action, we'll keep an eye on the action. At the same time, we'll go side by side. Let's hear from one of the Pro Stars drivers. Kevin Bailiff is standing by as he watches his TKG driver, Josh Bergman, try to charge up to the leaders.
Actually, Finnegan Bailiff here. Finn, you're getting ready to hit the racetrack for the KA Stars class. Before we get into how you're feeling, how good does it feel to see all the TKG guys performing really, really well this weekend?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, I'm just proud of the team. We got the kart dialed, and we're just really fast right now, so I think it's all great.
Yeah, now tell me, you're one of the main guys that has, you know, driven this racetrack before here in the KA Stars class. What does it take to be quick around here, especially with how many drivers are in your field?
Yeah, you just got to be faster than everybody, like just into the corner, just try to get it in deep because it's a pretty full throttle track, so the farther you can get in, the faster, and the better you can come out, you're just going to be faster, so it's good.
And with watching some of your teammates out there, you saw Vim at the end, you saw Max Christe out there as well, performing really well. I mean, what have you noticed from those guys that you can translate into your driving?
Yeah, they're just really smooth, and they're getting in deep, so I think I just need to do that.
And we've seen at the starts, you know, you're on the inside here, luckily, but the outside has been a bit of a factor in terms of not being able to hold it because of the rubber being laid down. Do you think it's going to play a factor in your guys' race?
Yeah, I think it will. I mean, everybody's going to get pushed wide because it's just how starts go, and I think since I'm on the inside, I'm just going to keep it down there, and we'll keep our nose clean and be fine.
Good luck, Finn.
Thank you.
Apologies to older brother Finnegan Bailiff. My mistake. He'll be on track, as Alex mentioned, here in a few moments for KA Stars, but my goodness, as the side-by-side action exploded here in this main group, Ashton Woon, while we were away there, did catch this lead pack, got around Holden Myers. Bowen Green got shuffled way wide, and now Holden even further back. So, big shuffle up front. Holden Myers all the way back to 6 behind Nicholas Mose. Parker Ives is still your leader. Ashton Woon is trying to charge back up to him. And, of course, Bowen Green giving a little bit of help as they play chase, coming to the white flag this time by.
Yeah, white flag this time by. 8 seconds to go in this heat race before they get the couple of sticks in the air. When they cross the stripe, Parker Ives still leads us away. Ashton Moon, we said he was catching before we went into that interview. He did catch, and for the likes of the other Kart driver, Bowen Green, and others, Holden Meyer, lost a couple of spots there while we were away there for a second. But Ashton Moon very close and has help from behind from Bowen Green. So 2 sticks in the air this time by. 2 laps to go. Parker Ives in the middle of the racetrack, trying to keep Ashton Moon at bay here. He looks to make a move into the chicane. Wasn't close enough that time by, but Ashton Moon definitely a challenger for the heat race victory here. Is he close enough into this chicane? Not as of yet, but like I said, has a lot of help from the Kart behind of Bowen Green.
He's going to force Parker to cover the low side. Parker left the door open too wide. Ashton will go through. Here comes Bowen as well. He'll be side by side for second as they charge down the hill into turn number 10. Parker on the bumper. They both go wide. Here comes Bowen. He'll get through to second. Ashton Woon with a last lap steal. Now way to the low side to defend. Bowen's going to get a massive run, but he'll run out of room. He gets into the back of him, and side by side back for third and for fifth. Woon takes a white flag there, 2 to go, One more lap around, and a big over-under from Bowen Green. So Bowen now to the lead. Woon back to second. Ives with new life back in third, and they're all packed up here as they head to the backstretch.
Yeah, stacked and packed into the back straightaway for the final time in this heat race. Ashton Woon still there in second. The same spot he found himself. Bowen Green to the bottom of the racetrack. It was really low. Ashton Woon to look for a move. Over, under. Could he get it done? He's close enough. Gets a run. Has help from behind from Parker Ives. Going to get the inside into the double left-hander. Ashton Woon. Parker Ives goes through. Holden Myers back up into the top 3.
The Kart's given a good bit of space there to the chicane. Now Ashton to the low side. Parker to the high side. Here comes Bowen with a run to the inside. Parker with a big over-under move. Swinging high, swinging low. Not enough. Ashton Woon wins it across the line in heat number 1. Ives second to Green, Myers, Mose, Marco Samet. Here comes the rest of the group across the line, all kind of spread apart down the pack. But a good battle to the end there, and a perfectly placed final corner for 2 laps in a row for Ashton Woon to keep second place from getting that run onto the front straightaway. Parker saw the lap before where Bowen ran out of room on his over-under, so he tried to go to the outside and then carry that momentum to cross it back over, but it was too long of a run from the way outside down to the inside onto the finish line. How about Luke Giglio? A late charge for the 168 to get himself up to 7th. As we focused on the leaders, he got around Josh Bergman, who ends up in 8th. Royce Vega picks up a couple, doing exactly what he needs to do to set up a good pre-final starting spot from a rougher qualifying effort that saw him start outside the top 10. Enzo De Janeiro 10th, Valentino Santillan 11th unofficially. We were on the grid graphics, so I'm not 100% sure if he got into his spot before the commitment cone. If not, that'd be a violation that would drop him back a handful of spots, probably somewhere around 18th to 20th, if, again, big if he didn't get into position before the commitment line. Further back here, the rest of your pack, mostly all finished here in a pretty clean run to the end. Down to the likes of Alyssa Eddy, Gage Harden, Asher Ferris there, 28th, 29th, and 30th. And that is the complete field of perfect 30 for us on our graphic for Swift Stars. However, here just a hair over 30 as there's 60 plus in KA Stars, and we are getting set to go green as the 2-minute signal is given. And can you imagine right now what is going through the head of our young pole sitter here, Caleb? Second overall in qualifying, Jackson Wolney in the Speed Concepts Racing Group. Man, your senior debut, and you've got 30 of the nation's best lined up behind you trying to take that top spot away.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't even imagine it, right? I get nervous in rental kart races, so I couldn't imagine what Jackson Wolney's going through right now as he gets set to lead. Like you said, 30 of the best KA 100 senior drivers in the nation, and some even in their own countries here. And you have a veteran like Brandon Lemke starting alongside you on the front row. So definitely, the nerves are definitely up here for Jackson Wolney. But you know, he's raced against the likes of seniors before. He raced at the Norberg Invitational a month and a half ago, I should say, and getting set to go green for his first full senior start at a national series.
Well, for Brandon Lemke here, it's a return to a bit more familiar territory after the last few years running the K100 power plant and doing a lot of driver development back home in Wisconsin there with Franklin Motorsports. He's getting the last bit of information from Christian Marsh with the Stars Championship Series officials to let them know about the start box and about what to expect. Then back from Brandon, you've got another pair of young guns in the likes of Hudson Brown on the inside. Actually, one young gun and one very experienced driver, Marco Maestranzi, a former KZ and KZ2 factory driver from Europe. The last time we've seen him on the national tour, it's been, I think, maybe one or two handful of KA starts this year with Parolin and Pole Position Motorsports. But prior to that, you have to go back nearly a decade to Ryan Norberg's first ever SCUSA Pro Tour Championship, the year 2016. And for himself and Marco, they crashed at the opening round. Marco Maestranzi at the time was a Top Kart factory driver over in Phoenix for the SCUSA Pro Tour Spring Nationals. So for Ryan Norberg, this is probably a guy that he recognizes. For many of our viewers, you may not. And for many others that have been around karting for a while, a long history behind Marco Maestranzi, definitely one of the elder statesmen to make an all-veteran outside lane in the first two rows. Back behind, becoming a veteran. Now, once again, a race winner. Finnegan Bailiff got that big SCUSA Pro Tour win in Orlando. Is behind the grid graphic here. There was one driver slowing, it looked like, coming out of turns 10 and 11. That's Ben Hernandez, who was slated to start inside the top 10. Ben Hernandez on the BJR MDR LN kart. You can see smoke coming out of the engine, but that thing is either flooded or overall just not moving for a different reason. But he is going to miss the start in Heat 1, and this is catastrophic for his chances to try and safely go to pre-final A and not have to fight to make the final in a weekend where he thought he might have been fighting for the win. Here we go, green flag in the air. Jackson Wolney takes us down to turn 1, and there's already a spin up front. Finnegan Bailiff gets hooked together with Marco Maestranzi, and there is contact all around and karts stacked in front of him.
Yeah, a lot of cars getting taken out here at the start of this race, kind of like what we saw in that junior race. But a lot of these seniors already getting together, and big stories. Finnegan Bailiff, one of the drivers who gets taken out there at the start. But a great start, though, for Jackson Wolney with a good gap behind to Hudson Brown and Brandon Lemke in that third spot.
Yeah, Lemke right on Hudson Brown on that gold kart there, that blue and green and gold machine. Although a big bobble for Hudson, Lemke's going to have to go, and he will right there. And that's typical of the rules, that the unspoken code these guys live by. There's always a passing opportunity. You don't necessarily have to go because it's so inviting with the toe, but you see a guy hit a curb, drop a tire, miss an apex, and that's it. You get one shot, and if I'm on your bumper, I'm going by. Brandon Lemke had to go here because he's already watching this rookie start to put a bit of a gap on him. Behind him, great start for Christian Menezes there on the JMF Racing entry. And right to his inside, though, another veteran, Mick Gabriel, gets through on the AEM karting machine.
Yeah, so Mick Gabriel able to get that move done. And up in a P4 there, Menezes is going to have to fall back to that fifth spot. There goes Eli Warren, side by side, looking to get that move done on the 924 of Sam Altuski, and was able to get it done. So Eli Warren up another spot there and able to get clear. And Austin Olds further back there looking for the move as well. And further back in the field for Austin Olds, but he's able to get clear.
Yeah, good run for C.J. Bowman on the 928 MPG Academy Kart Republic. Into the top 10 here, and I believe his senior debut. So C.J. Bowman moving forward. You saw Vrutski was up 5 spots initially. He's now dropped obviously back a couple and has more on the way with the likes of Jaden Harry back in the 10th spot. Brandon Lemke last time tracked quite a bit quicker than Jackson Wolney, starting to hunt him down. Hudson Brown has cleaned himself up and pulled himself onto the rear bumper of Lemke to follow forward, and that has really opened up the gap back to Quick Mick Gabriel. It's probably going to go even bigger this time. Was 1.2 away from the lead last time. It's 1.4 now, so fourth on back. Still fighting, but definitely not making up any ground to the leaders by doing so, as there was a nice pass by Bowman getting by Ben Gaunt. That was for position number 7.
Yeah, so he's able to get that move done there. And they continue to push each other forward. Brandon Lemke now closing down the gap little by little to Jackson Wolney out in front. Hudson Brown as well, losing a little bit of touch there to Brandon Lemke. And the rest of the field just kind of staying in a straight line inside the top 10. Just outside is Chris Wareheim in that 12th spot. Back in the seat this weekend under the PSL Burrell Art team here. And Mr. Offset himself, P12 here at the moment.
Yeah, Chris Wareheim did return to this place in 2020 at the first race back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and he's got a lot of experience here dating back. He's one of the few drivers, one of the only drivers probably on the KA Stars grid that raced this place on its original pavement and configuration back in the mid-2000s and late 1990s. I asked him earlier in the weekend, I was like, yeah, no Masters stuff for you, right? He's like, absolutely not. KA Masters too slow. He said, I'd love to go and run OKN Pro Stars, but I just don't think I can make the weight. He's a taller guy, and you can see that compared to the kids he's running around, like Sam Avrutsky, who just made a nice move to go back forward, although right back in on him is going to go Ben Gaunt, and the 993 and Avrutsky are still door-to-door into the corner. Back and forth we go. Avrutsky gets the spot back. Sorry, Menezes, then Jaden Harry, then Ben Gaunt, and then Wareheim in the 12th spot. He crossed the line there just behind Alex Feldstein. All the while, Jackson Wolney continues to control the race. And while we were looking back as well, we'll take another look back later to check in on some of the drivers from the opening lap skirmish, as Lemke wants the lead, and he's going to take it away in turn number 10. Tracked him down the last few laps. The Franklin Motorsports Merlin to the point here, headed to the final turn as we go to the halfway mark in heat number 1 for Group B in KA Stars.
Yeah, and Lemke was just behind Warney, looking at his line, seeing whatever Warney was doing, and continuing to close down that gap to Warney ahead, and able to retake the lead that time by. So let's see what Lemke can do at the point of the field. There you saw Eli Warren for a second. He was able to get ahead of Mick Gabriel, so Eli Warren up to P4 there. Mick Gabriel fell back to P5. So for Lemke, already putting a little bit of a gap there to Jackson Warney, and there's the rest of your field that continues to cycle through. Xander, I want to bring up another point, right? The first time that we see the sun work its way onto the racetrack. So, I mean, it was a very green racetrack when we got here yesterday, but the sun has also affected. Do you think that the track will continue to evolve as the day progresses, or is it pretty much going to stay the same in relative to what it was yesterday?
Well, again, I mean, so much of track progression is based on rubber laying down, so you kind of expect the weekend to, you can see it. We're getting darker and darker lines on the main racing line. That's going to change. How much that changes your setup, your air pressure, that remains to be seen. I've had weekends here where the track has stayed pretty stagnant, as much as it looks different, as much as you expect it to get different. And then there's other weekends where it's going to change. The sun baking the racetrack. There is, of course, a turning point at most circuits, and it depends on the asphalt makeup of when it goes from super grippy to super slippery, or is most commonly referred to greasy. Or when that rubber, that right now, when it's cold or colder in the mornings, is super fast and helps the kart get to the corner. As it heats up, it loses some of that extra traction you get earlier in the day. Now, let's check and look back. This is Marco Maestranzi on that super tuned Parolin, making a move on Autumn Fisher. He fell outside the top 25. He's now up to what looks to be 18th across the line. And again, just like in K8 Junior, talking about Carter McMurray having to drive back forward from an opening lap crash, the same for the likes of Marco Maestranzi, Finnegan Bailiff, and the others involved in the opening lap carnage, because they need to get those heat race points to put them in pre-final A, not just to have a shot at a good starting spot, but to not have to worry about whether or not they're going to make the main event later on today. So Maestranzi, he gets himself up at least to the top 15 by the end of this one. He should be more than good with a good finish in heat number 2, but you don't know what the future entails. He could blow a chain, he could have a mechanical issue. Anything could go wrong in that second heat race, so he needs the best that he can make out of heat number 1, and right now he's doing just that to make up ground from that turn 1 crash on that Parolin USA machine. Mark him now here in 17th. Back up front, Brandon Lemke's lead. It's about a car length. He hasn't pulled away from Jackson, to be fair. The rookie staying right with him.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson Warney showing his pace, is doing a good job to stay with the veteran, with with all the accomplishments that Brandon Lemke has at the national scene, right? Whenever you think about K100 Senior or any class for that matter, you think about Brandon Lemke, right? A driver who's always one of the drivers at the front when it comes to K100 class. After stepping away for the X30 for some time, and then focusing on the KA side of things, having a little bit more fun, like we've seen Blake Nash do this year, stepping away from X30, focusing on the KA side, and just kind of reignites that flame inside of you. So for Blake Nash, now moving back into the pro side across other series, but here running K100 Senior at the Stars Championship Series.
The gaps back from the top 3 have stayed similar, if not grown a little bit. Last time by Eli Warren, who runs in the 4th spot. He's matching the leaders, just took a little bit too long to get up the grid. He's 2 seconds away, and with the rate that they're running right now and the lack of passing, you probably won't see him get there. Here's back to CJ Bowman, who has gotten around Mick Gabriel for 5th. What an impressive run for this young man. He's obviously shot up and had a big growth spurt back at the end of his junior days, so he looks like he belongs, but don't let that fool you. This is a very, very impressive KA Stars debut for CJ Bowman, and the MPG Academy boys have got to be fired up as he's staring down a potential top 5 result in his first heat race against, like you mentioned, Caleb, some of the biggest stars in the KA category in North America. So a very well put together veteran level run from CJ Bowman there in the 5th spot as he has Mick Gabriel behind him and a big gap back to the likes of Christian Menezes, Sam Avrutsky, Jaden Harry, and Alex Feldstein. White flag in the air, and the question now becomes, can Jackson Wolney put a couple corners together to give him a shot at Brandon Lemke? Right now, he's too far away.
Yeah, at the moment, I mean, Jackson Wolney has to get his car closer to Brandon Lemke if he wants to get the move done. The best chance that he'll have is down this back straightaway, but just not close enough. A car length still separates the two of them. Almost 3 car lengths separates the two of them. So just a little bit ways back for Jackson Wolney, and I don't think he's going to have enough in the bag to really get there at the end of the race.
Yeah, he got a fantastic exit. Brandon Lemke did leading onto that backstretch. And another good launch out of turn 11. That's going to allow him to take the normal line and make this look easy. Smooth like butter, Brandon Lemke wins heat number 1 for KA Stars Group B over Wolney, Brown, Warren, and Bowman. Further back, there's the end of your top 10. Feldstein hangs on over Wareheim. Marco Maestranzi got through this big skirmish here, and he climbs his way all the way up to 13th at the checkers. Finnegan Bailiffs drive back forward. He was making a lot of progress earlier on, but something happened here on this final lap to the TKG Kart Republic driver. There he goes, shaking his head across the line. He had climbed all the way into the top 20 and was marching his way up, and now he gets credited with a 30th place result. So a very disappointing end for Finnegan Bailiff there. And of course, the first lap, he had a kart stopped in front of him, so he was trying to charge, and just nothing but bad luck for Finn Bailiff there, the man we spoke to right before this heat race got underway. Alex asked him, starting on that outside line, was he worried at all? And again, he was on the bad end of a turn 1 crash, the worst end really, as well as Joshua Davis. And a shout out to Ben Hernandez for not giving up. That kart did eventually fire, and he laid a lap down at the very end that was equal to the likes of Lemke, Wolney, and Brown. Here's the rest of the top 10. You see Mastronzi we talked about just behind Ryan Crouch and Wareheim, Landon Cardwell, and Carson Sauter. But for Ben Hernandez, he climbed up a handful of spots with leading level pace there, a 43.3. The best the leaders did were 43 2s and 1s in tow with each other. So Ben Hernandez on the BJR MDR LN kart is having a bittersweet start to his Saturday. Speed to run up front through the entire heat race, but a mechanical issue takes him out of a top 10 starting spot, and instead he's staring down a potential run to the B pre-final just to hope that he can get himself a main event starting position. But there's a look over into the scales. Jackson Wolney sporting Austin Garrison's new outfit, the Racecraft Driver Development local program that he'll be launching here very shortly, based in South Florida where he resides, and covering a lot of club and regional events where he's going to be passing on his championship and race-winning knowledge to the next generation. He's obviously been working with Speed Concepts Racing to train Jackson Wolney quite a bit here in 2024, and I'd say it's starting to pay off a little bit.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Jackson Wolney showed great pace today in his first full senior start. So, I mean, a great race from green to checkered for Jackson Wolney the entire way through. But, I mean, Xander, I'll tell you what, that's only half of our KA 100 senior field, right? That was only our Heat 1. Coming up next is the second part of your KA 100 seniors that are going to get set to go out onto the racetrack, where Hayden Jones and others are going to deliver the exact same level of action that we just saw.
Yeah, and talk about a big mix on that front row alone, right? You've got there in frame Hayden Jones, sporting the RPG colors, but a dad and lad effort out of a pickup truck and trailer this weekend. And then to the inside, we've got another rookie that'll be leading us to green. Mason Walters was undefeated in KA Junior competition back in 2023 Stars Championship Series. And the BJR MDR driver is going to lead his first ever KA Stars event to green. here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Then back row 2, he's got his teammate behind him in James Overbeck. And then this guy, the most recent winner in the KA senior category, Alan Isambard for Sodi Racing USA, will roll off in the 4th spot, which has not been the easiest place to get your race started in. And he starts alongside right there James Overbeck, who is slowly coming into his own. And after Orlando's viral moment, he's wanting to make a viral moment of him crossing the line first this time. Let's see if he can do it this weekend or even today, starting 3rd here in heat number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Overbeck, one of the drivers that has a lot of laps around this place, obviously on the 206 side of things, but getting set to go green here again this weekend. And talk about another BJR MDR LN kart there, right? The 906 starting right behind him right behind him on that 3rd row. So let's run you down your field as our grid continues to update. But Xander, I mean, a good weekend on the KA side of things for these BJRs.
Yeah, Brandon Jarstruck and Mike Doty have to be happy with how their drivers are faring speed-wise. A bit of bad luck for Ben Hernandez at the start of the Group B heat, but now for Group A, we'll see if they can get going, as there is all kinds of action around America's home for racing this weekend. You saw the Ford Performance Mustangs on the racetrack for another track day. They were here yesterday, and the louder sounds you might hear behind the kart engines on our cameras is it's the NHRA 4-wide Nationals across the street at the ZMAX Dragway here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This place has it all. A drag strip, a dirt oval that hosts the World Finals later on in the year. Of course, they've got the 5th Mile Legends Oval out on the backstretch behind the property. Then you've got the quarter-mile oval on property here on the infield. And then, of course, there's the 1.5-mile NASCAR Cup Series layout that we're inside of in the infield of turn number 3. And not to mention, there's another track they're building. There's a road course they're building outside of turns 1 and 2. This place has it all, and it has produced great racing so far. We're about to get treated to some more. KA Stars, Group A, Heat 1, inside for Mason Walters, and we're green down to the first corner, and the first few rows this time make it through, but Jones is going to lose at least 1 spot, and he'll keep it at that as he slots into 3rd.
Yeah, so Hayden Jones was stuck on that outside, was able to get through, though, in P3. As you see, a lot of moves into the bus stop chicane there. A couple of drivers able to get through. Austin Olds is in this heat race this time, and mistaken for one of his teammates last time by, but Austin Olds and Stephen Miller there further back, 2 junior drivers that we saw at the Star Championship Series last year, and it's still the BJR MDRs who lead here. Isambard there working his way through the field as well. So for Hayden Jones already trying to stack and pack the field for Mason Walters. Overbeck going to lose a spot there to Hayden Jones, who looks to get it done. Going to push Overbeck all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack there, and Hayden Jones going to get through for P2, and Isambard going to go for P3.
Yeah, James did not want to concede, and Hayden gave him just enough room to stay on the surface, but he was clearing himself on the exit of the corner there, and that was tight. Now, you see Olds getting by on Adam Brickley, another one of the privateer entries. He's in that blue and yellow Alonzo kart. Now getting shuffled a little wide as Lucas Zabo puts the bumper to him there at the end of the backstretch, and Mason Walters is still stacking this field up as everyone is shuffling behind him. He's trying to force this to happen and give himself a break to pull away, as Isambard, Jones, and Overbeck have traded 2nd and 3rd multiple times in just the first 2 laps. But finally, Mason has a little bit of separation and can go back to running the normal line, but it won't stay that way. As we know in KA racing, the draft will bring these guys back together. There's so many at the same speed, and all that's left is the slipstream effect that we see quite a bit here at Charlotte. Down the backstretch, Overbeck 3 car lengths away. That won't last.
Yeah, definitely not for long. He's either going to have help from Isambard from behind, or just going to get there on merit. But I mean, that the strategy that Mason Walters is using here, I mean, we've seen it time and time before, right? Whenever guys in the KA 100 senior class gets to the lead, they like to go defensive early, stack and pack the class, let them fight it out, let them either wreck each other or do whatever it is, and then open up their gap and be able to run away with the win. For Mason Walters, that strategy worked for a little bit, but James Overbeck right back on his rear bumper.
And that's something you can get away with a lot more in junior racing, which is what we're seeing, more of a KA junior mentality out of Mason Walters right there. You've seen it sometimes in KA senior, but very rarely do you see that happen in KA Stars, where the drivers behind aren't smart enough to say, hey, you know what, we see what the leader's doing. I'll let you go right now because it's a long enough race that I can pass you later. And that's what's happened up front, is this massive gaggle here is a big line from about maybe 12th or 13th on back, continuing to fight. In the middle of this group here, you've got a couple of TKG Kart Republics. Nikolay Dukov is one of them. and I'm trying to find who the rest are. Adam Brickley's fallen all the way outside the top 15, and already Walters felt Overbeck coming. He has parked it so hard. There is contact. There's the wreck we were waiting for. Jared Clark, James Overbeck, Aiden Jones hopping over the front, and Jared Clark, the 906, who was running safely inside the top 5. Heavy damage to that car, and he'll drop to the rear. And I'm sure there'll be some chats in the tent about that one, because that was all triggered by Jared Clark's aggressive defensive driving, and it has definitely exploded, and it's pulled the pack away. It's not what you want to see from a purist racing standpoint, but it's worked for him for now if it holds, as the rest of the pack fights through the final turn. Jones now has Adam Maxwell on his tail, and he is way back from the rest of the leaders. And we'll see if he got any damage, because that kind of hop with the rear end might bend the axle. You saw James Overbeck driving away with a bent front end, but luckily Jones is going to get some gap as this group, Lucas Szabo, Austin Olds, slamming the curbs and sliding all across the racetrack in the chicane right now.
Yeah, all these drivers, I mean, carnage already here in this race, and that's what happens whenever you go defensive and stack and pack the field. So, kind of what we thought was going to happen whenever the field gets so stacked and packed like that. But Austin Olds here leading away, one of the trading karting group Kart Republics there. That's Lucas Szabo, and a couple of others continuing to work their way through here. Austin Olds currently in that P5 spot and continuing to work their way through. And there goes one of the
Brickley on the inside there of, I believe, Zach Frank. So that was for P8. It's Szabo to Olds, then to Noah Jackson, the newest joinee of the Trinity Karting Group Brigade. He's out of Miami, Florida. We've seen him normally on the Vice Racing Kart Republic team, but joining the U.S. factory-backed Kart Republic operation. Now, Alan Isambard managed to avoid all of that chaos that Mason Walters kind of spurred off by defending for the lead. He's now on his tail, and we've still got 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so there's enough time for Alan to take his time making his way past the BJR MDR driver. Now, Hayden Jones, 2.2 seconds back. If he got any damage, he's not showing it right now. He was even to the leaders last time by on speed, a 43.57 to Walters at a 43.51. Adam Maxwell matching him stride for stride and actually hit his personal best at a 43.42 last time around, and went quick as well. So through turns 10 and 11 we go with 2 minutes and some change left. Mason Walters, Alan Isambard, your 2 leaders here with still about probably 5 or 6 more laps to dance.
Yeah, 5 or 6 more laps to go as they have 2 minutes left on the clock. Alan Isambard closing down that gap to Mason Walters, looking to make some quick work of Mason Walters here and trying to get to the point of the field here for Alan Isambard, coming off a great win out in Houston a couple of weeks ago. Looks to repeat here in Charlotte for Alan Isambard, for the Homestead-based driver here. Does he have a good enough run into turn number 8? Not close enough as of yet, but still very close to Mason Walters. And it's all about strategy here. Is Isambard going to push? He's not. On the inside there of the double left-hander, able to get clear. So the Sony Racing USA driver to the point of the field. Mason Walters to second here. Walters going to go back into turn number 13, able to get clear. Isambard an over-under move, able to get back ahead. So the veteran here back to the point of the field and pointing emphatically forward to Mason Walters, because Hayden Jones and Adam Maxwell are not too far behind.
And a big sticker there, great catch by our cameraman, going down to turn number 1 in the middle of the racing line, forcing the drivers to the outside. That one little exchange of a couple passes and over-unders has already shaved off 8/10 back to Hayden Jones and Adam Maxwell. And now again Walters tries to go by on Isambard, fighting every single lap here to stay in the lead, and Allen staying out front, held him back that time. He's trying what he can to pull away, but it's just so difficult here. He's now going to go a little defensive to the last turn. Hayden Jones is going to get new life and a second shot at this heat race win if this continues, with 40 seconds plus a lap or 2 to go.
Yeah, 40 seconds plus 2 to go left in this one. Alan Isambard still leads. Walters kind of looking to go back on Alan Isambard here, but I don't think that's going to help him out too much, as Hayden Jones and Adam Maxwell were almost 4/10 quicker than the 2 leaders ahead. So for Jones and Adam Maxwell with full heads of steam, looking to get up there at the end of it. And I mean, and to think about it for Hayden Jones, right, was up in the air at one point in this race, and now closing down the gap to the 2 leaders here at the moment. A car length separates the BJR MDR LN Kart and the Sodi Racing USA driver of Alan Isambard.
Out of the final turn this time around, Alan Isambard's lead up to 2 car lengths, 2 laps to go. Jones 1 second back, but he still needs something to happen for the lead. Let's look at this back here. Wow, we are 3 wide going down to turn number 1, and that is going to really shake it up as a big slide in the front of that pack there from what might have been Ryan Miller. But there was all kinds of chaos. Stephen Miller was in the mix of this as well. This pack outside the top 10, dicing it up quite a bit here in the closing stages of heat number 1 for Group A. Isambard, Walters, there's Jones pulling away now from Adam Maxwell. Needs more defending from Isambard. Didn't get a big move there in the last turn, just a minor one. Didn't give him up too much time as Mason now pointing to focus forward. Of course, when he's back in second, yeah, let's work together and I'll follow you. Open the door for me.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's always different whenever you're the one in second. It's like, yeah, you know what? I'll push you forward. Then you make the pass, catch him off guard. But for now, Mason Walters knows that Hayden Jones is closing in behind. He takes a look back, and Mason Walters not going to be close enough there as he lost a lot of time there on the exit of turn number 7 and going to fall under fire to Hayden Jones here shortly. If Hayden Jones can pull out a haymaker and try and get close enough to the rear bumper of Mason Walters. But for Alan Isambard, hasn't looked back since he got to the point of the field here, Xander.
Yeah, perfectly placed final lap, and a frantic Mason Walters is going to come up a little bit shy. Checkers in the air. Alan Isambard wins heat number 1 for Group A. Alan holds off Mason there by half a second at the end. Here's a look back at that massive group. Adam Brickley has dropped like a rock, just getting shoved, or sorry, not Adam Brickley, my bad, Stephen Miller in the middle of that. He ends up 13th, getting around Ryan Miller, no relation, trailing Byron Daly. The big moment of that race, of course, Jared Clark and James Overbeck and Hayden Jones all colliding. Overbeck climbs his way back up to the 7th spot behind Lucas Zabo at the line. But for Jared Clark, another one of the Brandon Jarskrak Racing, Mike Doty Racing rookies, he has a totally different ending to his opening heat compared to his teammate Mason Walters, who on debut ends up unofficially second there in Heat 1 to Jones, Maxwell, Brickley, Zabo, Overbeck, Austin Olds, Noah Jackson, Zach Frank got as high as about 5th or 6th. He ends up back in the 10th spot. Then Surgeoner, Daly, Miller, and then Dukov, the top 15. And then we'll find some drivers that didn't have the best of the opening heat, like Jared Clark, who will be all the way down in 29th for his first heat race. He needs a top 5 or maybe a top 10. And there is definitely some choice words being given there. That's Austin Olds and Lucas Zabo. We caught a little bit of how crazy their fight was getting. Hayden Jones working his way to the front of the scale line. I think he's making his way over to his kart. Mason Walters there just ahead of him. But I think Hayden was talking with James Overbeck right as we came back there, just kind of letting him know, hey, wasn't personal, wasn't trying to get over you, just it all stacked up and a rough incident. But obviously James Overbeck not happy there, and he's going back to chat as well with Jared Clark about how that race ended up. All these young drivers here, Overbeck, Clark, Mason Walters, good buddies off the racetrack, but definitely not the way they would have liked to end the opening heat race. And you can tell by just the facial expression and body English from all of them that this is not how they would have liked to start the Queen City Gambit. So lots to take away, lots to catch up on, and one more heat race before the lunch break. OKN Juniors on deck, folks. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage from Charlotte Motor Speedway in round 1 of the Stars Championship Series. We'll be right back.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
best, you have to learn from the best. Racecraft Driver Development by multi-time karting champion Austin Garrison is here to help you elevate your game behind the wheel. Inquire now and go faster tomorrow. As the scale line continues to roll here for KA Stars rolling through. OKN Jr. is released onto the racetrack now, and the 14 drivers getting set for our final heat race before the lunch break midday here. For those of you joining us right now, this is the Stars Championship Series Queen City Gambit, and we are just getting set for one more run around this Charlotte Motor Speedway karting circuit before a short break for the staff, and then to go do it all again with heat number 2 on deck for the all of these semi-pro categories. Then they'll run their pre-finals as well before we get into main event action tomorrow. And in between then and now, we've got the Pro Show afternoon run with 2 heat races for OKN Stars and Pro Stars. On to the line here, Davin Roberts on the inside, Chase Gassiet Lee on the outside. And we are green for OKN Jr. through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, through turns 1 and 2, Gassiet Lee was looking to get the move done on the outside. Wasn't close enough. Side by side there for the P4 spot. Able to get clear. That's Michael McGoy and company. They're stuck in that 4th spot as Nathan Dupuis looking for a move into the chicane. Able to get clear on Gage Korn. So a good move there by Nathan Dupuis to work his way further up the field. Luke Tall further back there, and there's Tyrone Kemper Jr. as well. So a lot of drivers. 14 for the inaugural season of this OKNJ here at the States.
Yeah, a little gap from the top 3 back to Luke Tall there in the 4th spot with an impressive, Naomi Garcia in the 4th spot on the Sodi Racing USA entry. The 119 leads over Max Weiland, and then McGoy, and then you go back to Antonino as here's a good fight. Middle of the pack, Dupuis got around Korn earlier, now he's back 2, almost back 3. Although he's able to fend off the charge from Forrest Adams on that BJR MDR entry, and Forrest falls all the way back behind Luke Tall here just outside the top 10 after crossing the line. Let's go side by side here while things slowly get going for OKN Jr. with Davin Roberts leading the way as we're standing by down in the scale line.
Thank you, Xander. Here, the Heat 1 winner in KA Stars, Alan Isambard. Alan, I mean, starting where you left off in Houston, you had a front row view for a majority of that race of kind of the carnage unfolding before you were able to walk away with that win. I mean, describe that race as a whole to me.
Yeah, it's not as clean as what it was in Texas for sure, so I got to drive a little bit differently. Strategy is slightly different because you got to plan passes slightly different, and everything's flat here. Majority of the corners are flat, so you got to find a gap somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, with how close this field is, you think you're going to be able to repeat that in heat number 2 in the pre-finals coming up?
I mean, I did it once, so I can do it twice.
Well, there it is. Short answer, that's all it takes. I mean, P1 for Alan Isambard, congrats.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
There you go from Alan Isambard, our Heat 1 winner from Group A in KA Stars. Side-by-side battle here for John Antonino Jr. and Max Weiland going at it on the OKNJ, but big over-under there. And you see a lot of those in that corner in this class because we're really playing in the power band of this motor. That's been a lot of the talk around the paddock as well. For the KA guys, like Alan's saying, they've got so much grip and so much bottom that they're able to really just drive it in pretty deep and carry a lot of speed. The OKN power plant at certain racetracks like the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, they are really slow coming out of the hairpins in comparison to the other single-speed counterparts. But right here, right in a mid-range heavy, little bit of top-end racetrack, we've seen some close times in qualifying for Pro OKN Stars, but this is the first test of the medal of what the OKN Juniors will look like here. Their first ever race in the States, and Davin Roberts leading the way by just about a car length and a half to Chase Gassiet Lee. And Isaac Malkin, little sizzle there on the BRL for PSL Karting. And Mark Steele Racing running 3rd. Last time by, he was 2/10 better than the race leader.
Yeah, 2/10 better there, and Michael McGoy as well, lapping really quickly, a 41.633, fastest lap of the race that time by. And there he goes on the inside of Naomi Garcia, going to get clear, and I think Garcia just kind of waved him by, knew that McGoy was quicker and the RPM driver going to work his way up to P4 and trying to have a go at Isaac Malquit here. And for Garcia, just wasn't able to get close enough to Malquit to really get that move done, and wanted McGoy to have a go at it here. So let's see what McGoy can do against the Burrell Art machine of Isaac Malquit.
Yeah, Isaac Malquit last time 41.9, this time 41.9. Again, another 10th knocked off the top two for the third place driver as the top five are inching together. Gassiet Lee also a bit better than Davin Roberts. So the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart that leads may not be leading for the entirety if he can't find any more speed, as Naomi Garcia rips a piece of tape off of her radiator. She's fallen back now to the 5th spot as McGoy has gone by, and he is right on the tail of Isaac Malquit. So Michael McGoy, assuming that he's probably got a similar piece to Davin Roberts, going now for 3rd to the inside of the last turn, and Garcia to follow. We might see Davin start to pull away now. Ryan Perry Motorsport 1st and 3rd, and Roberts the new personal best and the new overall best, 41.78. Or sorry, personal best. Michael McGoy was better the lap before, 41.6.
Yeah, so already Davin Roberts in this mid-stage of the race, opening up that gap a little bit to Chase Gassiet Lee in that 2nd spot. So going to be interesting to see what Chase Gassiet Lee can do towards the closing stages of this race, if you miss tire pressure a little bit or just a setup when it comes down to it. So, it could be anything for Chase Gassiet Lee here in this one as Davin Roberts continues to pull away here a little bit. Could have just been an off lap as well for Chase. So going to have to, keep it together and try and stay within range to Davin Roberts, which I believe is one of the only drivers who's actually driven a two-stroke around this place. There goes Isaac Malquit on the inside of Naomi Garcia into turn number 1, and he gets clear. So Malquit up to P4, Garcia falls back to 5.
Yeah, so Naomi got around him a moment ago. Now Isaac getting back up in the top 5 further. Great point by Davin Roberts. Another point to make as well. You've got teammates 1st and 3rd. They're able to try a lot more and compare a lot more data on these engines as everyone is learning. Whereas for Nash Motorsports and Chase Gassiet Lee on that Coastal Link custom printing entry, he's the lone entry for them in this class. Now he's going to try and put that to the lead in the final turn. He gets through on Davin and takes over the point. And the Nash boys, they have experience with the package going to the Challenge of the Americas as an over-under from Chase and a little wheel bang in there at the end of the corner. This is going to put him all wide as Davin got in the dirty stuff, and he's going to fall all the way back to 5th.
And you see what happens whenever he gets that dirty side of the racetrack. Roberts losing a lot of time. He could be the fastest driver out here, but lost a lot of time. McGoy was quickest last time by. So let's see what McGoy can do against Chase Gassiet Lee, who is your new leader around here. Naomi Garcia holding off Davin Roberts. Is he going to look for a move on the inside? He is. Gets clear. Naomi Garcia looked for the over-under. Wasn't close enough to get it done. Gage Korn coming into play here. Going to go on the inside of Naomi Garcia in a 13. He's going to get clear. So Gage Korn up into the top 5 here at the moment, P5. Isaac Malquit not too far back either from the top 2.
Yeah, so Gage Korn slowly chipping away at the leaders the last few laps to get there, and thanks to the battling, he's gotten a lot closer to at least 4th and 5th and moved himself in the top 5. Michael McGoy back in 2nd, a car length away from Chase Gassiet Lee, but through all of that chaos, it's now a 2-second margin, and we got problems for Isaac Malquit. Pulls off the racetrack, had an issue there at the end of the backstretch as we changed the lead. Isaac Malquit with a very uncharacteristic look of something breaking. But the 175 obviously knew he had a problem rounding turn number 9 at the end of the backstretch, and he's in as fighting continues. Now it's 2 guys up front. Roberts into 3rd as he gets back around Gage Korn and starts to charge forward once again, but 2.5 seconds removed from the lead that he once held. 40 seconds to go. Michael McGoy, Chase Gassiet Lee, 2 drivers that are looking for a maiden national win. And the report coming in, it was the exhaust that broke for Isaac Malquit. So the rear pipe either disconnected at the silencer or straight out of the header. And he knew that issue, heard it, and instantly bailed out and went into the scale line as we're fighting back for the lead again. Chase Gassiet Lee retakes the point, coming at 15 seconds and 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Chase Gassiet Lee defending from Michael McGoy. He's going to get stuck on the outside there of the racetrack. Chase Gassiet Lee still leads the way. McGoy trying to throw a haymaker here. And you see the power band start to struggle through that slower section of the racetrack as Chase Gassiet Lee tries to push his kart, easing onto the gas, and McGoy just had a much better run and it was all over the rear bumper there of Chase Gassiet Lee. What does it look like across the back straightaway? Not close enough for McGoy as of yet, but going to have a good run there on exit. Is he close enough here into the hairpin on the outside? Gassiet Lee defending. Can he get the over-under move for McGoy? not as of yet for the RPM driver. Going to have to stay in second. And Gasly still defending with everything that he's got to try and keep McGoy behind. An over-under move for McGoy, not close enough as of yet. And Chase Gasly keeping it ahead with 2 laps to go left in this OKNJ race.
Big move this time. The over-under sticks for Michael. He gets through on Chase, takes back the top spot. 2 laps to go, and the leaders dancing up front have already shaved a second off the run back to Davin Roberts for third. He's charging, trying to bring that pack forward. Down the backstretch, Chase taking a look back. He sees that the rest of the group are closing in on them, but at the same time, Michael McGoy with a decent lead now into turns 10 and 11. Over through the S's here. If Michael can just put 1 good lap together and not block on the inside, he'd be good. But he did defend and parked it on the exit to try and force Gasly to either give him a shove or hit the brakes. 1 to go, and the next group is going to get there here soon enough as Gasly around the outside. He's there, still side by side and clear.
And that's the first time we've seen him move around the outside like that. Gasly proving everybody wrong, showing that you can do it on the dirty side of the racetrack. McGoy lost the spot to Davin Roberts. Naomi Garcia was looking to go through as well as Gage Korn and his MPG Motorsports machine. There goes Max Weiland looking to push Garcia through, not close enough. A little bit sideways, Gage Korn, P4. Gasly now defending from Davin Roberts once again, who has been a recovery drive. Garcia goes backwards into the tire wall, and Garcia out of the race here.
Final turn, Davin Roberts high and low. McGoy tried to send it on the inside of Davin, seeing the opportunity, and that's going to seal it. Chase Gasly wins Heat 1 in a wild way over Roberts, McGoy, Korn, and Max Weiland sneaks his way into the top 5 there at the end. We just caught the back half of what happened to Naomi Garcia, and of course, once you spin, you're not allowed to try and bump start that kart on the racetrack. She'll drop all the way down to 13th. Due to the carnage there coming into turn 10 on the final lap, and had a long run all the way over to the tire wall for Naomi. But the young lady from Trinidad it will suffer a fail to finish result in the first heat race after fighting for the majority in 4th and 5th. There's a look at how they all stacked up across the line. Back from the top 5, John Antonino Jr. there in 6th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. 7th, Forrest Adams, Maximo Karam, and Nathan Dupuis. Your top 10 to Paulie Hart, Luke Tall, the final 2 to finish, and then Garcia with that crash on the last lap, and Isaac Malkiet out in 14th. Last place for the silencer issue for Isaac. We'll see if we do have a short break on the schedule for lunch here. It is going to get cut a bit short. I don't know if that will extend into a slight delay for the afternoon rotation of sessions right now. Oh, sorry, short break here for this one. My mistake, not the lunch break yet. But short break here between Heat 1 and Heat number 2 was slated to be around 20 minutes. It's going to end up being around 12. Looking at the schedule, lunch break will come after Pro and Rock Masters. My mistake there. So we do have a bit of a gap here in the action. We'll use it to take another quick break and come back and see if we can chat with maybe Chase Gasly after that wild one and the first official winner of a heat race in OKN Junior.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Well, as we get set to go with our KA Masters, we've got the scale line through from OKN Junior. Let's go down to Alexander Searle as he's standing by with our Heat 1 winner.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Chase representing for AMR Motorplex there. A good last lap battle. You're the first driver to pass around the outside through turn number 1 that we've seen all day. I mean, describe that last lap move and the race as a whole.
He tried to park it in turn 1. I just went. I was hoping there was grip on the outside, and there was not much, but I found a little bit. Held around side and 1 and 2, side by sides. Getting to turn 3, just got on the inside and got into him a little bit.
Yeah, now that you have a race under your belt in the OK&J package, I mean, how do you feel like it races, and what do you think of the package as a whole?
I think it's good racing. You have to be really smart. It's like bridge racing where you have to be very smart and very calculated with your moves.
Thank you, Chase.
Oh, thank you.
All right, that's Chase Gassia-Lee here. We'll bring on our P2 driver as well, Davin Roberts. Davin, you had an up and down race throughout that one there. You're up in the first, down in 5th at one point, back into P2. Describe that race to me and how you felt like it went in your seat.
Yeah, it was very eventful. Chase got to my inside, won, and washed me out to the marbles. Nothing we could do, unfortunately, but just had to keep our heads smooth and focused, keep working our way forward, and we got back to P2.
Thank you, Davin.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Well, and the break is over. We've got a handful more heats on tap for you guys here this morning before we get into a short lunch break for the staff. I was mistaken. There's actually a little more time left on the schedule based on how it's set to go. We've got KA Masters on track now. Micro Swift is on grid. Pro and Rock Masters will lead us into the lunch break, splitting up the second rotation of heat races. So heat number one already in the books. Let's go to heat two with David Goldman, Ryan Kastner, Anthony Stifler, and Paul Montepoli on the first two rows. Alex?
Yeah, row three on back to me, Scott Carapoletti, John Bonanno, Tyler Presto, Austin Queen, Chris McKinley, Kim Carapoletti, Peter Cook, Tom Gertzner, Jose Garcia, Bob Davis, Kevin Simonellic, Frank Jufrey, Ken Simonellic, and William Stifler. That's going to be the 18 go-karts that make up the KA Masters field here as they round the final corner and get ready to take the green flag.
So Ryan Kastner on the Marinello, and then, of course, the DAP kart of David Goldman on the inside, getting ready to lead us into the boxes. Here we go, heat number two. We got something that just came off one of the go-karts. There might have been a battery clamp, it looked like, that spun off to the inside, but we're green here as they head through turns 1 and 2 and over through 3 and 4. An easy-going start for your KA Masters as they head to the chicane for the first time and onto the back straightaway. No problem so far. Goldman to Kastner, And a good start from, I believe, Stifler there back in the 5th spot, even probably better from Paul Montepoli and John Bonanno. Everyone in the top 5 just kind of filing into line there, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as they started.
Yeah, a much better start for the outside row, I think, finally, as we've seen some instances happen with the outside row throughout the majority of heats, the first round of heats. But now that it's starting to get, more rubber down to the outside, less marbles, there's more grip to hold around the outside. We saw Gassi at lead make it stick in the OK&J class. So for Kasner, for the likes of John Bonanno, who started on the outside, they sit 2nd and 4th. So it kind of worked out for those guys. These Masters guys tend to be a little bit of a cleaner race. These are the crazy old guys, we like to say. So good stuff for Goldman. Still leads on board the DAP Kart. Paul Montepoli right there sits in 3rd. He had a great heat number 1 up until the last lap, where he fell back to 8th. Didn't really get to see what happened there on the broadcast, but unfortunately for him, went from 3rd to 8th on the final lap. Kasner, however, in front of him, all over the rear bumper of David Goldman. Bonanno in 4th, the reigning champion in the KA Masters class, had a rough qualifying to his standard outside your top 6, but he's up in the 4th on the comp car right now.
And a rough run in that last turn. He was full opposite lock going in as Kasner takes over the lead down in turn number 1. And that'll bring John Bonanno back up to him, along with Stifler and Carapalati and Tyler Prestel a little bit further back. So Ryan Kasner now leads the way for the first time in KA Masters. On to the backstretch we go here, working lap number 3. And further back, let's see, we've got Stifler there at the end of this train in 5th, and then Austin Queen actually there in the 6th spot on the Bureau Large. So the QG3 karting entry of Austin Queen right there in the 222 caps off this lead pack, because it's a healthy gap back to Scott Carapalati and Tyler Prestel, running by themselves in 7th and 8th. Kim Carapalati another 2nd away with a Gaggle and Peter Cook in tow. Another lap in the books. Kasner looking a lot more narrow through turns 1 and 2 than David Goldman. A big contrast in lines there that we really haven't seen so far this week. A lot of what everyone's been saying is the line is, all pretty the same for everyone. And if you go away from it in any which way, there's not a lot of grip. You heard it in Chase's interview with you as well, Alex, that he wasn't sure if it was going to be enough to go to the outside there. But we definitely are seeing some differences right now in KA Masters, as there's a good pass by Paul Montepoli on the AMV kart to get to 2nd.
Yeah, threw it up the inside there, and Montepoli looking racy early on in this one. All that battling for 2nd, though. Here comes John Bonanno in that 4th spot. Behind him, Stifler and Queen are in the mix now. This 4-5 kart train is turned to the 6. As, Montepoli there answering our question. There's still not enough grip on the outside. If you miss your turn-in point by even a foot, it could cost you. And here, this is what we've been talking about, right? If you go on the outside and you get in the marbles, it takes forever to get rid of that the marbles off your tires there. There's no real issue for Montepoli. He just made a mistake in turn number 1, and unfortunately for him, it's cost him a handful of spots.
Yeah, he let Stifler get through there into the chicane. Austin Queen couldn't find a way by, but is right behind him. Again wide there for Montepoli. Back now to the 217 of Tyler Prestel. He's gotten around Scott Carapalati. That's for 7th. And they've kind of latched on now to 6th, 5th, and 4th, while the top 3 get a major gap after all of that. So it's 1.6 seconds for Anthony Stifler up to the race lead, and Paul Montepoli goes from hunting down the leader to being hunted and falling into the mix of this middle group here as we reach the halfway point in Heat 2 for KA Masters.
Yeah, right now, so up front, it's still Kasner leading Goldman. Bonanno in tow there on the bumper of Goldman. Here's Tyler Prestel. He had a really strong heat number 1. He was your purple man in that one. Not as strong of a start to this race for the Cosmic driver as we saw in the first heat, but got around his teammate Carapalati up in the 7th, closing the gap to Austin Queen out front. Maybe a top 5 in the cards for Goldman, though, your pole sitter. He's starting to lose ground to the Maranello driver out front, falling to the clutches of the number 1 plate, John Bonanno, who's having a really good 2nd heat, just like he did in the first heat. If he can stay here, it'll be a pair of 3rd place finishes there. It'll line him up real good for the pre-final later this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, this would be fantastic, and just what you'd expect out of a championship-level driver like John Bonanno. Just picking up points, moving forward, putting together a good string of finishes, and all that really matters when it comes to the trophy is that final race on the weekend. So he doesn't need to win everyone, just needs to give himself a good starting spot to challenge for it. At the same time, they're all learning quite a bit right now in the way things are going in this heat race. You wouldn't know if they've run around each other for every practice session, but now they're really getting to see, as they all push each other a bit, of where they may have some strengths or weaknesses compared to the other top drivers in the class. Right now, Ryan Kastner having this kind of a lead in a 100cc race is pretty impressive. It doesn't look like a lot on camera, and it isn't a lot. It's a couple of car lengths, but he's losing every bit that he gains through the corners on straightaways like this, where David Goldman can close back up to him. So if something were to happen where the second and third place guys get into it and he gets away, he'd be tough to track down. And I think that right now should be the biggest takeaway in the midpoint of this race for either of them. You can see Goldman trying to carry a little more speed than Castro through turns 10 and 11, and he's kind of washing out wide in the S's there and sacrificing the run. So whether he needs a little more rear stability or a little better drive off in general to be able to roll the same speed and not wash out with a four-wheel slide, that's to me what he's got to work on, if anything, to get the last inch to fight for the win tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it's a great point there, Xander. Here's a good look at Stifler now. This group of three are starting to close the gap slightly to the group in front of them, as we see still Goldman on the bumper there of Kastner. We saw, I believe that might have been Prestel there dropping a tire on the exit of turn number 7. A bit of insight here. I talked to Isambard off camera talking about tire wear. We don't see it too often in the KA categories, but I asked him, listen, what's it like driving out there in the KA? He said it's basically flat out from turn 1 all the way to the left-hand sweeper, about turn 7 or 8 here around this Charlotte Motor Speedway. So they are flat out. Maybe in the Masters, guys, it's going to be very similar. He expects that right front to start to fade towards the end of heat number 2. So maybe these guys are starting to feel it, not as much in the KA Masters class, but again, tire wear is a factor because of how many left-handers you make.
Yeah, definitely. We talked earlier in the broadcast about the staggering of tire pressure and the tire wear. I'd be curious if any of these guys try to maybe flip those tires for the pre-final. You don't see it a lot because they get worn in a certain way, and then you spend the first half of the session when you flip them kind of wearing them back in the opposite way. But definitely maybe something someone might try to get a little more in the pre-final as we see the leaders start to trade it up here. Kastner with a good over-under on Goldman. 30 seconds to go, and Goldman goes back in on him in turn number 1.
Yeah, it all kicks off here with 2.5 to go. Kastner tried it up the inside, not going to happen. It's going to stack him and pack him here through turns number 4 and 5. Goldman somehow still maintains the lead ahead of Kastner, who thought about a sneaky move into 3. We've seen drivers make that happen. We saw it in the OKNJ class. Here's the best passing opportunity on the racetrack, but again, a half move like that is not what you want if you're Kastner, because now Bonanno has a chance here into the double left-hander. Not going to happen. Kastner goes defensive on Bonanno. I mean, they have a 2-second buffer to Stifler and Montopoli, but the more they battle, they're in the same frame now as they round the final corner. They're going to see 2 laps to go here. David Goldman is going to look to see if he can maintain this lead. Kastner looks over his shoulder. Doesn't have to defend from Bonanno, but as it stands, Goldman doing just enough to maintain the lead.
He's definitely changed his lineup in turns 1 and 2. That time he looked identical to Ryan Kastner, so those couple of laps behind might have learned a little bit, or maybe just the kart kind of came to him as the race has played out. But he's not out of the woods yet. Still only a car length back to Ryan, 2 back to Bonanno, who's just been kind of sitting there watching it all unfold in third. Down to turn number 10, still single file. Nothing there from those 3. Nothing from 4th, 5th, and 6th either. They've all stayed the same. Stifler, Montopoli, and Queen. After Montopoli kind of made that mistake early and fell back, he hasn't been able to really do too much. I think Austin Queen might have got around him this previous lap, and he has for 5th. So we did have 1 change there in that grouping, as Montopoli's now faded to 6th. And he's safe enough where Tyler Prestel 2 seconds away won't get there. So we'll keep our eyes on this fight for the lead and the win if it becomes a fight. For now, David Goldman enters the backstretch 2 car lengths up.
2 car length advantage. Kastner over his shoulder sees he has just enough of a buffer to John Bonanno. Clips the curbing though. That's going to give Bonanno a really good run here. Side by side through the double left-hander. Couldn't make it work. Kastner went really defensive. I think all this defensive driving from the 203 machine might give Goldman just enough to maintain the lead. Through the final corner, Goldman does the normal line. He exits the final corner up on the seat. David Goldman sweeps the day here in the KA Masters class for the heat races. Kastner P2, Bonanno 3rd, Stifler 4th, Queen, like you said, got around Montopoli there for 5th, 6th, Montopoli 7th, Prestel, his teammate Carapelletti behind him. That is Cook and McKinley. That's your top 10 in the KA Masters class.
Yeah, and I will say at least here from qualifying to now, it definitely feels like we've got a lot more of a fight on our hands here in KA Master. At least 3 drivers that all ran around each other for the entire duration of the race. no one really looked like they had a huge leg up. Kastner was definitely better in the middle. Goldman good enough at the end to get the lead and keep the buffer. And Bonanno kind of hanging right there with him. I don't know if he feels like he needs more or if he was just holding back and not showing all of his cards. But a P3 for the number 1 is another good points haul and a good safe spot to start for that pre-final when it all gets totaled up. Stifler, Queen, Montepoli, Tyler Prestel, Carapalati, Peter Cook, Chris McGinley. Then the next group as he gets around Kim Carapalati late in the going. Bob Davis, Tom Gerstner, Frank Jeffrey, Kevin Simonelik. The two of them running together in 14th and 15th here in K Masters Heat 2. And the final few, Jose Garcia, Ken Simonelik, and William Stifler, 16th, 17th, and then William with an issue early kept him from being able to turn more than just 3 laps in his heat race. So 2 more races still to go before a break for the hardworking Stars Championship Series and Charlotte Motor Speedway crew. And the first of those 2, the youngest stars of the Stars Championship Series, Micro Swift on deck with 24 on grid and ready to go for this one. We have, of course, Jake Manalio with a fantastic performance in qualifying. The Team Ferris Racing Black and Blue Kart Republic to line up the first of 3 KRs with Danny O'Gara on the outside of row 1 on that MPG Academy machine. And then back on row number 2 to the inside and third will be Santiago Orioli in the Orioli Kart Performance livery as well. On the outside of that second row, you look back and you'll find the number 22 BJR MDR entry of Parker Stewart, who's having a good start to the weekend speed-wise, trying to convert it into potentially a first career national podium or maybe first national win. Jake Manalio still looking for that big breakthrough win, but he's definitely stood on the box. And we've got the rest of them lined and ready with the likes of Lawrence Perriman and more with Easton Kubinski on the outside of row number 3, Alex.
Yeah, then row 4 on back, Wynn Godshock, Zane Burgess, Dominic Gaddis, Kason Hendrickson, Brody Stoffel, Zev Godshock there in 12th, Marcelo Flores, Darius Woronorits, Slate Harrell, Ruben Greer, Camden Clay, Logan McCloskey there, Jack Katowski, Lewis Tomashin there, rounding out your 10 rows here for Michael Swift. There's a few more to read through. So row 11 through 15 in this one, Lincoln Wiley, Axel Garcia, George Zeminski, Drake Williamson, Kristen Thomason, Leah Simonelik, Miles Wilson, Dominic Nagel there, and Liam Compatiello is your field in Michael Swift Stars.
So they're still awaiting the command to leave the grid. You can see the smoke billowing as they have fired the engines up. So we are moments away from going green with the second and final heat race for the Micro Swift division. And the wait from Justin Newcomb, our grid marshal. There's Alec Coates walking on by, the head race official for the Stars Championship Series as well. Keeping an eye on everything and hoping that the drivers make his job easy and race nice and clean. Again, the Pro Show, for those that are watching now, just catching up on all of you watching along at home, will run in the afternoon later today once the pre-finals are done for all the semi-pro categories, including this one. They've still got a pre-final afterwards. For now, the focus is on heat number 2 as they head onto the racetrack and begin to build heat in the tires. So let's recap a little bit of what went down in heat number 1, Alex, for the Micro Swifts.
I mean, where do I start? We got to start from the starts. I mean, that was a chaotic start there. Manalio was outside of the tram lines when the green flag waved. Orioli thought it was waved off. So at this section of the racetrack, when he was leading the field, he lifted and let about 8 of them by before he realized, oh no, we actually are green. So a chaotic start, a bit of miscommunication for some of these drivers there. Couldn't get sorted in line. So you see Manalio doing a much better job this time of where he needs to be to lead them to the green. You mentioned it, right? A debut pole position here on the national level for Manalio. So a great run for him. Much better job getting in the tram lines this time around, hopefully, when they round the final corner. But that was just the beginning of the chaos. We saw a good 5-way battle on the last lap between the likes of Burgess, Godshock, O'Gara, Manalio, and Easton Kabinski, with Burgess coming out on top. In this one, Burgess starts in 8th, so he has to make up 7 spots to do it again. He had the help of the chaos, but in terms of lap time, he was the quickest driver in heat number 1. Hoping for more of the same here in heat number 2. We see them really pointing toward the tram lines this time around. Manalio doing a much better job leading them to the green flag. And we are underway here. Manalio inside, outside O'Gara. Going to try to hold the outside, but he's going to get shoved wide by one of the BJR MDR drives. That's Parker Stewart. We have a few around there. That's the number 8 of Harrell there and the number 5 of Marcelo Flores. So they spun around, and they're in the back of the field here. Further up front, we saw O'Gara and Parker Stewart get into it. O'Gara now outside your top 10 as it stands.
Yeah, big spin as well. One of the Godshocks going around. That is the 21 of Zev Godshock, who started 11th here on the opening lap of heat number 2. Big lead already for Jake Manalio as Easton Kubinski slotted into second. And I believe it might have been Win Godshock on the Bennick that's gone all the way up into third. And indeed, from 8th on the grid for the number 25. So big shakeup for the field. The outside lane, a much worse start, but really the whole field just a big stack up as they head down the front stretch for the first time.
Yeah, so it's still Manalio ahead of Kubinski. This is the same start that Kubinski had in the first race after the chaos. He found himself in P2. He does it once again. Godshock, another great start for him. Orioli, a better start for him than what we saw in heat number 1. Where does Zane Burgess stand? He's 9th, so your heat 1 winner sits 9th. Kubinski doesn't want to wait any longer. He's through. Godshock's going to push him through because now they're side by side. So a 2-for-1 potentially on the cards. He has to slot in line there. Orioli's through. So Manalio 1st to 4th in the matter of a straightaway. It's that easy around Charlotte Motor Speedway. Behind him, O'Gara making amends for a bad start. Godshock to the inside. They're about to go 3 wide here as Kubinski maintains the outside. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 go-karts here in the mix. O'Gara to the inside. Nothing to it there. Orioli now to P2. Manalio going to push wide. Godshock to slide into third as he rips the top to make it happen.
Yeah, just quite not able to get there in front of front for Win Godshock as side by side Lawrence Perriman having to give way as the entry of Dominic Gaddis gets through, and now Zane Burgess to the inside. All the while, the 2 leaders get a massive gap. Easton Kubinski and Santi Orioli now with probably a second to maybe a second and a half all the way back to Win Godshock. So big shakeup and a big margin now from second to third as there's Danny O'Gara to the inside and clear on Jake Manalio. Lots of time left, but already lots of time needed to be gained for the main group to catch the leaders. It's 7/10 almost from Orioli to Godshock.
Yeah, 7/10 is the gap from Godshock to Orioli. Orioli not making a headway into Kubinski's lead, but it looks as though this time around Godshock is quicker than Orioli as it stands. We'll see when they cross the stripe this time around, but with O'Gara hopefully working together with Godshock now, those 2 could work together and catch up to your top 2. There's Burgess. I mentioned him in 9th the previous lap. He's found himself into 5th. Your pole sitter Manalio there falling back to 6th, and in the clutches now of Dominic Gaddis, who sits in 7th. So this train of go-karts, if they can settle down and stop dancing for 3rd, they can actually have a chance at the lead here as the gap closes to 5/10 from 3rd to 2nd. O'Gara to the inside, Burgess to the inside. Godshock's gonna fall from 3rd to 5th.
I will say this has been an interesting test of the last couple races for Zane Burgess. The start of the year, he was the fastest kid, had the best piece, had the best driver, put it all together in Homestead, Miami. Now, here as he makes a move on Danny O'Gara back at Houston, and again this week, not the quickest in qualifying, maybe not the quickest overall on the racetrack, but having to work the racecraft a little bit, even if he's not maybe the fastest driver out there, and he's done a great job. He's now in 3rd, and he needs this group up front to fight a little bit, which they will. Orioli gets through on Easton Kubinski in the final turn.
Orioli taps the helmet, says, work with me here. He knows that 2 is faster than 1, especially in this micro swift category. You need the help of a buddy to work together and pull away. That last time around with Burgess making the move on O'Gara, they fell back. They have a second to make up to the 2 up front. They have 3 minutes and 45 seconds plus 2 laps to do it, so plenty of time left in this race to make any headway. That group behind is from 3rd to about 7th, and then it's a few tenths back to Parker Stewart and Lawrence Perriman. We saw them, we saw Parker Stewart actually get into it a little bit with O'Gara earlier on in the race, so he hasn't made as much headway as the MPG driver has. Speaking of which, on the bumper of Burgess, if those 2 work together, O'Gara, kind of a veteran now in the micro swift category compared to Burgess, but Burgess, speaking of which, he runs the club scene down in AMR Motorplex. He has a bit of testing now in the mini Swift class. That's what he runs for the local races, so that might have a bit of a play into what we've seen with the racecraft improvement from Zane Burgess. But like you mentioned, I mean, it's been a test for him and his talent throughout the year.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Danny O'Gara just looking for probably a clean and smooth weekend. It was an up and down run in the winter runs, but now for Danny and the MPG Academy machine, he and Burgess are making up time. Jake Manolio still in the top 5, a much better Heat 2 than Heat 1, and he's going to have a chance at it because Orioli and Kubinski went wide there in turns 10 and 11, and just like that, we've got 5 of them now at the front ready to battle with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. This could go any kid's way, and the wrong move could bring 3 more into it as 6th, 7th, and 8th aren't terribly far behind with Godshock, Gaddis, and Parker Stewart right there in the 22.
I'm getting deja vu to heat number 1. I mean, it was a 5-car battle in the first heat. It's a 5-car battle in the second heat, but you mentioned it. There's the likes of Godshock, Gaddis, and Stewart behind that want a piece of this battle, so it wouldn't shock me if we see 8 drivers in the mix here. We still have 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, at least 5 to go here for these Microsoft drivers. It's still Orioli that leads ahead of Kubinski. This is the exact position that Kubinski was in the first heat when he fell back to 5th on the final lap, hoping for a little bit better in this one. Burgess sits in 3rd. He was your Heat 1 winner. Right now, he seems to be the quickest driver on the racetrack. I mean, he closed that 1-second gap in about 2 laps. So it's going to be interesting to see what Burgess elects to do. He has the help of O'Gara behind him. Doesn't want to make a move. This is smart, mature driving from a lot of these young kids. The youngest that we see on the calendar, the 7 to 10-year-olds here, the future of racing, we like to call them. And, I mean, these kids are better than a lot of the drivers you see out on the road here. So impressive stuff from these 7 to 10-year-olds who probably have homework to do when they get back to the trailer. But nonetheless, they have homework to do on the racetrack as well. Orioli still leads. This group's going to continue to work together, I feel, because like you said earlier on the broadcast, right, there's a big board. It shows how much time is left, so they know that they don't need to battle right now because there's still a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, still time left to work their way to the top spot, or at least as good as they can in this group. And by running together, they're making it harder and harder for this group behind them of Dominic Gaddis and Win Godshock to arrive. You just saw Zane Burgess take a look down the inside. He was trying for second, couldn't get in deep enough to pull alongside Easton Kubinski, so he stays back in 3rd. But with a change for 6th, it's now up to 1.2 seconds back from Jake Manolio's rear bumper to Dominic Gaddis' front. So there is enough of a margin there that they can wait maybe another few corners, battle, and probably not worry about falling outside the top 5. I say that depending on how the battle goes. If it looks like that opening KA Stars Heat race, they could go a lot worse. Into the final turn. This time by will get in just under the timer for 3 laps to go.
3 to go here for your top 5. Further back, Gaddis is now the leader of that train ahead of Godshock and Stewart. They have closed that gap. There's a look. Godshock got back around Gaddis. So now when Godshock leads, Gaddis goes way wide. That's not going to help those drivers' chances at working together and catching up to this top 5. I was about to say that they actually closed the gap by half a second over the last couple of laps, but that's not going to do them any good here. It's still out front. Orioli leads, 2.5 laps remaining. Burgess all over the bumper of Kubinski. The question really is, who's the first one to bite? Who wants to be the first one to take a piece out of the pie? Kubinski peeks a nose. Doesn't happen. Orioli still leads. He hasn't even defended at all, as far as I'm concerned, throughout this race. Doesn't have to because he knows the drivers behind him. He can kind of trust them. He's gained the trust of Kubinski, of Burgess, O'Gara, Manolio further back. So now with 2-6 in the air, it all changes. We saw Orioli go defensive, go wide to set up for the corner. Kubinski further back. O'Gara side-to-side contact with Burgess. They're both lucky to be facing the right direction after that one, but with that, the top 2 have now pulled away.
Yeah, he tried to pull the over-under, but Zane was too tight on his line for that to work, and they collided. Now, Easton Kubinski following Santi Orioli down the backstretch, looking low for the lead. Not quite there, and that's going to bring Zane back into it. So, was 2 for a second, back up to 3, with still time for more to join the party because Santi Orioli is doing everything he can to make that kart nice and wide. Kubinski following to the final turn. Burgess pulls up. Here comes O'Gara, Manolio back into it, and 6th, 7th, 8th all of a sudden starting to fit into the frame a little as everyone is high and low and looking for space into turns 1 and 2.
Orioli making a meter-wide go-kart look like 3 meters out there. I mean, using all the racetrack he needs to maintain that lead. Burgess gets to the back of Kubinski. That's going to push him wide. Look for a crossover potentially from Burgess down to the bottom of the racetrack. He has the help now of O'Gara. A 2-for-1 there. Kubinski's going to go from 4th back to 3rd with a nice crossover. Look at that. Manolio, he's going to go for a crossover move to peek to the inside. It's not going to happen. Not close enough. Win Godshock after all this battling is in sixth there, but in the group to make a move if anybody makes a mistake. Orioli to the bottom of the track. Burgess follows through. Kabinski looking for a crossover. It's not going to happen. Let's see if Burgess has a chance here across the stripe. Orioli wins the heat race. Burgess P2. Kabinski a solid third place there. Danny O'Gara in fourth. Manalio holds on to fifth. Godchak had a chance there at a top 5. Couldn't make it happen. He finishes in sixth. Dominic Gaddis seventh. Parker Stewart eighth. Lawrence Perriman ninth. And Brody Stoffel, that's your top 10 in Micro Swift.
So a good run for Santiago Orioli to hang on there. He did a great job, picture-perfect defensive driving all the way to the finish. Stacked him up, but luckily no carnage like what we've seen earlier. Again, Brody Stoffel and Lawrence Perriman into the top 10 over Christian Thomasian, Ryan Greer, Camden Clay, 11th, 12th, 13th. Let's hear from our winner in KA Masters, a sweep of the day with David Goldman. So let's go down to Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Here with David Goldman. So far, a clean sweep on the day, won Heat 1 and Heat 2, but it wasn't that easy in the second heat. Ryan Kastner took the fight to walk me through it.
Yeah, definitely a good fight. I tried to get away at the beginning, but it's just so hard at this track. And Ryan got by me. I tried not to fight him too much. And then Paul got by me too and went wide. And if you go wide in either one of these double left-handers, it's a rough day. So.
Yeah, and I mean, talk to me about the track evolution, right? The first time that we've really seen the sun come out and shine onto the racetrack, tires start to warm up a little bit. Just walk me through what you were feeling out there with the sun starting to come out.
Yeah, I think the track is definitely getting a little greasier and you need to adjust the setup a bit, but overall, similar setup, and it's just sort of driving to make sure you're staying under the rubber. So it's pretty good.
Sounds good. Well, congratulations on both your heat races, and we'll see you go green for the pre-final later today.
All right, thanks a lot.
Here you guys have it from David Goldman, your Heat 1 and 2 winner in KA Masters.
Thank you, Caleb. And we go from one Masters category to another. Pro Masters on the grid here for Rock and KZ powered machines. Matt Machiko led early in heat number 1, but things didn't stay as planned as the race went on, Alex.
Yeah, we saw Matt Machiko there have an interesting start. I mean, he had the lead for about a couple corners, and then it looked as though, from my point of view, I thought he had a flat tire. He just had no grip for the first 2 laps because towards the end of that race, he put a purple lap down to finish back in 5th. But frustrating event for the Magic Kart driver there because, I mean, for a pole sitter, you would have thought, or at least he would have probably thought heading into that one, he wouldn't have finished in 5th. He has a chance to make amends for that one, though, in heat number 2. How about it for the guy on his outside, though, Jake Fetter? I mean, this is one of the first races that he's done in a gearbox category. We saw him fall off the pace in the latter parts of heat number 1. To me, probably just him conserving tires, but it could be a bit of tire fall off late in heat number 1. We saw Joe Ruck close that gap to about 3/10 towards the end of that one. But the story of this of heat number 1 was Skitchy Barnes aboard the Rock shifter package. He went from, where did he start? About 5th on the grid to P1, and he pulled away by a second. So, yeah, the Rock package is quick here, and Skitchy Barnes looked really fast.
Yeah, Skitchy was all over the rear bumper there at the end, and a good battle between them for the race win. We'll see if he can do it again. And again, one of the only drivers on the Rock-powered machine, but still just as fast as the rest of the overall here in Charlotte. So there's the rest of the lineup there. Brian Chatfield and Morn Van Tok on row number 3. Maxim Chechon and Bradley Danoff on row 4. Mike Rivera, the reigning Rock Masters champion, on the inside of row 5 alongside Ryan Frank to round off your top 10.
Yeah, and then row 6 on back, Owsley Cheek, the 3rd, Frank Brunko, Kelly Johnson, Luis Quinones, Hugh Templeman, Diomedes Ortiz, Ryan Estep, Scott Presti, Robert Feig, and Kenneth Hahn. That's your top 20 in the Pro Masters and Rock Masters field. 20 karts here for your gearbox category, and I'll be interested to see after this heat where these drivers stand tire-wise, because this will give us a pretty good insight on what we can expect from the KZ stars later tonight, should I say, at 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time when the Pro Show kicks off. We've heard from a bunch of drivers, we don't really see shifter around this racetrack very often, but nonetheless, with a lot of the left-handers that we see and how much power they deliver to that rear axle, the right rear tends to fade in the latter stages of the heat races.
Yeah, so Can it hold on all the way to the pre-final? Will we see any bit of tire conservation here in heat number 2, or will we see maybe someone else pushing to go forward early and try to make up some ground in this heat and then back things down in the heat race? Because with the front brakes, it's a little bit easier to defend your position. For Pro Masters, we go to Christian March and Rusty Ferguson there, the two officials on the racetrack. Rusty gives the all clear. Christian will point them to the Stars Trucks Systems North America lights, and we get set to go. Pop them at first, hold the clutch, and away we go with a late launch off the green. Matt Machiko gets the whole shot, but it is all even from there. Great jump for Joe Ruck to get to second. He gets around Sketchy Barnes, who fades all the way back to the 4th position behind John Bonanno.
Yeah, Sketchy Barnes falls back to 4th. Joe Ruck, just like what we saw in the first heat, the whole shot king down there up into P2 now, and on the bumper of Matt Machiko inside. Thought about a late lunge. Machiko chops the nose on him, but Ruck with a much different line on the exit. Wow, what a launch out of that corner. Joe Ruck up into P1. Sketchy Barnes back to 3rd, ahead of Jake Fetter now, who's falling into the clutches of Brian Chatfield.
Yeah, my mistake there. Jake Fetter, not John Bonanno. So used to having him as the lone comp card up at the front of Masters categories as they are banging tires. Teammates there in the Marinellos, side by side for 5th. Bradley Danoff and Brian Chatfield. But Chatfield will win the fight for now, as Joe Ruck, quick and decisive to the lead here, and Sketchy all over Matt Machiko, inside in the chicane, not able to get the job done there, and they head onto the backstretch with a little more pressure from Jake Fetter once again into the sweeper. So Sketchy Barnes, and look at the difference in line. Joe Ruck sweeping across the racetrack there to miss the bumps and change the trajectory, and that's something you'll only see in something where you got so much horsepower, you're better off keeping the wheels forward, that you're making these really sharp corners, even on a fast bend. So down the front stretch, Ruck to Machiko to Barnes, Fetter, and Brian Chatfield looking sporty early as well.
Yeah, Chatfield looking good here. Jake Fetter trying to do what he did in the first heat and get a back-to-back heat race victory there for the KZ Masters drivers. Sketchy Barnes thought about a move. He did the same thing the lap prior. Didn't work again against Matt Machiko. It's interesting to see that those left-right chicanes that we normally don't see any passes, with the power and with the fact that these drivers have to actually brake in the center of that left-right chicane, it actually adds a passing opportunity there. Brian Chatfield, a good crossover move. Jake Fetter struggling for grip early on. You see the rear sliding on him there with only 3 laps into a pretty long heat number 2 for Jake. So hopefully for him, he's going to not fall back to the clutches of these Ralph Schumacher drivers here, who sit 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Yeah, that's the captain of the RS camp, Morn Van Tak, on the VTM Racing Team machine with Ryan Frank and Techon right there, as Sketchy pops the curb in the chicane. This time he wasn't close enough to try and mess with Matt, but those couple of passes have allowed Joe Ruck to open the gap a little bit. Last time by, he got a 3/10 bump on the margin to Matt Machiko, doing probably part to that pass attempt by Sketchy Barnes, and then Machiko defending as they went to the end of the back straightaway. Now as we look up front, Jake Fetter in the top 6, putting pressure back on Brian Chatfield and Bradley Danoff. So Danoff is the one right in front of him. Chatfield just a little ways up the road. And like you said, that rear end was dancing quite a bit in the opening few laps for the comp kart driver. He seems to have got it under control now, and check this out. Barnes again, right as they get up to Joe Ruck, he's trying to go as well on Matt Machiko, and all that ground they just worked so hard to make up, they've lost.
Yeah, and you see, again, the line differential there. It's curious to see. Machiko's one of the only guys who actually uses a majority of the racetrack on the exit of that sweeper. I don't know if it actually does him any favors. We saw Ruck sweep around the outside of him at the end of lap number 1. So to me, I like Ruck's line better. I think I'd rather avoid the bumps here on both the shifter chassis, but Machiko up on the wheel there, sideways out of the final corner, feeling racy here. I mean, the one thing I've noticed with Machiko is he thinks about throwing one to the inside. That's going to cost him on the exit, but Sketchy Barnes not close enough here. Let's see. Through the left-right chicane. Not close enough this time for Barnes, but again, Machiko there. A good exit out of the right-hander down the back straight. Let's see their line through this left-hander, but Sketchy Barnes is going to compromise it there. Machiko's going to have to go wider than he would like. You can see how bumpy it is going down the hill through the double left-hander. You really feel the effects. Not as much in the KA or the Micro Mini guys, but for these shifter drivers, they get full air in the rear axle.
Well, that, and again, they're a lot heavier, even heavier than the Pro Stars, as again, Sketchy goes to work on Matt Machiko. But you're seeing Machiko's rear end slide around a lot more than Joe Ruck. Joe Ruck is managing this race well, and the difference in his line by making some more different corners by keeping the wheel straight for a longer period of time than Machiko, who again has to deal with Skitchy trying that move in the chicane. You'd think maybe he'd try somewhere else, but obviously he feels like he doesn't have a lot of other places to go, as now he gets out on the marbles. And going through is Brian Chatfield to third, Barnes back to fourth, and the fighting for fifth going on as well. Danoff, Fetter, Morn Van Talk, all in this three-car group. Here comes Fetter. This is for P5 on Bradley Danoff. Danoff crowded him tight there, and Fetter was not able to get the power down.
Yeah, just no rear grip for Fetter. Couldn't make the move stick. Cannot get around Bradley Danoff. He's got to be frustrated inside of that helmet, especially after the pace that we saw in heat number 1. I think with what we're seeing here from Fetter in heat number 2, I think it answers our question from what we saw at the end of heat 1 with him fading towards the end of that one. He might be dealing with some early tire wear here with him, making one of his first starts in the shifter category here. Not used to having to manage tires as much as the likes of a Joe Ruck, who is a veteran in the shifter category as a whole, your champion from last year's Stars Championship Series. So maintaining, like you said, the gap compared to Machiko, and his tires look to be much more well intact. We don't see him sliding around very often. We see Machiko, as much as he's been able to get back to the bumper of Joe Ruck, he still slides around a lot more. And Ruck, like you mentioned, with his different approach, more of a diamond approach to the corner, his wheel is straighter for a longer period of time. He's using the fronts left, not having to slam on the power on the exit.
And that's just going to help him, I think, a lot more in the pre-finals. They catch some lap traffic right in the way of everybody, as a little bit of evasive action for Brian Chatfield to avoid any kind of carnage. But with Ruck, not only is he having a bit more of a controlled line where those rear tires look like, from our vantage point, are working a little bit less than the likes of Matt Machiko, but also he's able to be a lot more consistent with it. Sometimes Machiko taking that arc, turning while hitting over those bumps, he's fine. Other times it breaks the kart loose, that little bit of air, and then the tires slam down, but they're not necessarily pointed forward. That also not only works the tires more, but it makes it tougher to keep the power down and keep moving forward. As Skitchy Barnes, a slick move, that time it worked in the chicane on his teammate. And look at this, trying to keep the momentum up. Machiko, again, just not quite enough to get up to Joe Ruck and have a dive at him. But we're getting to the final few moments of this second heat race here. We've got 9 laps already in the books. We're coming to the line this time. We'll put 10 down. Where are we at on the clock here as they cross the loop? Only 50 seconds left to go as the leaders head through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, 50 seconds means they're going to at least have to do 4 laps around Charlotte Motor Speedway. If you're Joe Ruck, right, and Machiko gets to your bumper, you almost let him through, because at this point in the race, Jake Fetter sits 5th. Machiko finished 5th in heat number 1. You know your closest competition is Fetter, who sits in 5th. Ruck with a 2nd in heat number 1. He can afford a 2nd or a 3rd here to put him in a great position to start on pole for the pre-final as far as the points are concerned. But obviously, he's a racing driver. He wants to win every single race that he can, even if it's just a heat number 2. But wow, Skitchy Barnes inside. Not going to get a good exit. He is going to get a good exit. Machiko has to close the door now on Brian Chatfield. Barnes finally gets his man, but with Machiko attempting to move on the inside, going to compromise his line through there. That's going to give a bit of a lifeline to Joe Ruck. He knows he can kind of coast almost to the exit here, knowing that Skitchy Barnes is not in the same class because he's in the Rock versus the KZ package.
Well, they're still scored in the same category as Pro Masters, but the Rocks do get a subcategory trophy. So this will still count as a P2 result for Skitchy in both the race and the championship, as Chatfield all over Machiko. Looking. Machiko going to cover it off, and Chatfield, a big lock up there on the outside. He'll pop it back down a gear and get going behind Jake Fetter. But a big mistake from Brian Chatfield now surrenders 4th. Fetter moves back into the top 5 further. And with 2 laps to go, Joe Ruck back to Skitchy Barnes. Skitchy pushing. He picked up 4/10 on Ruck last time. I think Joe has been in tire conservation mode for a lot of this race here. At least that's what I would hope if I'm in the Joe Ruck fan club right now. You can see how much easier he's going into the corners. He's trying to make sure he's got a race-winning piece for the pre-final, because you talk points. Well, yes, for the heat points right now, he could let Skitchy go. He could let whoever go, and he'd still be on the pole for that next session. But when it comes to the championship, Every position matters, every session matters, and that's probably also what's on his mind beyond just the racing driver mentality of trying to win, as Skitchy would love to try and get that rock-powered machine ahead of all the KZs. He's 3 car lengths away from doing it in the same spot he was in heat number 1, charging at the end.
Skitchy Barnes looking really good towards the end. I mean, we talked about tire conservation for Joe Ruck. I got to say, Skitchy Barnes in both Heat 1 and Heat 2 has tire left in the arsenal towards the end of the heat race. So he's doing a really good job on board that Maranello package. I will say having to lap that driver there might actually give a bit of assistance to Joe Ruck. Didn't have to defend that much into the left-hander. Defends into the double left here. Skitchy Barnes all over the rear bumper. One more passing opportunity for Skitchy. Is he going to make a late lunge? He thought about it. Ruck closes the door side by side on the exit, but Joe Ruck is going to cross the stripe and win heat number 2. Skitchy Barnes couldn't sweep the heat races. Further back, Matt Machiko in 3rd. Fetter got passed by Chatfield on the last lap. And so Chatfield 4th, Fetter 5th, Bradley Danoff in 6th, Morn Van Tok, Scott Presti, Robert Frank there, and then Tiekon is your final driver on the top 10.
Yeah, Ryan Frank, Maxime Tekon, Robert Feege there in 11th, Luis Canona is 12th, Hugh Templeman, Owsley Cheek the 3rd there, 2nd in the Rock subcategory, 14th in the Pro Masters class, ahead of Kelly Johnson. And then we had a handful of DNFs. Diomedes Ortiz, Frank Runco, and Mike Rivera all failing to finish. Rivera and Runco must have had something happen early because they only got 1 lap on the charts. It's time for a break here for the Hardworking Stars Championship Series team. For America's home for racing here, Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. You're watching Car Chasers coverage. We will return with more action when the break concludes, back in to the second rotation of heat races, beginning with K8 Junior Group B at 12:50. And welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Just like that, folks, you've got 6 more hours of on-track action. It is an action-packed day here, the longest broadcast day that we've got on the calendar for quite some time, probably. 7:30 a.m. this morning, we kicked off with morning warm-ups here, Caleb. Now it is just coming up on 1 p.m. Eastern. We're about midway through the second round of heat races for the semi-pro categories. They go through their pre-finals, and then the pro show gets underway as well. So now onto the circuit, the first of the 2 groups for KA Junior. Now, with the heat races, these drivers are split in 2 flights, and they stay in those flights. So we've seen a lot of round-robin heat racing. We've only seen this kind of heats, I believe, at the CKNA Nationals from time to time. They've done sometimes where they've done 2 heats and still try to round-robin them. Sometimes even try to do the progressive starting order, which can get a little bit confusing to follow where you line up because it's a mix of groups. But for this, you go to Group A or you go to Group B, evens or odds from quality results. You stay there for Heat 1 and Heat 2. So it's the same front row. Michael McGoy, Marco Romero, KA Jr. underway down to turn number 1 here to start it off for their second heat race. And a lot of drivers going wide, but it looks like they've mostly made it through without issue through the S's. So here we go into the backstretch chicane. Single file now for the majority of the field. There's contact further back. That is going to be, I believe, wow, that is one of the 973. I think that's Roman McCurdy, and he was pointing at Jacob Scheible. Both of them frustrated and obviously off the pace with heavy damage to Scheible's car as into the infield, or into the turn 11 complex we go, and up the S's towards the last turn. A big lead for Michael McGoy to Isaac Malkut, Cameron Marcia, and then Marco Romero and Max Weiland here at the end of lap 1, Caleb.
Yeah, already a hectic start to this first lap that we've seen here. It was a hectic one for this group as well for their first heat, and it's the exact same thing here for the second one. A lot of drivers going wide, but not a lot of them getting stuck on that dirty side of the racetrack. We continue to go through. Isaac Malkut was looking for the move there on Michael McGoy into the chicane. Wasn't close enough that time by for Malkut. Going to have to stay behind McGoy and push him down this back straightaway. There's Cameron Marcia, the rookie, up to P3, and another rookie right behind him, Marco Romero in P4.
Yeah, Romero only just a hair ahead of Weiland as Isaac Malkut wants the lead. And just like that, the QG3 PSL Karting Bureau Art to the point over McGoy with Cameron Marcia following along. Here's Max Weiland to the inside as well, back further on Marco Romero, who tries to hang tough on the outside and may lose one more spot in the process. Here comes Jackson Deal. He'll get 5th away as the leaders defend. Cameron Marcia with an over-under and nearly slammed the curb so hard he went off the racetrack. He'll end up slotting back to 4th.
A lot of action inside this top 5 here so far. Jackson Deal getting ahead of Cameron Marcia after Marcia got, jumped all over shape after he went over that curb. One driver off the racetrack. That's McMurray in the comp cart off the racetrack and into the gravel there. And he's going to fall under fire. Oh, sorry, Henry Taylor off the racetrack there, who was shoved wide there and off the racetrack there, unfortunately. But Marcia able to get back going again with a lot of drivers and a lot of shuffling so far in this top 10.
Yeah, John Antonino in the mix there. Derek Wargo, Luca Brancati, along with Caleb Tarter, all in that mixture. Across the line here for lap 3. Malkut the leader to McGoy, Weiland, Deal, Romero. A pass here from the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart of Brancati on Marcia, but they're all tangled up there through the S's. And Marcia got bogged down, and off the racetrack goes John Antonino Jr. He'll lose about 5, maybe 7 spots as there is a ton of pushing and shoving in the middle of the top 10.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth there. Antonino again goes wide there on the exit of turn number 7. And going to have to slot back in a line. Not going to help their run down the back straightaway. One of the biggest passing zones that we've seen all weekend long, but it seems like, all that got thrown away because they're passing everywhere throughout this racetrack. And they continue to cycle through there. So a lot of action so far. There goes Taylor over the curb there. Again, Taylor, over the curb. And a lot of side-by-side here just outside of the top 10.
Yeah, he got back around one of the Nash Motorsports machines. That might have been Lillian Scarborough, and indeed it was. Here is a look at the 823 of Luca Brancati, leading the pack with Caleb Tarter in tow, as well as Mason Kuhn in the 813. Down the backstretch for Isaac Malkut, Michael McGoy, Max Weiland, your leaders. Nothing's really changed much at the front. It's Little Sizzle leading the way in the 875 through turns 10 and 11. Michael McGoy last time by did go a little better as he started to make up some ground. And here's a move from Mason Kuhn on his teammate Caleb Tarter. He gets through. Trying to follow is Maximo Karam on that DPK America's Alonso kart. He could not. He'll stay 10th as we go down to turn number 1 with a new kid in second. Max Weiland has now gone ahead of Michael McGoy.
Yeah, Max Weiland was able to get that move done and up in a second here, but they lost a little bit of time to Isaac Malquit out in the lead. If they work together, they will get up there by the end of the race. These heat races a little bit longer than we're used to seeing, so definitely promotes these kids to keep it a little cleaner and to continue to push each other forward and stop the fighting so early in the race. But anything from fifth on back has just been elbows out racing, and like you said, a lot of pushing and shoving already early in this one. But for Max Weiland, got himself up in a P2. McGoy currently there in P3. Jackson Deal already up in a fourth, and Marco Romero a much better start to his heat race this time by in fifth here at the moment.
Yeah, Marco Romero on the tail end of Jackson Deal. Look at the gap back to Cameron Marsha. It's 3 seconds. A massive gap back from the leading quintet here as pulling away is Isaac Malquit. Last time by a tenth and a half better than Max Weiland. Jackson Deal and Marco Romero, they're even on pace to Weiland and McGoy. So your leader might do something that we haven't seen any KA driver do, junior or stars, and that is break away from the field. What a run in the works here for Isaac Malquit. With still 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, he has broken the toe, and he is starting to add on to the margin 2 to 3 tenths a lap. Let's see what this lap adds on. It was 7.5 tenths last time by. This time, another tenth added on. 8.5 tenths out, a 43.5 to a 43.59 from Weiland. So not as much, but just like we talked about this morning, Max Weiland making the move on Michael McGoy. Got the tires dirty, slowed down a little bit the next lap as well. Now he's back up to full grip again, and they're working together to try and hunt down Malquit. But the net loss was probably somewhere in the ballpark of around 5 to 6 tenths off of one clean, easy move as around goes Henry Taylor in front of the field, the end of the back straightaway, off into the gravel for the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. At the time, he was running in 12th, and it looked like he might have been trying a move on either Caleb Tarter or Travis Pettit, but he is out of this battle now. He's only going to drop to maybe 20th or so once he gets back going. So big shuffle there. Pettit moves up to 11th. Derek Wargo on the DYL Kart Sport Comp Kart to 12th with a minute 45 to go. You're watching Maximo Karam leading this pack. He's in that blue and yellow Alonzo kart. He is 7th, then 8th to Luca Brancati, 9th to Mason Kuhn, and 10th Caleb Tarter, who wants 9th back from his teammate. He'll take it at the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah, so Tarter knew he had to go there on Kuhn and was able to get the move done in turn number 8. Now going to lead these 3 drivers away. There's Travis Pettit on the inside of Kuhn as well, who may lose another spot. And not enough there for Travis Pettit, who, on the back foot all weekend long so far, struggling for pace, but has been able to get it done. Right behind him is Derek Wargo and his Drive Your Line Comp Kart, and continuing to push each other forward for Wargo as well. Some struggles early on in the weekend, but has been able to get right back up to the edge of the top 10 here at the moment. For Kuhn as well, just not the best lap the last time by on his 9th lap. To really, lost a couple of spots, got slowed down a lot, and lost a lot of time to his teammate Jackson Deal, who currently sits in that 5th spot. So Maximo Karam and company continue to push each other forward here.
Through the S's for Isaac Malquit. There's your leaders. Michael McGoy has gone back around Max Weiland here the lap prior. We're coming to 10 laps complete, 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go. And the gap, well, it did go down a little. McGoy was faster than Malquit that time by, but Isaac is a second up the road. At this point, 2.5 more clean laps for Isaac Malquit, and he'll bring home a heat race victory here, which would put him in contention to argue for that pole award. It'll just depend if Enzo Vidmontien has a bad second heat, but if he gets away with Max Christie like he did in Heat 1, he'll be hard to beat in the total points tally for that top starting spot. For the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver this weekend, probably a breath of fresh air for Michael McGoy. It's been a jump in the deep end, really. He's moved up, obviously. 6 months ago, he was a winner in November in Las Vegas at the biggest stage in all of global karting, really, at the Super Nationals. And Mini moved up to junior, then not long after. He actually moved up the race prior at Rock Vegas 2 weeks earlier with a lighter field. And then through the Winter Championships, through the start of the regular season, it's just been slowly getting closer. But this weekend, Michael McGoy is on it in both OKN Junior and KA Junior. And right now, another good result for the 861 would really help his confidence and development in this new category. And the same can be said for Marco Romero as he falls behind Jackson Deal, getting through for the 4th spot. Romero, one of the smallest drivers on the field. You can barely see his visor through the steering wheel but he is willing that thing right now inside the top 5 as the white flag waves.
Yeah, white flag is out the final time around in this second heat race for the first of your KA 100 juniors, and it looks like Marco Romero is able to get back ahead of Jackson Deal. So Romero back up to P4 here at the moment. Deal going to fall back to 5th. Malquit still long ways up the road and looks to be running away with this one here at the moment. Like you said, McGoy currently second, and Weiland just sitting there in no man's land, not close enough. Romero going defensive, and over-under for Jackson Deal, not close enough as of yet. Going to have a good run into the hairpin. This time by for McGoy. Going to fall under fire. There goes Romero, and Deal around the outside, able to get clear on Romero.
That was a slick move by Jackson Deal. Now he'll have to go defensive in the last turn as Marcia comes into frame, but it's all about this kid. Isaac Melka cruises to victory in KA Junior Group B, Heat 2, over McGoy and Weiland. Then Deal, Romero, Marcia gets a 6th, and he had a 2nd after the first heat with penalties, so that's a good run for him. Maximo Karam, Luca Brancati, Landon Boer charges into the top 10 there late, along with Travis Pettit on the Tap Racing, Tony Kart, then back to Mason Kuhn, Derek Largo, Tyrone Kemper Jr. 13th, Lillian Scarborough 14th, John Antonino Jr. from hovering inside the top 10 along with Caleb Tarter. They end that race in the danger zone of going to pre-final B at 15th and 16th. Knowing the total here, right around 30 drivers in each of these races, 29 in Heat B, and I believe 30, if not 31, in Group A. I think 30 in Group A. So 59 total. We'll have 29 in the B pre-final, 30 in the A pre-final. You need basically a 15th place average at least to go through. So we know there were a few drivers that had some rough runs in that, like Jacob Scheible getting collected there. Roman McCurdy did not finish after his damage to the 873. He gets a 29th place result, so that'll hurt him and probably send the 873 and the 821 if they weren't already to that B pre-final later this afternoon that will decide who transfers through to the mains tomorrow, because unfortunately for some of the drivers here this weekend, their runs at the Queen City Gambit Trophy will end in just a couple of hours, because we'll cut the bottom 19 from this 59 driver KA Junior field to get our final 40 for tomorrow's warm-up and main events. But there's a look in the scale lines there. Michael McGoy, Isaac Malkett waiting to weigh, and waiting obviously for any official intervention at the end of that race. There's Max Weiland chatting with Michael, catching up after their race started off, really clean for the most part for the two of them. A handful of passes kept them away from Isaac Malkett, but they were running similar times to him as it went on. There's Uncle Dave Coates there in the scale line checking in, as well as the rest of the Stars team making sure the bumpers are intact or calling the penalty if they are not. In this series, with the pushback bumper system that gets deployed, it only counts as a penalty if it's fully deployed on both sides. One side pushed in is no penalty. Both sides pushed in is a penalty, which typically you only get both sides pushed in if you really square someone up and hit them. And you can see on Jackson Deal's kart there, the 894, that front nose cone's pushed in. I don't know. It doesn't look like the bumper went in. It looks like the air just compressed in the bumper. That thing looks pretty well attached and not loose at all. So good job by the MPG Academy crew to keep that thing tight. And you'll get some random moments like that, but that's just the evolution of the pushback bumpers. It does take a good bit of impact at the right angle to knock them in and draw a penalty. That isn't to say that's the only penalty. There's plenty of penalties that have been called so far today. I've seen blocking penalties, swerving penalties, avoidable contact, of course, both in racing incidents and crashes. So the Stars officials, the eyes in the sky, they've been keeping a close eye on all these drivers and trying to set the tone for hopefully some clean main events. Here's a quick good luck there. Running up, I believe that is that Cameron Marshall?
That's Josh Bergman.
Josh Bergman. So he's already suited and booted, ready for his Swift Stars race, but went to go give a quick good luck to his Trinity Karting Group teammates of Max Christia and Enzo Vidmontien on the front row. And it's been rookies, top of the boards in a number of classes, qualifying-wise, but the veteran experience has weighed out and won the majority of the heat races. Like Enzo Vidmontien, who's a veteran and junior and on the cusp of a senior campaign as he starts to look as well towards his Formula Car career coming up very, very soon. A dominant run in that first heat race, just kind of took his teammate Max Christia to school, and both of them were leaps and bounds faster than everybody else on the racetrack.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they really played it out really smartly, right? Enzo Vidmontien got to the lead. Christia was in second. They pushed each other all the way forward, let all the chaos and all the action happen behind them, and they ended up getting away with the win, which has been the strategy around a track like Charlotte Motor Speedway, right? So very interesting. But let's run you down your field. It's Max Christia and Enzo Vidmontien on that front row. Dupuy and Ty Fisher starting on the second row.
Yeah, then you go back to row 3. Chase Gassiet Lee on the inside had a decent opening heat. Carter McMurray, a crazy heat 1. Went all the way outside the top 20, getting spun around on the first turn, then drove back into the top 10 for 9th place result. If he gets a top 5 here, he'll still be within shouting distance of a top 10 starting spot in pre-final A and potentially a shot at the win. So that was a big recovery drive. If he gets a good heat result here, he's safely in the hunt still for the race win. Behind him, Gabriel Balog and Sebastian Reist on row 4.
Then you go to Mateo Pappas and Tristan Murphy on that 5th row. Abernathy and Marr starting on row 6. Lane and Dunnigan, row 7. Siraki and Nabri, row 8.
Alex Miller, Indy Anderson, Lucas Steck, and Ben Cranston on the final 2 rows in the top 20. Keep an eye on Brandon Siraki trying to get a comeback drive, as well as Tristan Murphy, both with DNFs in Heat 1. They need a massive finish in Heat 2 to climb their way into pre-final A, the top 30 overall. Christie on the inside, Vidmontaine on the outside. Heat 2, Group A, down to turn number 1, and a slow start by Mad Max there at the front, and it's got everybody through the opening few S's. Although Vidmontaine got the jump on his teammate, he leads us out of turn number 4.
Yes, Vidmontaine able to get that move done into the chicanes, able to get clear, so could be a repeat from what we saw earlier today. Balog with a much better start this time by Emerson Lane there in a frame, and a lot of drivers already shuffling for position here. A lot of side-by-side action. There's Emerson Lane with a fellow Holtz driver development teammate right in front of him. They continue to push each other forward. And that was Abernathy, and there goes Nathan Dupuy up into the top 2, and was able to get the move done on Max Christie and Chase Gassiet Lee, who's going defensive from McMurray there and able to stay ahead. But Max Christie able to get the move done again for that 2nd spot. Going to go up to P2 and try and catch right back up to the rear bumper of his teammate Enzo Vidmontaine, who's running away with it here a little bit.
Ty Fisher was trying to fend off Mateo Pappas and nearly got shoved by Mateo down the inside of Carter McMurray. He had to really jam on the binders there. A good job of hanging on and staying clean for Ty Fisher on the TV kart. The bright white and green colors all over the fluorescent yellow of Carter McMurray down the backstretch. Move further back. That's Benham Abernathy to the inside on Balog. He'll bring Emerson Lane with him and trying to follow as well as the 899 of Tristan Murphy. He'll get into the top 10. Fisher now through the inside of Carter McMurray in 10 and 11. And so just like that, more moves outside the top 5 while your race leader is starting to edge away. Enzo Vidmontaine's lead at the line, now up to a full 2nd, well outside the tow window. And while Max Christie has gotten clear of Nathan Dupuy, he's got no help, and there's problems for their teammate. Kai Mars off the racetrack there at turn 10.
Yeah, unfortunate ending to Kai Mars' race with, like you said, you're going to have to start thinking about the pre-final later today when it gets down to it. So definitely all things to look out for as Kai Mars finds himself off the racetrack here early in this one with issues so far. But Max Christie still ahead of Nathan Dupuy, Chase Gassiet Lee, and Ty Fisher at the moment, and pulling away here little by little to the Super Tune OTK of Nathan Dupuy here at the moment.
Yeah, so through the final turn here, we're still just a few laps in. This will be the end of lap number 3. Christia a little faster than the race leader Enzo Vidmontaine that time. He sets the purple lap. 43.70. He was a 10th better than Dupuy, half a 10th better than the lead. That's putting him out of range for the fight for 3rd to catch him. So does Chase Gassiet Lee pull the trigger down the backstretch? I don't think he's close enough here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to get around Nathan Dupuy as he's watching the first 2 get away, and obviously them lined up right now is not keeping them close. Fisher a little bumper to Chase Gassiet Lee there. Further back, more battling. But that was very tight as Ty kind of got into the back of Gassiet Lee, and he's going to pay for it as Carter McMurray sends it. Fisher back around him, but they lost a lot of time. Look at the gap now. It opens up about another 2nd from Gassiet Lee up to Nathan Dupuy off of 1 set of corners.
Yes, I mean, already, we're seeing how much time you can lose if you really decide to battle so early in this race. And for the drivers here on your screen, I mean, they continue to battle. They're only 4th, 5th, and 6th here at the moment, but they lost a lot of time already to Nathan Dupuy, Christia, and Enzo Vidmontaine, as there's a move there by one of the Super Tune drivers. That's Tristan Murphy getting ahead of Benham Abernathy for that P8 spot.
Yeah. Murphy needs a good heat, Hugh. Again, like we talked on the grid, a DNF in the first heat. He got collected in the turn 1 crash that collected McMurray as well. Then got back going. Balog bogged down there out of the last turn. He'll lose a couple spots. Going through was one of the Kartworks USA drivers, Sebastian Reist, who also had an issue in the first heat race as well. So Reist into the top 10, Balog back, but Tristan Murphy up to 8th. He's fighting to try and save his races. We see now Nathan Dupuy tracked down and got around Max Christia. Christia with a big bobble the lap prior. Lost him some time. Dupuis up to second on the Super Tune Tony kart.
Yeah, so Dupuis able to get up into that second spot ahead of Max Christia. The drivers further back, though, that move in between Dupuis and Christia had brought Gassi Ali and Ty Fisher just a little bit closer to the rear bumpers of the drivers there on your screen. So gonna have to continue to work together if they want to stay ahead of the rest of the field and end up in a good starting spot for the pre-final later today. But for the rest of the drivers, still staying kind of stagnant here, starting to calm down with just over 3 minutes to go left in this second heat race for these KA juniors.
Yeah, down the backstretch here, like you said, just past halfway. Still a little ways to go, but we've definitely got some separation through the pack here. Enzo Vidmontien, he's just got to bring it home, and he'll be starting safely on the pole in pre-final A. The rest of the field still deciding how they'll line up behind him, as Christia is doing a great job being the pusher to Nathan Dupuis. And last time by, they were a tenth slower. I would bet this time they might have actually gained a little bit. Let's see. They did. A tenth better for second and third, the two fastest karts on the racetrack at the moment. Chase Gassi and Lee in a big fight. Fisher, McMurray both get by. Gassi and Lee got all over sideways into the marbles, and now Mateo Pappas and Tristan Murphy are right there on the Nash Motorsports Pilot.
Yeah, Gassi Ali losing a lot of time. There goes Tristan Murphy, who was going to look for the move on Pappas, but Pappas got out of line there. Now side by side with Chase Gassi Ali up the hill and into the hairpin. It's Mateo Pappas who gets ahead of Chase Gassi Ali, who looked for the over-under move, wasn't close enough, and Murphy going to stay behind Chase Gassi Ali there at the moment, but Pappas already up another spot here in this one.
Yeah, Chase Gassi Ali had to stop the bleeding at some point. He got through back on Murphy. Now he can start moving forward again, but he's still going to be a little bit slower than Mateo with all the dirt on the tires getting shoveled to the outside lane. Good run through the S's there. That's what he needed through turns 2, 3, and 4. Brought him a little bit of a gap away from Murphy, and now he needs a really good launch onto this backstretch to start marching back up the leaderboard, as there's plenty of drivers behind him ready to go by if he doesn't. Sebastian Reist is there. So is Benham Abernathy. So is Gabriel Balog after his early mistake. And Emerson Lane even into view there in the 12th spot as this group heads up the S's towards the final turn.
And I mean, there's a move there by Chase Gassi Ali on the inside of Mateo Pappas. But Xander, with the sun coming out a little more today and heating up that surface, at what point do you think we'll start to see, drivers and teams start to take the grip out of their go-karts that they initially put in at the start of the weekend yesterday?
I think it's probably already well in the evolution for sure, Caleb. That's a great point. At this point in the day is when a lot of tracks have built up so much heat that they do start to get a little bit slidey. At the same time as well, though, you want to keep some grip in because you're going to lose some as the tires wear. This is now the 4th heat cycle on this set of MG tires as they qualified, ran 2 heats. Now they're in this pre-final as Murphy goes by on Mateo Pappas. So you're seeing which setup was better on the rubber versus not. In Heat 2 right now. This is still setting up for pre-final. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. With how much racing we've seen, there's still so much to go. But to me, for Enzo Vidmontien, he's able to really take care of his stuff at this point. He can drive fast enough right now to still keep adding on to the margin, but he doesn't need to push to the 43.1s that we've seen in some of the other KA Junior heats. He's staying at the 43.3 range and just consistently pounding good laps in, not sliding the rear, not overcooking the front or overturning the car on the front tires. Whereas Dupuis and Christia have to battle to try and fight for that second spot, and that's working their karts and their tires a little bit more. Into the final turn, Dupuis all the way low, Christie with a nice over-under, and he gets into the bumper a little bit there on the exit. Couldn't quite make enough room on the inside to get back around him. So 2 to go. It continues. Dupuis parking the bus on the inside lane.
Yeah, parking the bus there, and you see Ty Fisher start to come in a frame here as Dupuis continuing to go defensive for Max Christia into the chicane. This time is, I think Christia's going to have a really good run here on the exit of turn number 7 and into the back straightaway. Dupuis already going defensive, knows that Christia has a run. Around the outside is Christia, close enough to get the over-under move. It's going to be side by side. Dupuis going to crowd Christia to the bottom of the racetrack. Christia still there on the inside into the hairpin and is going to get clear that time by and well ahead of Nathan Dupuis.
And he pushed him wide there to kind of get Dupuis' tires back dirty as well. Final turn now as he defends on the inside. Over-under from Dupuis, not enough to get there as they come to the line. White flag, 1 to go. Still battling. Here comes Ty Fisher into the mix as Dupuis gets a nose down low, and he drives Christia to the edge of the racetrack. Fisher now around the outside of both of them, and he'll steal second away.
Wow, Ty Fisher caught the two of them sleeping. They were battling, thought they had enough room. Dupuis looked to go back on Ty Fisher. Wasn't close enough. Is Dupuis going to get the run down the back straightaway this time by McMurray? And Christia still there, very much in play. Christia looking to get the over-under, not close enough. Down and up the hill. Here, Ty Fisher still on the inside. Dupuis, a little bit of a bumper there to Ty Fisher. Going to get the move done, and Dupuis gets clear.
Yeah, just moved him up the racetrack a little bit. Did Nathan, and now Carter McMurray right there, staying tucked on as Enzo Vidmontien crosses the line. Easy win for him. And second will go to unofficially to Dupuis, then Fisher. McMurray beats Christia to the line. He hangs on for the fourth spot. So a fourth and a ninth for a day that started off crazy for Carter McMurray. Max Christia, a second and a fifth, so still put him really good for the pre-final A. Chase Gassey at least 6, Benham Abernathy 7th, Pappas 8, Emerson Lane and Sebastian Rice into the top 10 at the end of it. And a good run for Brandon Soracki to 14th there. He picks up a few, but that DNF in the first heat race will definitely send the 816 Franklin Motorsports Merlin, unfortunately, to that B pre-final. Tristan Murphy's 11th place result, I think that's probably going to put him in the B pre-final as well, with an 11th and a 28th or 29th for Tristan. So that total, again, you divide it up, that puts him at an average of around a 20th to early 20s place. That's probably going to put you somewhere in the top 10 to top 15 starting spots of the B pre-final. John Michael Dunnigan there, 16th. And then you go back outside of the top 15 to the rest of the danger zone that these drivers here, the likes of Casey Mosley, Lucas Theck, Alex Miller, Homer Heyman, probably going to have to fight and claw their way to race tomorrow. So the heats are wrapped for K.A. Jr. as a little more chatter here in the scale line. Everyone trying to get an idea of what's just went down in the quick session debrief. That's Carter McMurray chatting with Max Christia, Ty Fisher, and Nathan Dupuis. A cool handshake and good sportsmanship, which is what you always love to get to see in K.A. Jr. And congrats there to Enzo Vidmontien, who pulled away and made it look easy in that second heat race. He's perfect so far this weekend. Once we got to the racing action, second or third overall in qualifying, but a winner in both of his heats. If it stands, he'll start on the point for pre-final A.
Yeah, and still more chatter there in the scale lines as they continue to, like you said, debrief what just occurred there on the racetrack. Very hectic, elbows out, pushing and shoving, all that, all in good spirits for racing. So no pickups here, but here shortly we're coming up with our mini Swift class, our Swift Stars, where Ashton Moon was able to get the first heat race win of the day, and in Heat 2 it went to another driver, but still a very good action-packed day of racing, Xander. I mean, we've been here since, well, you've been here longer than me, but we've been here since, I've been here since probably yesterday, Friday, and like we talked about all weekend long, right? The energy in the paddock just at an all-time high at the start of the last of the big three here at the Stars Championship Series.
Probably. Are you not sure when you got here? Are you going loopy on me already, dude?
I guess, dude.
We're just through day 2, man. We got a whole other day of racing, still a whole day left really of racing. Some race weekends we go to, we're only racing for about 5 or 6 hours. We're racing for a long time and a lot of laps today for the Stars Championship Series drivers. Now, with K.A. Jr. wrapped up, that only leaves a handful of classes that have yet to figure out where they're going to line up in the pre-final and if they're going to have to go to a B pre-final if they're in K.A. Stars, because that's coming up after this. The Swift Stars are on grid, and the 1 minute signal being given here in heat number 2. Ashton Woon on the Super Tune USA Paralyn starts on the outside of row number 1 alongside Parker Ives. He was able to get the better of him on the final lap. Led only 1 lap today, but it was the lap that counted the most in heat 1. And the 195 will have to try and do it again from the outside lane here in heat number 2 as the Ryan Perry Motorsport Brigade has another front runner, this time being Parker Ives in the 149. Then the second row, the Timmy Tech lockout of comp carts. Holden Myers got a fantastic start to the Heat 1 session, but in the final few laps got shuffled back to the 6th position. Bowen Green on the outside of row 2, he went backwards, had the opposite effect, ended up clawing his way back forward. He rolls off P4.
Yeah, Marco Salmon as well got shuffled back early in the first heat race. But starting again there on the inside and in that 5th spot on row number 3 alongside Nicholas Mose. And then Xander Matias and Valentino Santillan, who was slow off the grid last time around, seems to be much better this time around. And he's starting on the outside of that row number 4.
Row 5's got Enzo De Janeiro on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic on the inside. Luke Giglio on the 168 on the outside. Then it's Nico Katowski on the inside of row 6 alongside Trinity Karting Group's Josh Bergman.
Cade Wolf and Royce Vega running up that 7th row, and then it's Isaac Payne and Ben Gleberman on row number 8.
Row number 9 has Robert Lash and Simon Jack Klein. Row 10, Cameron Johnson and Bashi Jimenez.
Moving on to row number 11, Emma Schumann and Bryson Scales. It's Riley Dobelair and Alyssa Eddy there on that 12th row.
Yeah, an all-girls lockout of row number 12. Then starting back on the 25th spot, Owen Gaccione and Harry Thomas. Row 14, AJ Stoner and Asher Ferris. Row 15, Gage Harden and then Griffin Vukic. As no sign, unfortunately, this weekend of our number 1 plate holder, Lucas Palacio. He's been proudly flying the Stars and Bars across the pond in Europe with the full factory ride from Kart Republic. The Mini Stars superstar last year, Lucas Palacio, who mopped up in all 3 of the major championships, is towing the line well, has already got a few wins over in Europe. Hopefully he'll get a few more, and a shout out as well to the European Championship KZ racing going on over there. Marin Kremers, Mateus Morgado, and a bunch more familiar names representing while they're not from the U.S., racing in the U.S. a little good bit. We'll call them adopted Americans as we get an All-American front row here in Swift Stars, and we're green down to turn 1, and another good start for that inside lane. Holden Myers quickly and decisively to second as the rest of the pack tries to sort themselves out through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, we saw the same thing in the first heat race. There was Santillan getting out of line. But we saw the same thing in the first heat race from Holden Myers. Was able to get a good push with Parker Ives, get the jump, and get ahead of Ashton Woon, who falls back to 3rd, but not for long, because there he goes for the move there on the inside of turn number 8 and gets clear of the comp cart. So Ashton Woon back up to P2 with some work to do to get up to that rear bumper of Parker Ives.
But at least it's a lot easier than what he had in that first heat race, where it took him a much longer time to get rolling. Parker only about a half second up the road, as we saw Marco Samet making some hay, getting around Bowen Green there, back for the 4th spot. And as they come across the line, 1 lap in the books and 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Here as the sun shines down in Charlotte on the Swift Stars drivers. Down the back straightaway, the gap at the line was half a second from Parker back to Ashton Woon. They're going to eat that up on the back straightaway if Woon gets a half-decent exit. That's all he really needs, because he's got Holden right there to push him, and they'll start to make up some ground towards the 149.
Yeah, like you said, right, the key for this heat race is really to push each other forward to get back up to that rear bumper of Parker Ives, who you know, if they continue to fight for that second, or if they do end up fighting for that second spot in these early stages, they're just going to promote Parker Ives to get away, kind of like we saw at the end of that K100 Junior heat race. They all seem to be in line, though, pushing each other forward and all on the same page to catch up to the rear bumper of Parker Ives.
Through turns 1 and 2. Ashton Woon that time lost a little bit to Parker on the net. About a half-tenth better was the race later. Purple lap from Bowen Green. How about it for the Georgia native on the Timmy Tech comp cart? He's closed up to this group of 4 right here in the 5th spot after falling backwards 1 position on the opening lap. A really good second lap. And right behind him, Nicholas Mose there on the CRGs moving forward, as this group is having one heck of a battle. Valentino Santillan, Josh Bergman, Royce Vega, all at the end of the top 10. A good ways back there. Enzo De Janeiro's in no man's land in 7th, and then it's an all-out war here for 8th on back, with Xander Matias leading the group into the final turn, although Santillan going to take that spot away. Luke Giglio was in the mix of it. He's fallen back behind Vega outside the top 10 now.
Yeah, so Giglio losing that spot. There goes Bergman looking for the move on the inside of turn number 1. He's going to get clear, and he is going to get clear of Luke Giglio there. So now Bergman going to be behind Valentino Santillan for that in that 9th spot. Giglio going to have to stay behind, and he looks to be falling under fire from Royce Vega and his Benek machine. There's a move. Marco Samet on the inside there of Holden Myers. Marco Samet gets clear, and then another comp cart moves Myers a little bit wide. It's Bowen Green there in the 104 who got clear. Moved his team a little bit wide, and then the CRG of Nicholas Mose gets through as well.
Yeah, so through the S's, a change-up in the leading 6th here we have with Holden Myers all the way to the tail. Down the front stretch, Marco Samet, a good lap that time, quicker than the leader, even with all the passing going on as he makes up some ground, but they lost a 10th to Parker Ives. 4 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Ashton Woon has not yet made any headway towards your race leader, and he needs to kind of try and get going now, as here's Samet saying, you know what, it's not quick enough. I want to lead us. So Marco through, although Woon with an over-under to take that spot back.
Yeah, Woon looking to take the spot back on the inside there of the hairpin, able to get clear. So Woon gonna make up the spot, but already, like you said before, Xander, losing a little bit of time to Parker Ives here, and the more they fight, the more they're gonna lose time to the drivers behind of Bowen Green and others, and Holden Myers as well in that group further back. But for Parker Ives, pretty much a lifeline here, and promoting him to get away. I mean, Xander, we've seen it all weekend long, right? We didn't think the draft was going to be so dependent at a track where these young drivers don't have to brake as much as they're used to seeing, right? So, I mean, what would you say to drivers or people at home? One driver goes off the racetrack and almost into the tire barriers there, and it seemed like, I mean, what are the biggest braking zones around here for the viewers at home?
Yeah, so big moment there for Bowen Green as he dropped the tire. I mean, obviously right here, turns 10 and 11, that's a major braking zone. The last turn is, turns 1 and 2 are as well, but for the mini Swift drivers, I mean, it's just really trying to keep the wheel as still as you can through some of these high-speed chicanes where they really have to brake, or in the shifter classes, they have to drop a gear. For Parker Ives, for example, look how smooth those hands are coming through turns 2, 3, and 4. Just inching that kart on the line. Minimal movements right there. That shows you how good that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart is. A little bit of opposite lock, just a little bit of slide through the corner, but that's just going to be also partly going through the bumps of this racetrack. And then look how much this bump right here shakes those Mini Swift Stars karts as they basically treat it like a ramp and try to hit it straight on. But there's the 3 major braking zones, and the rest of it, like you said, there's a couple places where we slow down. A lot of it we thought would be draft, and just as we mentioned with Enzo Vidmontien being impressive pulling away in K Jr., this is equally, if not more impressive, to break away. Parker Ives has put consistent lap after consistent lap at a 45.1, a breakneck speed that nobody's been able to match no matter how hard they try to work together. I mean, that gap is now up to basically 1 full second. It started at half a second at the end of lap number 1, and he's just added a couple hundredths here, a half tenth there, a full tenth there, and over the course of a longer stint, well, that gap ends up being where it is right now, 1 second here with still 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it just seems like that Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro kart's just kind of driving itself, and Parker Ives just kind of holding on to it there. But there goes Marco Samet on the inside of Ashton Woon in turn number 13. Woon looking for the over-under move, and he's going to come in a frame here shortly. And there goes Ashton Woon moving up into second, and Marco Samet falls back to third.
And you saw, again, Marco Samet, hand in the air. He was frustrated. He's like, look, man, we've tried with you in the front. It's not working. I tried to go by twice now, and you keep fighting me back for it. So Woon still second. Samet probably frustrated in third. We'll keep our eye if the action picks up here as Samet tries again at the end of the backstretch. This time another over-under from Woon. Let's go side by side. Well, they're side by side. And here from Jackson Wolney down on the KA Stars grid.
Thank you, Xander.
Whoa, big contact, sorry. Big moment there as Ashton Woon climbed up over the rear tire, or rear bumper of Marco Samet and just exploded the group there. Holden Myers, Bowen Green, Enzo De Janeiro, Nicholas Mose all having to take evasive action here with a minute to go. Anyway, let's head back down to Jackson.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, action unfolding on the racetrack. Action also kicked off for you guys. P2 in the first heat. I mean, what do you think it is about the senior class? You're telling me that you're able to transition pretty well into the senior category.
It's not that much different. There's just a little bit more weight. The kart, it handles pretty much the same. It's just, overall, it feels pretty similar. I think I can drive it pretty much the same as a junior.
Thank you, Jackson.
All good.
Jackson Wolney transitioning like a fish to water here from junior to senior this weekend. Fastest driver in qualifying. He'll lead off that KA Stars race coming to green here momentarily. 25 seconds to go, and that big moment there with Ashton Woon and Marco Samet has now broken up this second pack. They're 2.5 seconds away from Parker Ives. Bowen Green now, after his mistake and early 4 wheels off excursion, is still in fourth and on the bumper of Woon, ready to fight for third. So talk about a turnaround and keeping your head on your shoulders, even with a little mistake, to breathe, relax, and hit your marks again, which is really tough because you kind of get in a zone, right, when you're going out and driving. You almost go on autopilot at times. And then at a quick glance, someone gets into the back of you, someone knocks you wide, or you go wide yourself, and you got to kind of get back into that rhythm you were in because you get kind of all knocked out of sorts. So that's what's really impressive for me about Bowen Green right now. He's faster than Woon, and he's helping push both of them back up to Marco Samet.
Yeah, so they crossed the stripe this time by 2 laps to go, and for Bowen Green, like you said, kept his head on his shoulders, pushed his way up, although, everything kind of went, at one point of the race, it seemed like everything went wrong, and then he's back up into the top 4 and set for a good starting point in the pre-final later today. So currently P4 right behind Ashton Woon, who was in second here at the moment, and at some points in the weekend has been fighting for the lead, even won that first heat race, but it hasn't been like that at all in this second one, where Parker Ives just completely gotten away. But the collective effort from Ashton Woon and Bowen Green has prompted them to get closer and closer to that rear bumper of Marco Samet at less than a car length here at the moment, Dander.
Down to the inside here at the white flag, 1 to go, and they're back all together again. Marco Samet can hear him, so he was starting to narrow his lineup into the corners. Now through turns 5, 6, and 7 onto that backstretch launch. Here comes Woon, setting him up for an over-under run onto the straightaway. He goes way low. Samet is well clear, keeping the momentum up so he can just arc the corner normally there at the end of the run. And now to turn number 10, he'll start the defensive driving. Down the inside, Woon with a big over-under as Samet slides wide, and he gets back to second. Final turn for the fight for P2 while Ives drives away up front. Samet finds a hole down low. Green with a massive over-under. 3 wide back behind. Parker Ives wins the heat race, and Bowen Green with a crossover to take 2 spots in the last turn.
Wow, what a recovery drive there by Bowen Green as Vega and Santiago go side by side across the line, and the rest of the drivers continue to cycle through. Parker Ives, your big winner. Bowen Green second. Ashton Woon crossed the line third there. Marco Samet fell back to fourth. And Enzo Di Gennaro rounded up your top 5 in that one.
So there's your checkered flag here as the field cycles through over 4 seconds. The margin for Parker Ives over the field, and his fastest lap was no better than anyone else inside that top 9. He was just so consistent and wasn't being challenged early, where they made all those passes, all those battles, all those moments, and little mistakes here and there is all the difference it took for Parker to get away and stay away. He'll lead us to green in the pre-final for Swift Stars, I believe. Everything stays the way that it should. Green, Woon, Samet, Enzo De Gennaro moves up from 7th, where he ran most of that race, into the top 5 at the end. Gets around Holden Myers. Josh Bergman also a late charge. He's been moving forward in both of his heat races. 7th, I think, again for Josh Bergman in the 140. Valentino Santi in 8th. Royce Vega, he has the fastest lap of this session, so he knows that Bennick is fast enough now to go fight for the win. That package rolling, and he'll get another shot with a little better starting position for the pre-final. Luke Giglio hangs on to a top 10 run over Mose, Katowski, Payne, Cade Wolf, and Ben Gleberman. And unlike earlier, all 30 of our Swift Stars were able to finish all the way down to Gage Harden and Asher Ferris in that one. So 13 laps. They all got the full distance, and now we switch over to KA Stars. Jackson Wolney and Brandon Lemke on the front row with Hudson Brown and Marco Maestranzi on row number 2.
Yes, they're starting there on that second row, and Finnegan and Bailiff going to be looking for a much better second heat race than he had on that first one. So, going to be a lot of work for the likes of Finnegan Bailiff, starting alongside Ben Hernandez in his Fernando Alonso kart. And it's Christian Menezes and Eli Warren on that 4th row.
Yeah, both drivers on row 3 need a massive run here in this second heat race to save their day and keep them out of pre-final B. Hernandez and Bailiff with bad runs in the first heat. Hernandez had that mechanical issue. Bailiff got collected in a turn 1 crash. So a top 5 or even at least a top 10 might salvage what they have to put them into the race on merit. Otherwise, they'll have to race their way into the B pre-final. Back at the end of the top 10, CJ Bowman. What an impressive performance in Heat 1 for this young man. Starts in 10th alongside Quick Mick Gabriel's AEM karting Tony Kart. And then row 6, Ben Gaunt and Nicholas DeFillo.
On row 7, it's Sam Avrutsky and Autumn Fisher. Jaden Harry and Chris Harrower on that 8th row.
Ryan Crouch and Landon Cardwell will make up row number 9. Alex Feldstein, Andrew Hamill complete your top 20. And now through the rest of the 34 drivers on the list. Now, I don't believe we have Evan Stammer or Evan Santaniello here this weekend, but I think we've got 32 in Group B. Chris Wareheim, long way forward for himself to climb into the top 15 in Heat 1. He got up to 11th from 21st. He'll have to do another good run like that to put himself well into the main event. There's Mr. Offset himself back on the 926 PSL Karting Beer Alert, and we'll see how he fares in this second heat race as they begin to warm their tires and head onto the racetrack. Lots more drivers looking for a good run here in heat number 2, and I think, unlike K Jr., I think we've got a lot more guys that can probably win this heat and win the next heat as well, and I think that's what's going to change up the lineup for them. While Brandon Lemke got that initial win, it's not all going to be easy for him here in heat number 2 if the next few rows all get through cleanly, because we wiped out a few of them in the start of the first heat race.
Yeah, no, for sure, right? So for the likes of Brandon Lemke, like you said, it made it look easy in that first heat race. Jackson Maloney finished second. Going to look to go a spot better this time by to put himself in a good starting spot for the pre-final when he goes green in an hour's time, just about an hour's time. So a lot of drivers looking to save their weekends here at the opening round of the Stars Championship Series at the Queen City Gambit in Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's been a great weekend of racing so far, and the best is yet to come, I must say, Xander. But Brandon Lemke and Jackson Woney getting set to start on the front row for the first of the KA heat races.
Yeah, and it was a good start for both of them. They both safely made it through on the start last time by. Let's see if they can do it again. Part of that again was contact. Marco Maestranzi crowding down on Finnegan Bailiff, and then it all exploded from there. Can the entire top 10 make it to the first turn this time? Down to turn number 1. Looks like a lot better, a lot cleaner for everyone as they'll all make it through, and Wolney leads. Hudson Brown to second as Lemke fades to third here on the opening lap. And this time, Maestranzi, Hernandez, Bailiff all surviving the first few corners to make their way onto the backstretch.
Yeah, a lot of drivers have to just kind of tiptoe their way around these moves because they don't want to risk all too much by the end of this heat race because they want to make it safely into pre-final A later today. But Jackson Woney already with a great start, a good lead so far. Hudson Brown currently second with a very experienced driver currently in third. And there goes Maestranzi looking for the move on Lemke for P3. He's able to get clear.
Yeah, Marco Maestranzi now up to third on the Paralympic USA number 945. Brandon Lemke feeling quite a bit more pressure here in the opening couple laps. Jackson Wolney and Hudson Brown, couple of young guns leading the way over the veterans behind them as they go through the chicane. And behind Brandon Lemke, you find Ben Hernandez, who is getting to use all that leaders level speed that he showed in Heat 1 coming from the back of the field. He was 20 seconds back on the first lap after trying to chase back up to the pack when he broke down right here on the pace lap. So this is a much needed bit of relief for Ben Hernandez as he's got company coming though. Eli Warren is pressuring, and Marco Maestranzi is pressuring Hudson Brown. He gets through. Lemke trying to get clear. Can he get clear? Yes and no. Brown right back in on him. Here comes Hernandez as well. Warren alongside. Not going to get through for him, but Lemke goes from up one spot to down 2.
Yeah, just Lemke had no help there on the main straightaway for the likes of Hudson Brown. He had help from Ben Fernandez. They pushed each other through the Franklin Motorsports Merlin there of Brandon Lemke. So they lost a spot, and there goes Eli Warren on the inside of Brandon Lemke. They're going to go side by side. Warren able to get through. Lemke loses yet another spot here in this one. Your race winner from heat number 1, losing a handful of spots early in this one, and he was able to regain one of those on Eli Warren there. Goes back on him in the hairpin.
Yeah, he had to do something here. He was going to go backwards in a hurry, so he sent it back on Eli. Now he needs a couple good corners to keep Warren at bay. Down the front straightaway, Lemke a little fade there into turn number 1, just kind of staying low. Finnegan Bailiff got passed by Warren on the opening lap, has stayed right on his bumper since. Up front, Wolney pulling away actually a little bit. That's up to half a second back to Marco Maestranzi. So a nice margin beginning to form, although Marco is closing that back down as we check in with the rest of our top 10. There's Gabriel, back to Bowman, back to Menezes, and onwards to Sam Avrutsky and Ben Gaunt here in this massive group. There's Avrutsky getting around, I believe, getting around Christian Menezes. That was for P10.
Yeah, so that move being done there on the edge of the top 10 for that 10th spot. And here Jackson Woney, the gap this time by for Maestranzi, 2/10 quicker than Jackson Woney the last time by. So that gap was at half a second 2 laps ago. It's now at 3/10 of a second. So Jackson Woney could very well fall under fire to the veteran of Marco Maestranzi here, who looks to take the fight to the Speed Concepts Racing senior rookie. And there goes Hernandez, who looked for the move on Hudson Brown, or was going defensive, from Brandon Lemke behind. So Hernandez not wanting to lose that spot to Lemke, who won that first heat race and looking to get some spots made up. And I think he did get one made up as he went on the inside there of Ben Hernandez in the hairpin.
Yeah, he was not wanting to stay behind. Now Hernandez trying the inside on Lemke. Lemke staying tough on the outside, hand in the air. He's frustrated. He's had a bad heat. Hernandez had one as well, and Eli Warren's got a problem. Oh, no, red flag. Red flag here midway through heat number 2 for Group B. Our first red flag of the weekend comes in the second heat race, or the first heat race for KA Stars. So that brings us to a complete halt, and it might not seem like it's what Jackson Wolney would have wanted, but it may be a bit of a save actually, because he was getting tracked down quickly by that group. Marco Mastronzi had cut it down to about 3/10 last time around. So Jackson Wolney getting early with the lead. Now he has to try and probably lead us on a restart, because we did not make it to the halfway mark in heat number 2. So this race, by the book, just barely should be restarted.
Completely restarted, or just with the time left?
With the time left. So it'll go green with 4 minutes, 19 seconds on the clock, or it will revert back. It'll more than likely revert back to the end of lap number 3, because we did not get, obviously, the whole field across the line. I believe the drivers involved are Alex Feldstein, maybe. Jaden Harry, I believe, is the driver that they are checking on in the 907. Jaden did not cross the line, the only driver not to cross the line last time around. So that'll put us under red flag conditions again for the first time this weekend with the run order. So that will change things up a little bit. That'll probably put, if we go back a lap, Ben Hernandez, actually I believe it is already back a lap there. So I'm mistaken. I think Harry went out earlier. They put the red out before they crossed the line, so all those passing that just happened didn't matter. And Ben Hernandez, he gets to go back in front of Brandon Lemke when they revert the grid. So he will get to restart in the 4th spot. Hudson Brown 3rd, Marco Mastronzi 2nd, Wolney 1st. So the run order as you have, that's the end of lap number 4. We were working the end of lap 5, but due to the red flag, it will go back to lap number 4. It will be a single file restart, and the 996 at Jackson Wolney will lead us to green with Mastronzi on his bumper. Yes. So let's see what else is notable here through the rest of the field. Obviously, talked about Chris Wareheim starting pretty deep. He started 21st, standing there on the left-hand side of the screen, chatting with Marco Mastronzi. And he picked up 7 spots. He's up to 14th. A few other movers and shakers. Oliver Piatek with an abysmal qualifying effort for a superstar in the BJR MDR camp. He was in the front at most of his Stars races last year, but he's been fighting from the back of the field in both of his heat races. He climbed up to 19th here so far in this heat race with a good lap at that as well, considering the group that he was around, and only got a few laps in. At this time, Brandon Lemke owns the fast lap of the race, but all the leaders were relatively close in times beyond that one anomaly, because you had 43.4s as the best lap for most of them, a 43.6 for Jackson Wolney the lap prior when Mastronzi was starting to hunt him down. And I'm 90% sure that this is the run order we've got as things are right now here with 4 laps complete. That may change. I may be one off. We may be at working lap 4 and end up on lap 3, and it would be Jaden Harry. But I would imagine if you have a red flag, you typically have more than one driver involved in the incident and more than one driver unable to continue. But that's just speculation on our end here as we keep an eye on the drivers and what's going on down on the racetrack. So we'll take a moment to step away, come back, and feed you some more information of what's going on here in Charlotte as we are under red flag conditions for the first time so far today, here working our way through the second round of heat races at the Queen City Gambit in Concord, North Carolina.
place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate.
Engines have refired and we are ready to get this one back underway. So with the reset back to lap number 3, going back 1 lap from lap 4, Jackson Wolney, Marco Maestranzi, Hudson Brown, Ben Hernandez, Brandon Lemke, your top 5 starters here as they'll get set to go back green single file. Eli Warren and Finnegan Bailiff, 6th and 7th. Quick McGabriel and CJ Bowman. Then Christian Menezes, your top 10. Ben Gaunt, behind Sam Ravrutsky, Jaden Harry, Nicholas DeFillo, and Chris Wareheim for the 15 drivers at the front. Getting set to go back green here as the field works its way onto the front straightaway. Jackson Wolney has them all at bay. And green flag in the air. We're back racing down to turn number 1, single file, as they go through the opening couple S's. So far, so good, clean. And all the top 10 starters are away as they rocket down the backstretch and rocket into the chicane. And now down the backstretch, Lemke got the jump on Ben Hernandez, so he picks up 1 spot to go to 4th. And into the sweeper, he's going to take 3rd from Hudson Brown as well, at least for a moment. Brown with an over-under to pull him back side by side.
Yeah, so Brown was looking to go back there on. Brandon Lemke wasn't close enough. Ben Hernandez as well there in tow. Eli Warren and Finnegan Bailiff all able to get good starts, and we know how critical it is to really end up in a good finishing position at the end of the second heat race with just 3.5 minutes to go left in this one. Brandon Lemke still in that 3rd spot with a much better start than he did at the beginning of that heat of this heat race earlier in this one. But from Maestranzi, going to look to take the fight to the rookie and Jackson Wolney here shortly.
Yeah, Jackson said he felt pretty good in the go-kart. Felt like the KA Junior helped him prepare really well to go fast in a KA Senior. The only difference, like you mentioned, is a little bit more weight on the go-kart, and of course, no exhaust restrictor. Into turn 10, Maestranzi's close enough. New leader, Marco Maestranzi to the point there, coming out of turn number 11. Wolney slots into 2nd, Lemke 3rd. Now he wants 2nd. He'll dive into the inside in the last turn and take that spot away on the Franklin Merlin.
Yeah, so that's going to help out Maestranzi there to open up his gap to a car length here at the moment. Jackson Wolney going to go back, and this is all helping out Maestranzi and his gap here. So Wolney, the rookie, back to P2. Lemke falls back to the 3rd spot, and Hudson Brown going to look to go and make a move on one of these drivers. Purple last time by for Ben Hernandez, a 43.578 right there in framing his LN kart, as he's going to go side by side with Hudson Brown on the inside of turn number 8. Hernandez going to get clear. Hudson Brown looking for the over-under, up the hill and into the hairpin. Hudson Brown on the inside. Warren going to look to push Brown through, and Brown able to get through, and for Hernandez and Warren side by side, but Warren able to stay ahead.
Now Hernandez will lose a few more spots there. CJ Bowman and Finn Bailiff get by, so Ben Hernandez quickly shuffled out of the top 5, and a gap now for the top 3. As here's a side-by-side move, a little bit of contact side to side. That's the 993 of Christian Menezes, the 982 of Nicholas DeFillo going at it. DeFillo getting through. Menezes falls back to 11th. Wareheim there in 12th, looking on through the bus stop chicane and onto the backstretch.
Yeah, onto the back stretch, and there goes Eli Warren on the inside of Hudson Brown. Two drivers who have raced each other on this same racetrack even earlier this year on the 206 side of things, now racing at the pinnacle of U.S. karting here and racing against each other for the first time in this KA class at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Big move to the inside for Ben Hernandez on Finn Bailiff to start to march back up the grid. He picks that spot away in the last turn and defends low as C.J. Bowman to the inside of Hudson Brown and picking up another spot. C.J. Bowman now into the top 5 for the second heat race in a row on the MPG Kart Republic. A great day here for this young man in the 928. Eli Warren up the road through that pass that Bowman made, got a big gap, and now he is by himself in that 4th spot. Further back, Mick Gabriel trying to fend off Nicholas DeFillo, goes back to the inside after losing a spot and challenge for the lead. Brandon Lemke gets through there in turns 10 and 11.
Yeah, Brendan Lemke out of nowhere there, surprising us even, was back in 3rd, but able to get the move done on Warney and was able to get the move done on Mastronzi as well. So Lemke leads once again here. He won the first heat race and looks to repeat here in the second heat race in his Franklin Merlin here at the moment. 30 seconds to go, so 3 laps to go for these drivers as they work their way around the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Still a 3-car pack. Eli Warren about 9/10 away, was even to the leader last time, a little faster probably this time, but he needs probably 2 more passes like that one that Lemke just pulled. Marco Mastronzi's almost close enough for a dive bomb, not going to do anything in turns 10 and 11 as he starts to learn a bit from the 903. Hasn't followed him yet in this race. So Lemke, the leader, at the line. They'll be right on the timer. And will the 2 to go come out? Yes, it will. Justin Dittrich with the sticks. 2 laps to go. Brandon Lemke now with a car length lead out of turn 2.
Yeah, and Lemke seems to be pulling away here a little bit from Mastronzi and Jackson Warney. So like we said, right, Lemke, for Mastronzi and Warney, they could have the toe and the draft on this back straightaway, but the technical section as well does keep these gaps open, and it seems like Lemke is doing really well in between the more technical sections of the racetrack here, Xander.
Well, just take a look at the hands here. Marco Mastronzi is really busy in the center of the corner compared to Brandon Lemke. Watch them come through this hairpin right here. You see Mastronzi, big input, the big opposite lock on the braking, and then a big initial input, and still kind of sawing at the wheel. I don't think he's perfectly happy with how that Parolyn's driving right now, and Jackson Woolley noticed it. He goes through for second here with the white flag waving. 1 lap to go. Mastronzi at this point, he still is going to fight probably to get more points. But I think that speed that he had early, whatever it is on the restart here, or just the fact that we're now seeing the real flex of the muscle for Brandon Lemke and Jackson Wolney, I don't think Mastronzi is as good as them. Look at them again. Big slide in that sweeping corner for Marco Mastronzi. So not enough grip, it looks like, in the high-speed stuff for sure, compared to Wolney, who looks a little more planted, and Brandon Lemke, whose Franklin Motorsports Merlin's a rocket ship, as Mastronzi can't get second away from the rookie. Brandon Lemke will sweep his heat races in KA Stars comfortably in heat number 2. Wolney, Mastronzi, Warren with a top 5 result. C.J. Bowman, this second 5th place result in a row, picking up a few spots along the way. And further back, you have Hudson Brown in 6th on the gold cart. Ben Hernandez, 7th at the end. Finn Bailiff, 8th. Mick Gabriel, 9th. Christian Menezes, 10th over Nicholas DeFillo, Chris Harrower, and then Chris Wareheim, 11th, 12th, and 13th. Andrew Hamill and Alex Feldstein, all in that group there from 12th on back fighting. Whoa, one driver way off the racetrack. That's the 918 of Evan Santiniello. And I don't know if that was on the last lap or if that was from an earlier incident. He's all the way behind the tire wall there coming out of the last, or at the end of the backstretch. But a little kudos there for Brandon Lemke, to Marco Mastronzi, Jackson Wolney there as well. Handshakes all around, a clean run in the front for that race. It was not as clean for the other group in heat number 1, the group on the grid right now. Mason Walters, the rookie, trying to lead him off, and he had a very aggressive mindset and strategy in that first heat race that ultimately got him the race win across the line. As we got problems back there. One driver failing to fire, late fire. That's one of the Speed Concepts Racing red speeds. It is the 925. Able to get underway and should be still with enough time here in the lap to get back in position before the commitment cone. So Hayden Jones on the outside of the front row alongside Mason Walters here, and the rest of the players from Group A ready to do battle. James Overbeck, Alan Isambard, the Heat 1 winner on row number 2.
Jared Clark and Adam Brickley on that third row. It's Austin Olds and Adam Maxwell on row 4. Lucas Zabo, Mason Surgener, Byron Daly, and Ryan Miller, row 5 and 6 respectively.
Then you go back to row number 7. Stephen Miller on the inside in 13th. Zach Frank in 14th. Noah Jackson, Presley Whitney, Carter Thompson, Luke Powers, and Pablo Benitez and Christian Valverde on row number 10. Here's your final 5 rows as they make their way down. Final 7 rows, they come onto the front stretch, and we get set for action. Mason Walters, so far so good here in the 933 BJR MDR entry. He's got his teammate James Overbeck lined up behind him, and here we go through the start box and on the power, and a good jump for Walters. He'll bring Overbeck through to second. Jones will get into third as Jared Clark trying to fight for fourth. Ultimately, he'll slot to fifth behind Alan Isambard.
Yeah, a lot of side-by-side action further back, just outside of the top 5, with a lot of drivers still shuffling for position there. Stephen Miller looking for a move. A little bit of a side pod there in between the two of them. That's Surgener and Miller, who went side-by-side and made a little bit of contact as Miller tries to muscle his way through, and he's going to lose a handful of spots there on the exit of turn number 8. So it did not end up helping him out at all, as his go-kart was on the frame table at the end of his first heat race.
Yeah, it's been a rough weekend to start, to say the least, for Stephen Miller. Here's Adam Maxwell making a move further back. He clawed his way into the top 10 in that first heat race, trying to do the same thing here in heat number 2, maybe get a top 5 out of it as they cross the line down to turn number 1. Byron Daly right behind him there on the Maranello. The 956, or 66, looking good here as the North Carolina-based driver making his first national appearance of 2024. Through the bus stop and onto the backstretch. Here's a look at the leaders. Walters, Overbeck, Jones, Isambard, Clark, and Adam Brickley. No changes in the top 6. They're all just putting some laps down right now. And back from Brickley, we'll find out Austin Olds, Lucas Zabo in the first real shot of a fight, although I think it's starting to form up here for the lead. The 2 BJR MDR entries have company. Hayden Jones is right there, and Isambard trying to get close as well. He's 2 car lengths back.
Yes, a lot of drivers, still getting stacked and packed here. Mason Walters still leading. Overbeck he's had a really good lap time so far. Was a 10th quicker than his teammate and Mason Walters ahead the last time by, and continuing to close down his gap there. Hayden Jones still in third. Been kind of stagnant, ran similar lap times to James Overbeck last time by. For Alan Isambard, still there in fourth. A little bit of a slower lap, quicker lap than anybody else out there on the racetrack there. Anybody else in the top 3, I should say. So he's lapping really good right now. And there's Adam Brickley and Austin Olds pushing each other forward.
Side by side further back, Brickley defending from Jared Clark. He gets through, so Adam Brickley to the top 5. Clark 6th. Old still 7th by himself as Zabo and Daly go at it for the lead. Mason Walters in this heat, not being nearly as defensive as he was at the start of heat number 1, just logging some laps right now out front, and I'm waiting to see if and when James Overbeck is going to want to pull the trigger. For now, he's staying there. Now he goes into the backstretch and clear. Overbeck to the lead. Walters back to second, and Hayden Jones letting Isambard by as he went a little wide there coming out of the sweeper, so Allen up to third.
Yeah, so good move there by Allen. Knew he had to go. He's lapping really quickly here. A 43.5, only a 10th off the fastest lap of the race for Alan Isambard here at the moment. I knew he had to go, and with it well timed because he's closing down the gap to Mason Walters. There's Hayden Jones trying to defend from Adam Brickley, who went purple last time by. Brickley was 4th across the line, but Hayden Jones was able to get him back there for that 4th spot. So Jones going to lose a little bit of time to Alan Isambard in that 3rd spot. And like we've said all weekend long, Xander, whenever you fight, whenever the gloves get thrown off early in this race, you lose a lot of time to the drivers ahead.
Out of the last turn on the backstretch and over to turns 10 and 11, Overbeck still your leader to Walters and Isambard. Like you're saying, Caleb, one move costs you a lot of time, takes a long time to run back up, as we've got a lot of drivers running the same kinds of laps here at this track as Brickley and Jones going by on Jared Clark now for 4th, 5th, and 6th. They have lost a ton of time. Brickley knows it, but he's just trying to hang on for P4 right now, defending from Hayden, who was battling for the lead and the win. Now that they're back single file, we'll keep an eye if they go side by side as we go side by side. Let's hear from Heat 2 winner in KA Stars, Marco Maestranzi.
Thank you, Xander. Marco, a rough first heat, a much better second heat for you. Nonetheless, we saw you pretty busy with your hands there. I mean, how do you feel about your kart heading into the pre-final?
I think the go-kart is fast. It's just like you need to adapt the driving style. It's not really like you need to drive it like some way that's normally like doesn't work, but it's fast. You just need to like fix something and make it a little bit more easy.
Your first time in the States racing since 2018 Summer Nationals. So, what's it like being back here and racing here in the States?
The same. I think it like the market, the competition grow, and I think that's pretty good. But like the feeling is the same, and I think it's the best feeling. I enjoy racing in the U.S. sometimes more than definitely Europe.
Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
My mistake. Brandon Lemke was our double winner in the heat races. Marco Mastronzi, a good run in his second heat to make up for heat number 1, as now Alan Isambard has gone around Mason Walters for second. And cool to hear again for him as he's continuing to learn and develop with the Paralyn go-kart. He says the chassis is good. I just got to, obviously, like he was saying, adjust his driving a little bit. You saw that. He was trying different things, and by the end there, his hands were a lot busier than others, but he was still pretty fast. Compared to Lemke, it looks like everyone's got a little bit to catch, but we won't really know how, if anyone stands above the rest until all the fast drivers are back together again later on today for their pre-final. For now, 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. James Overbeck, your leader here to turn 10.
Yeah, James Overbeck leading us away and losing time there in the hairpin to Alan Isambard, who was on the rear bumper there of James Overbeck, but wasn't close enough to do anything with it. A car length separates James Overbeck and Alan Isambard here at the moment. The BJR driver in the lead and the Sodi Racing USA driver in second here. So they go into the first couple of corners here, and Isambard closing down that gap there. Seems to have a little more there on the exit of the corners, but whenever you get to those straightaways, it seems like Overbeck can just pull away little by little from Alan Isambard.
Well, you definitely saw a bit of a different line there going into the bus stop. Isambard a little more narrow, Overbeck a little bit wider. Keep an eye on Adam Brickley, by the way. He just set fast time of the race. He was 2.5 tenths clear of the leaders last time, so he's making this a 4-car party. Isambard is going to make his life a little easier as he takes over the lead now with 1.5 minutes to go. So just like that, 4 of them all together. Jones and Clark still kind of looking on back in 5th and 6th. Across the line, Alan Isambard needs to win this heat race to get back in the conversation and keep Brandon Lemke from taking the pole away for pre-final A. Through the S as we go and on to the short chute. A little gap as Brickley gets around Clark. Make that 3 car lengths. He's got to make back up now to the top 2.
Yeah, so Brickley able to get ahead there of Mason Walters, who falls back to that 4th spot. Hayden Jones and company still 5th and 6th with Jared Clark there. So the two of them just a little bit further back, still trying to close down the gap to these top 4, but they really need them to start to fight. But for Alan Isambard, already has a heat win under his belt here. Won the Heat 1 Group A earlier this morning, and looks to repeat here in the second heat. Is looking good here at the moment. A car length in between himself and James Overbeck, but Adam Brickley, the quickest driver on the racetrack, was a 10th quicker and a couple of thousandths of a second quicker than Alan Isambard last time by. So let's see if Adam Brickley, who's going to be looking to make quick work of James Overbeck in that second spot.
Yeah, you're right. 1.5 tenths quicker even than Overbeck. He is rolling right now. 20 seconds to go. Here he goes inside P2. Brickley gets through. Didn't really lose much time. That's probably one of the best places to make a move and not lose any ground, as long as the guy behind is willing to not dive bomb you down in turn number 10, because there's such a long run to that corner. They definitely have the chance. But Overbeck, veteran move, waiting, saying, you know what? I'll see if Adam can bring Alan back to me, because I'm not making any ground up on my own. 2 laps to go. Adam Brickley on a tear right now, a car length back from Isambard.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, and continuing to close down that gap was Purple last time by while he made that move on James Overbeck. A 43.085 for Adam Brickley was 0.2 of a second quicker than Alan Isambard last time by. Is he close enough to get the move down the back straightaway this time? Not as of yet, but is going to have a good run up the hill into the hairpin here.
Yeah, he'll close up to turns 10 and 11, down to a half car length away. Little bobble in the center of the corner for Brickley as the Kart kind of got away from him there. He's definitely pushing the limits right now to get that last bit. Isambard knows he's there, knows he's on the way, but for now, he can hit his normal marks as the white flag waves. 1 to go. Brickley trying to close up there, but Isambard doing a great job getting some good exits, good launches onto these critical straightaways. Although Brickley is close now. Check out this move in the bus stop. Not enough to get by. He tripped up Isambard a little bit, but it hurt himself, I think, more. A big run down the backstretch now as they go out of turn number 8 over to 10. Isambard's going to block low. Overbeck looking, trying to find a way past. Around the outside for Brickley. Overbeck will get that spot away, and Alan Isambard now with a car length. Does he block low? He does. Brickley going to return the favor to Overbeck. He'll not get there, and Alan Isambard hanging on strong will win heat number 2, and that will clinch the pole and knock Brandon Lemke off the hot seat. He was perfect in the points for his group. Now Isambard perfect in his group. Actually, he would have been, but he got a bumper penalty in the first heat race. So Alan Isambard rebounds from that pushback bumper penalty. So Alan with a win in heat number 2 still puts him in a good spot, but if there's no penalties for Brandon Lemke, he'll get the pole for pre-final A. All of them obviously safely transferring through to the main pre-final for the first 30 spots. Overbeck, Brickley, Walters, Hayden Jones there 5th in the second heat race. Jared Clark with a great recovery, and I think that might just be enough to move Jared Clark into the A pre-final and not have to go to the B pre-final to work his way into the main. Adam Maxwell 7th, Noah Jackson, Austin Olds, Byron Daly, the top 10 here at the end of K-Stars heat number 2, Caleb.
Yeah, so that was a barn burner of a race there from start to finish in between these KA Stars. Coming up next, so we're talking about barn burners, right? We've had a lot of them so far today. And the OKNJ was one of those that was really interesting from start to finish. Davin Roberts, Chase Gasly, Lee, and others, delivering a great race and great heat number 1. Gasly Lee came out victorious, but for the first time we're seeing the OKNJ here in the United States. It's been a great debut weekend for this engine package because these drivers are absolutely delivering here today.
Yeah, they are doing a fantastic job putting on a show for us. We had such a great battle in that first heat race. So much unknown here with this engine, with how it will race, with all the drivers learning the ins and outs of it and the mechanics learning them as well. I mean, we've only got one season, really 4 races with the OKN. It was run by a handful of drivers last year at the Challenge of the Americas. This year was not offered as a class as there were not enough to turn out there. So when you count the number of races up just in general on this package here stateside, there have not been a lot. Some cool intel at least, and I don't know exactly. We had a couple comments asking on the manufacturers. The majority obviously are on a TM power plant. Chase Gasly Lee, I believe, is on a Speed Lab Engines Vortex. So I'm not 100% if that's what he stayed on, but either way, he's fast. Davin Roberts was faster in quali as he leads us to green from the pole. And he'll get a nice gap over Gasly Lee. Malcutt into 3rd. 4th for McGoy as Naomi Garcia slots to 5th.
And Naomi Garcia falls back to that 5th spot. And there's Max Weiland going through in 6th here at the moment with John Antonino Jr. right behind him. And drivers further back looking to make a move. There's Luke Tall on the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr., the Sodi Racing USA driver, the Flying Dutchman, able to get the move there on Tyrone Kemper. So there goes Luke Tall for the move further back. That was for 10th on the edge of the top 10 there for Luke Tall. But all the drivers continue to cycle through. There's Naomi Garcia looking defensive for Max Weiland. John Antonino looking to go through on the Magic Car driver. He's able to get through. So the 2 MPGs able to get through, and Korn looking to make a move on his teammate. Not close enough. All these drivers starting to get stacked and packed, line in a straight line, and continue to work together to work their way up. So this guy who's on your screen there of Davin Roberts.
Yeah, Roberts' is lead about 2.5 tenths back to Chase Gasly Lee here at the end of the opening lap. They're all still, like you said, stacked and packed, pretty close for the first 4. Garcia still kind of close as well. Antonino Jr. under a little pressure, and Michael McGoy just heaving Isaac Malcutt forward as this second pack, led by the couple of MPGs, back to Nathan Dupuis, who did not have the best opening races. We've got a fight for second. Chase Gasly Lee off the road. Malcutt through, McGoy through. Garcia not close enough to also go in turn 1. And look at this swarm back here. It is on the outside, Forrest Adams, just ahead of Luke Tall. All in another great fight. Korn, Antonino Jr., then Dupuis, and then Weiland before Adams and Tall. That's 6th back to 11th here on the racetrack.
Yeah, all these drivers already with a lot of races under their belt. 2 races already this morning, and then doing their 3rd here on the OKNJ for the drivers doing double duty. There goes Isaac Malcutt on the inside of Davin Roberts. McGoy able to get clear as well. So for these 2 young guys, they're going to lead the field away here in OKNJ. There's Naomi Garcia, the young lady, able to get through on Chase Gasly Lee. She's up into 4th. Set the fastest lap of the race last time by. Gasly Lee going to go back, though, for the Heat 1 race winner. and goes back there on the inside of turn number 1 and gets clear. Max Weiland Dupuis still going at it here side by side.
Isaac Malkut had a picture-perfect second heat in KA Junior. Whatever they found on that PSL BRL, they have him rolling right now in OKN Junior as well. Remember, it was a heartbreak in that first heat race for Isaac as he had the pipe break or come disconnected and pulled in out of third. Now he leads in the second heat. And for Michael McGoy, that's what you got to keep in the back of your mind here. Yes, championship points do matter, but a second place here is still going to be the best out of anyone else when it comes to trying to vie for that pole position starting spot in the pre-final. Still so many laps to go as well, too. He can wait a while if he thinks that he's even to Malkut before pulling the trigger to go by, because they've got still 5 minutes plus 2 laps, and they're already building the gap up to about 8/10 to the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart of Davin Roberts and the Nash Motorsports machine of Chase Gassiet-Lee. And how about Gage Korn making some more forward progress? In 5th now, getting around Naomi Garcia and starting to really put some pressure on the leaders. In Heat 1, he was back with Antonino Jr. and the rest of that second group is changing the lead. There's Michael McGoy on Malkut. Malkut with an over-under. They're side by side down the front stretch. And McGoy, if he can hold it, he does through turns 1 and 2. I thought he might have been a little more patient. He feels like he might be able to break away, I would imagine, if he's making the pass this early.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Xander, some of these young drivers do race in the X30 junior class, but for the majority of them, moving into this OKNJ class, what are some of the big differences that they have to look out for driving one of these engines?
Well, one thing that's interesting enough that many people don't, I think, talk about, and I don't think we bring it up as much, is the KA power plant is actually a little bit quicker coming out of the corner than the X30 class even is, and much quicker than the OKN Junior, as there's Korn with a big diver on Roberts and an over-under to take over 4th if it'll stick, and it does. So we've seen a few over-unders here, but more than anything, when we go to some of the slower racetracks as Roberts gets back on Korn, moves like that are a lot easier to make, because you know that the guy is not going to be able, by being just 500 or 1,000 RPMs higher than you, get a massive launch to cross you over. Here, we are, because even at the power band and the rev range we're racing in with the gearing they're on, we're seeing some over-unders. You don't see that when you go to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, whereas in KA, you absolutely would in that last hairpin, for example, or some of the corners at Newcastle Motorsports Park that are slow enough as well that we'll also be visiting with the Stars Series. So basically, the biggest change to me in terms of racing is where and when you make your passes. On this layout, we're probably the most similar to the passes and where you make them and how you race around others to the KA power plant. Of course, the other most obvious difference, is the fast, higher horsepower, the faster engine, right? So that's different. Your braking marks are different. How you carry the speed's a little bit different. But the bigger difference it feels like for many of them, and from what everyone's described, that kind of almost outweighs the higher speeds that you're going, is how you have to race with this engine, having just a completely different curve than the KA machines. Now, into the last turn, Roberts, as we've been talking, unfortunately, has just continued to fade. Max Weiland getting by him now. Davin's going to try and maybe go back on him, but not deep enough on the brakes there, and he really got tripped up on the rear bumper and the curbing. So this backward slide for our pole man is uncharacteristic, and one thing that has been a big talking point in the paddock with these motors is how fragile the reed cages are and the reeds themselves. So I don't think Davin would be this fast with a broken reed, but at the same time, it might just be a small crack, a small hole, and that will cause a loss of power, because right now Davin Roberts is lapping significantly slower than where he was in heat number 1. Isaac Malkut, for example, a 41.9. Roberts, that time by, was at a 42.3, although timing had paused for a moment on my screen here. I'll update that in a second. In the meantime, while we keep our eye on the battle, and we'll revisit this momentarily, let's go down to pit lane and hear from Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Hayden, I mean, a good first heat for you. A second heat, pretty solid, but it seems as though maybe the kart went away from you towards the end of that one. Sun's going away. It's cooling down. I mean, what did you notice about the racetrack in that second heat?
The racetrack's definitely gripping up, so we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and change some things. But, yeah, the track's getting much faster, especially with the sun going away. I think we're going to be putting in fastest times for the pre-final.
Speaking of the pre-final, right, I mean, a bunch of drivers, up and down the order. What can you expect heading to the pre-final aggression level-wise?
I'm not really sure, just to be honest, because some races, you know, it's really aggressive, and some races it's follow the leader. So it just depends what they're feeling like.
Let's discuss tire wear a little bit, right? You've driven this racetrack plenty of times in WKA. The new reds are similar to what we see maybe with the old yellows. Do you think that helps you at all?
I think so. I have a lot of experience on the old yellow, so hopefully that plays into my favor. And, you know, by the final, I'm just able to manage it better than everyone else.
Thank you, Hayden.
Thank you.
One good point as well Caleb made here while we were side by side was how Davin Roberts was continuously ripping tape off the motor, and he might have a leak or a hose clamp that had come off on one of the pumps. Now, if that was the case, the engine would skyrocket in temperature before eventually blowing up. So these drivers, obviously with the water-cooled motors, that's, I guess, something else to add on to the difference from going from a 100cc air-cooled power plant is you have one more number to look at on your data gauge, and that is the engine temperature, the water temperature in the motor. You're trying to shoot usually around the 120 to 130 degrees Fahrenheit range. If it starts to get too high, you start to pull tape off. If it's you have some of the radiators that you'll see like on Isaac Malcutt's car that has the removable or the slidable flap, you can raise it back up and cover the radiator more so there's less air coming in to cool the water back down and then cool the engine back down. So that's another big management thing that a lot of these drivers have to learn. In the KA class, you're more so worried about maybe tuning the carburetor needles. Here, you add in the fact without the needles, but you're adding in the radiator that they have to adjust to manage that temperature, because if it gets too hot or too cold, it won't run as good. Now, with a little bit of time left here in this heat, we're coming down to just a few moments to go because Michael McGoy, Isaac Malcutt, they can battle as much as they want. That gap is massive back to the next group there fighting for third. Across the line this time, coming to see one lap to go, and Malcutt to the inside for the lead.
Malcutt on the inside in turn number one, able to get the lead here. Chase Cassidy a little bit ways back, not close enough as of yet here. As we get to the closing stages of this race, it's still Isaac Malcutt who leads away there. McGoy losing a little bit of time to Isaac Malcutt, who has a great run there out of the chicane. Not even going to have to go defensive here on the sweeping left-hander, and may even be well out without defending into the hairpin here, Xander.
Yeah, he should be good to take the normal line. This is a perfectly timed move and a really well put together final lap for Isaac Malcutt as there's big contact further back. Roberts, Forrest Adams, and one more of the MPGs around. I think that might have been John Antonino coming to the line. McGoy with a run around the outside. Does he get there at the line? Yes. 9 thousandths of a second. Michael McGoy takes it in heat number 2 over Isaac Malcutt. Chase Gassiet Lee third. And on the final lap, contact for John Antonino Jr., Davin Roberts, and Forrest Adams sidelined them all. Roberts was able to keep momentum going, keep the engine fired, and finish 9th. But now Antonino Jr. with a 12th place result. Forrest Adams with a 13th place result. All coming there at turn number 8 at the end of the back straightaway. Antonino going to Davin and shrugging at him as you saw the gap just get bigger and bigger further back to the rest of them. Chase Gassiet Lee, Gage Korn ending 3rd and 4th. They pick up, Korn especially, picking up a lot of spots and really moving forward. Naomi Garcia 5th, Max Weiland 6th, and then that group that we were following, and that was 7th on back. So Tyrone Kemper Jr., big benefactor, he picks up a number of spots, gets to 7th. Luke Tall gets to 8th. Then Roberts, then Nathan Dupuis, Paulie Hart Jr., John Antonino Jr., then Forrest Adams. Maximo Karam also had an issue earlier. He DNFs from heat number 2, but big turnaround for Isaac Malcutt. Unfortunately, Michael McGoy nips him at the line, but at least a second place will help mitigate that DNF from heat number 1. So he'll start probably around the 4th or maybe even the 3rd row, depending how the points all total up. For Michael McGoy, this should pretty much, I think, clinch the pole for the pre-final on this afternoon as Chase Gassiet Lee with a close call there with a bicycle fence here in the scale line. But staying upright and a good finish for him. P3 on the Coastal Metal Custom, Coastal Link Custom Printing Nash Motorsports EOS Kart. Heat 2 for everybody. Done. It's time to set those main event grids here when we return from Charlotte Motor Speedway as the overcast skies begin to loom. Lots of action here still going, though. The Mustang Experience on the 1.5 mile, actually longer than that, NASCAR Cup Series Roval, and, of course, the NHRA 4-wide drag racing nationals going across the street at ZMAX Dragway. Here's a look at how everything's stacked up. We're pretty much still about on time with where we need to be. 5 minutes away from going green with pre-final action beginning with our KA Masters. And of course, both of the Pro Motos later this afternoon for Pro Stars and OKN Stars immediately following the pre-final action here from Saturday. A long day, a full day, 12 hours of non-stop racing here from Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we'll return here in a few moments as a 5-minute break for the crew to catch up, the Star Series team to make sure the grids are correct, and then it's time to set them for main events on Sunday here at the Queen City Gambit.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
To be the best, you have to learn from the best. Racecraft Driver Development by multi-time karting champion Austin Garrison is here to help you elevate your game behind the wheel. Inquire now and go faster tomorrow. The engines have come to life here, and we've talked about how the sun has been shining on this place all day long. Well, it has gone behind the clouds, and it has gotten a little bit breezy outside here as we race into the afternoon at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You can see the NKA flags on the backstretch flapping in the wind, and all around the paddock. Everyone is keeping a keen eye on what this track will do and what to set their karts for, as this race result will set the lineup for the main event. What you've done in the heats just lines you up for here. It scored you some good championship points, but the results from this session will set our starting lineup for the mains. Out of the final turn, they'll get ready to go. David Goldman has dominated the day so far, but Ryan Kastner kept him honest there and led a couple laps in heat number 2. John Bonanno and Anthony Stifler on the second row. Tyler Prestel rounds your top 5, and the rest of the 18 KA Masters are ready for action here at Charlotte. And here we go, green flag in the air. Goldman with a good jump. Kastner sending it around the outside as the 217 of Tyler Prestel got in a bit hot and kind of slid into the side pod of Austin Queen, who allowed Paul Montepoli to get through. So single file now to the bus stop, and it is our pole man who has won every session so far, David Goldman, with a 4-car gap down the back straightaway.
Good start this time by our champion, John Bonanno, and there's another move further back. It's Montepoli, side by side, and one driver goes off. That's the 217 who goes off the racetrack. That's Tyler Prestel, who found himself with a tire in the gravel there, unfortunately. Able to continue going, but not going to help his charge further up the field. John Bonanno now on the rear bumper of Ryan Kastner and David Goldman for the lead of this race.
Yeah, Prestel now under pressure from Scott Carapalati, as Ryan Kastner gets a good end to that first lap to close the margin back up to your race leader. A longer distance here for the KA Masters in this pre-final than, of course, what they ran in those heat races as they head through the bus stop and onto the backstretch. Goldman by about a car length back to Ryan Kastner and Bonanno. Anthony Stifler 4 car lengths away here with 11 minutes plus 2 laps the distance here for the KA Masters. Here comes Ryan Kastner looking. Well, for a moment, he was looking to go to the inside. Ultimately, he thought better of it and tucked back in. Now, again, just another fade down low. Constantly, sometimes, I don't know if a lot of drivers do this, but I've heard it here and there that you'll pull out a line and not make the move, but just to throw the guy in front of you off where he hears the engine sound only on one ear, only on one side. Because obviously when you're straight squared behind him, he'll hear it in the left and the right ear. But if he hears it on the inside ear, he might just tweak out for a second, blow the corner, open the door, and make a mistake. So maybe that's a little bit of that extra veteran expertise coming in for Ryan Kastner. I think more than anything, though, he's just kind of trying to pick his moments and maybe not give a shove to the race leader as Bonanno stays shoving him forward here in third.
Yeah, Bonanno trying to push him through. But, I mean, Xander, that kind of confused me a little bit because you wouldn't know, oh, there goes Kastner on the inside into the double right-hander. I mean, half moves around this place, we have seen that you lose a lot of time when you do them as Goldman goes back. So, I mean, I wouldn't be sure if that would be probably the best strategy around here. There goes Kastner again. They go side by side in a turn number 1, and Goldman able to retake the lead here. So a lot of fighting, like you said. Kastner keeping Goldman honest, has been a sweep, but hasn't led every single lap this weekend. Kastner has led a handful of laps as well, and for the first time, John Bonanno really closer than he's been all weekend long to the top 2 here at the moment.
Well, the reason that he can do that is he's got Bonanno right behind him. Any mistake that Kastner makes, he's got a nice little shove coming out of the corner. Although no mistake needed there, a clean pass, and this time it sticks. New leader, Ryan Kastner. David Goldman back to second, but that's why he was able to do that in the opening couple laps, because John Bonanno was right there. The moment Kastner had a little hiccup, he'd push him right back up to Goldman. Now through turns 1 and 2, Kastner leads. Goldman a little bit wide there in the first 2 corners, and just in the couple of back and forths they've had, Anthony Stifler got some new life and closed the gap a little bit back into frame. So this 3-car trio, they have been the story of the day, it feels like. Stifler close. Montepoli was in the mix at the beginning of Heat 2, then had a mistake and went wide, and he's been kind of recovering from that since. Bonanno, wow, he tried to get on the inside, and he's on top of him. John Bonanno, a late move there. I don't know if it was overly late, but he wasn't far enough inside for Goldman to want to concede the corner, and then he tried to lock the brakes up to stay off him as Goldman made that second apex. That's that awkward point of contact where he was tire to bumper, and the tires, they act like a Hot Wheels slingshot, just ramps you up and over. And a great save by John Bonanno. Not even a scratch on that blue and yellow comp card. It still looks perfect, but they definitely cost themselves a lot of time. 1.5 seconds now to Ryan Castner, and you saw Goldman checking his left rear tire there. Wanted to make sure it didn't get punctured in the contact, which is very rare, but I have seen it happen in a handful of cases.
Yeah, no, for sure. Goldman just making sure the kart's all right, and he can continue here. It looked like for a second Stifler was closing down the gap, but he's now made company with Paul Montepoli here at the moment. And I bet Ryan Castner looked over his shoulder, he's like, where is everyone? And probably doesn't even know what happened as of yet. So for David Goldman and company, John Bonanno, like you said, no scratch on that go-kart. He just had the fastest lap of the race, a 44.320 for John Bonanno with the number 1 plate, showing that you can go up and behind the rear bumper of a fellow racing driver, and you can still go on to set a purple lap time.
There you saw David Goldman tap his helmet and point forward towards the race leader, Ryan Castner. Not only did Bonanno go quickest overall, he was 0.2 better than Castner, and Goldman was still 1/10 better than Ryan Castner. So for John Bonanno and David Goldman, even if Bonanno's a little quicker, if they stay in line, they should have just enough time to get back to the race leader, and Goldman can try and complete the full day sweep from Heat 1 all the way through to the pre-final. You mentioned Stifler was close, then faded back. Paul Montepoli was on his bumper last time around, then faded a couple tenths away himself. He's just kind of following there. Behind the two of them is Austin Queen. We saw Queen get shoveled way to the outside on that start, on that black and red QG3 karting PSL Beryl Art. And Austin Queen there in the 6th position has Tyler Prestel kind of riding along with them as they try to catch these two here through turns 10 and 11. But this is the biggest gap, I think, in raw speed, because we're right around where we get towards the end of a heat race at this point time-wise. And still, I mean, I don't think that they were anywhere close to this spread apart, and there hasn't been really that much passing. In fact, there's basically been no passing from 4th on back since the drop of the green. So if anything, we should have a closer field, but Ryan Castner, David Goldman, John Bonanno, they are consistently 2 to 3/10 better than anyone else on the circuit.
Yeah, Xander, I mean, you've been in the seat, right, recently. Whenever you get to this stage of the race, whenever you have done a lot of heat cycles, 4 heat cycles at this point, what are these tires experiencing when it comes to tires, right, with this new compound?
Well, your braking points have to change, right? As the day goes on, even if there's more grip going down, you just don't have the grip in the rubber to go in as hard as you were at the beginning. So you're having to brake a little bit earlier and adjust that. Maybe put throttle a little bit early, or a little bit later in the corner as well, and just do everything you can not to slide the tires. It's kind of like, as you have less and less life of them, they can overheat easier and easier and easier off of just one 4-wheel slide. And they obviously were sliding quite a bit when Bonanno and Goldman were side by side, but further back in the field, you start to see the gaps really open up on tire wear alone of who took care of their tires and who didn't, because sometimes the guys that are not as fast, maybe only a 1/10 or 2 off, they're actually driving over the limit versus under the limit. You'd think by the time that they're crossing the line, they're driving slower in the turns. They're driving slower into the corner than the race leader. But in many cases, it's the opposite. They're actually driving it a bit too hard, not getting as much speed coming out, and so they're working their tires more than, say, the guys up front that are right on the limit. And also just experience as well, knowing how to drive on the tires at the different life levels. Only 4 practices. Most drivers probably went new tires at some point in the middle of Friday. So we're in uncharted territory for basically everybody in the semi-pro categories at this point. With only 4 7-minute sessions, we've now done 1 7-minute qualifying session, and then an 8-minute plus 2 lap heat, and 8-minute plus 2 lap heat, and now this pre-final, that's 12 minutes plus 2 laps. So this is more laps for sure than anyone's done if they went new tires at the first session Friday, but I think a lot of guys probably went new in the middle of the day. Some might have gone even 2 sets. So maybe as well, just not knowing how to drive or how to have their kart set up to their liking on this final heat cycle on the tires right now could be the difference of why the top 3 are pulling to a 4-second margin back from Anthony Stifler and Paul Montepoli without that middle group battling and with the leaders still battling at times. And again, speaking of battling, as we've been storytelling here, they have been setting the stage for us. David Goldman was close enough for a look last time. Let's see if he tries this time. Turn 10. No, not close enough. Half a car back. He's going to wait a little longer. He still has plenty of minutes on that clock And that's one thing that's really nice about the Stars Championship Series, utilizing that Track Systems North America timing system, is that every driver knows exactly where they are in the race. You have the onboard Micron data gauges as Goldman now goes to the lead. You can do the lap count there. You can see a lap counter, but if you do a waved off start, and it's you may not notice it as well when you're in the heat of the moment. It's small on the screen, right? So you're not necessarily paying super close attention to what lap you are on and how many to go. Here, it's bright, it's flashing, it's right in front of your eyes every time you pass the finish line. How many minutes are left? How many minutes are left? And then eventually the 2 to go signal comes out. So with 2.5 minutes to go, you're seeing Ryan Kastner go back in on Goldman because he knows at this point in the race, if Goldman tracked him down and he had a big lead, he cannot let him get away. He won't have time for Goldman to fall back off. We're in the last few moments of this one, maybe 5, maybe 6 laps left. And Kastner looked in 10, didn't go, but tapped his helmet again to Bonanno saying, I'm not giving up yet. I'm going to get around this guy.
Yeah, Kastner definitely closing off to the rear bumper of David Goldman, not letting David Goldman get away here at the moment. Still very close for Ryan Kastner. And I mean, longest they've gone all weekend long, like we said, Xander. And also, they're starting to feel the G-forces a little bit more on their ribs, on their hips as well. They're going to start feeling a little more on their neck and in their forearms and all the way through their shoulders. It's a very high-speed track. Whenever you have to, muscle the cart into the corner, like the sweeping left-hander in turn number 8 is, it's just holding onto the cart, making sure it goes through. So they're definitely starting to feel the effects that the racetrack is having on them here at the moment.
Yeah, and now down the front stretch, who's got the stamina to go all the way? And after a long day of working on these karts, a lot of the Masters drivers are doing their own wrenching or at least helping out if they do have someone working as a mechanic. So I'm sure a long day like this, they're just hoping to get to the end of it. For some, like the Carapalati brothers, who roll up with a minivan and a short trailer, and the 2 brothers, Scott and Kim, they do all their own work. It's just a driver and mechanic all in one operation for the 2 of them. And they're right now, unfortunately, Scott with a rough run as he's DNF'd, but with Ken Simonellic. But for Kim, he's still in the top 10 right now. Down to turn number 14. This time by less than a minute to go. Goldman a little slide on the exit, but Kastner didn't get as good of a run as he would have needed to capitalize here in turn 1. I'm mistaken. There it is. Kastner through for the lead.
Yeah, Ryan Kastner had a good run there on the exit of the double right-hander, turns number 13 and 14. Got the run on the main straight and was able to get the move done there on David Goldman, who falls back to second. So for the Philly native, making his Stars Championship Series debut here this weekend, has been impressive already, but looking to put it on the pole position when it comes down to the main event tomorrow here. Has to get it done in this pre-final. Is going to have help from John Bonanno behind, but just thought better of it into the hairpin here. And going to have to stay behind Ryan Kastner, who has kept them honest all weekend long here. The 2 of them continue to jockey for position. John Bonanno, the champion, hasn't led a lap so far this weekend. It's been the 2 in front of him who have led almost all weekend long, and they continue to go at it. 3 laps to go as the time dwindles down. The time is just gone to 0, so they're going to have 2 laps to go when they cross the stripe.
Yeah, 2 laps left when we get back around, so 2.5 as they stand. Kastner, Goldman, John Bonanno has spent the entire day, it feels like, just watching these 2 up close. But he has only made 1 attempt to get by either one of them, and it cost them a lot of time. So whether he's lacking that last little bit to really fight, or if he's still just keeping an eye on where they are and trying not to give away where his strengths may be. Into the final turn, check this out. What a great side-by-side view as Goldman takes back the lead, coming to 2 to go.
Yeah, Goldman back to the point of the field here. 2 laps to go. John Bonanno going to look to push Kastner through. Just not close enough. Goldman with the over-under move goes back to the point of the field. Kastner looking to go back on him side by side in between the 2 of them in the chicane. John Bonanno still there in third, like you said. Hasn't been able to get a move done on either of these 2 drivers. The time where he did try was on up and on the rear bumper of David Goldman. But this time, 2 laps to go, and not close enough for John Bonanno. David Goldman still leads. Kastner in second, looked for the move, was side by side with Goldman, but just can't get the move done as of yet on Goldman. Down the inside into the double right, able to get clear this time by for Kastner, and David Goldman falls back to second.
Yeah, Bonanno tried to go with him again, just couldn't quite do it. David Goldman did a fantastic job of closing the door. Kastner even dropped a tire there coming on the front stretch. He'll have dirt on the left side tires here in turn 1. Watch that comp car probably slide a little bit through the corner, but he did a good job managing it. David Goldman, can you get back around Kastner here with the white flag waving? You know Ryan's probably going to defend that position. Goldman is all over him here in the bus stop as they head out of turn 7 and down the backstretch for the last time.
And this is going to be the best chance for John Bonanno to try and do an over-under move on both these drivers. Not close enough. But, Goldman going to look to get it done side by side up the hill into the hairpin. Kasner still going defensive, holding off Goldman. Can he get the over-under move done on the exit? Not close enough as of yet for Goldman.
Final time, final corner. Goldman finds a hole down low on Ryan Kasner. Kasner on the outside still has the momentum. Bonanno nowhere to go. Who does he push to the line? He'll give a shove to Goldman, and it's just not enough. 1/1000th of a second. Ryan Kasner survives from David Goldman, and a fist bump there to John Bonanno. He said, thanks for the push. And there, Ryan Kasner, David Goldman saying, hey, man, that was an awesome race. And that is one heck of a good sign to see. All the respect, in the world for these three drivers. And they put on a great show, one of the probably most entertaining slug matches that I've seen in KA Masters in quite some time, because there was every bit of this race. Hunting down the leader, passes for the lead, a little bit of carnage, but no crashing. All's fair in love and war, and no harm, no foul, really, when it came down to the end of it. Kasner, Goldman, Bonanno, you can't write it any closer. 700ths for your top three. Tyler Prestel and Paul Montepoli as well, with a photo finish of their own, less than 400ths apart for fourth. Anthony Stifler back in sixth. Austin Queen, Peter Cook, Chris McGinley, and Tim Carapalati rounding the top 10. There's Scott Carapalati standing in front there. Obviously, he's got to ride, unfortunately, the recovery vehicle back to pit lane. One pre-final in the books. A lot more racing is still in store here from Concord. Stick with us, folks. You're watching the Queen City Gambit at Charlotte Motor Speedway on Kart Chaser.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Engines coming to life here for the Micro Swift drivers as the youngest stars in the Stars Championship Series are slowly rolling back on the racetrack now. Onto the circuit for their pre-final with a one spin just leaving the pit lane for the number 7. But Easton Kubinski and Danny O'Gara gonna get to lead the field to green here after we've taken 2 heat races from our qualifying results and shaken our field up just a little bit. A few more drivers slowly catching back up towards the commitment cones, and here we go for O'Gara. He'll finally get to start on the inside lane for what feels like probably more outside starts than anyone else this season per race weekends that he's run. Easton Kubinski on the outside of row number 1. Win Gottschalk and Jake Manalio on row 2.
It's Zane Burgess, Santi Orioli, your Heat 2 winner on that 3rd row. Parker Stewart and Lawrence Perriman rounding up your 4th row.
Then row number 5 has Dominic Gaddis on the inside, Brody Stoffel on the outside there in 10th. Row 11's got Marcelo Flores on the inside and Kaysen Hendrickson on the outside.
Tomasin, Clay, Greer, and more getting set to take the green flag in this Micro Swift qualifying. 15 rows in total getting set to take the green flag here for the first, second pre-final of the day here for your Micro Swifts. It's Danny O'Gara starting on the inside finally.
Yeah, Danny O'Gara on that red and white MPG Academy Kart Republic as there's spinners in the back. One spin there going around, coming to green. I think we got the lights out, so I believe we're underway. And no, flashing yellow, flashing green. Yes, we are good. Green flag in the air. Easton Kubinski, Danny O'Gara, Jake Manalio, Santi Orioli, and Wayne Gottschalk, your top 5. And side-by-side, Parker Stewart gets a little hip check as Zane Burgess tried the inside. Didn't quite complete it, and now he's got more going by him as we've got a change for second. Going through there, that was Manalio getting around your pole sitter, Danny O'Gara, who has now fallen to 3rd here on the opening lap. And a big lead for Easton Kubinski on that AEM Karting EOS card.
Yeah, so Kubinski with a good gap here. Jake Manalio in that 2nd spot. No help from behind as of yet. Still waiting for Danny O'Gara to arrive on the scene with Santi Orioli, the 2 MPG Motorsports Academy drivers in 3rd and 4th respectively. And then the first of the Gottschalks, currently P5. There's a win pushing the 2 MPGs further up the field to try and catch up to Easton Kubinski, who's absolutely running away with it here early in this one.
Yeah, down the backstretch, side by side, Parker Stewart on Lawrence Perriman, teammates back and forth there through turn number 9, or turn number 8, and into turn number 10. Orioli with a slide job on his teammate. He'll get through for P3. This is still over a second back from Easton Kubinski, by the way, folks, with a big lead early in the Micro Swift pre-final. So can Jake Manalio on that Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic make some ground up? Lost 2 more tenths last time by. Big time gap, and it's only getting bigger from 1st to 2nd, Caleb.
Yeah, Orioli went quickest last time by, but just we've really seen how difficult it is to pass around a track as wide as a Charlotte Motor Speedway kart track. So it's just been difficult for Orioli to, even though he's purple, it's difficult to really find the gap and find the good enough run where he can get ahead of Manalio and clear.
We've been talking a lot about the marbles here, and that's not to discredit at all the hard work that the Charlotte Motor Speedway track crew have done on the track prep as Gottschalk gets by on O'Gara. Every night so far this week, first all day Thursday, and then last night, cleaning the racetrack with all kinds of blowers, as well as a really cool device that basically is like almost like a rock trap drug behind a golf cart that picks up all of that extra crud and marbles and rock and sand that gets tracked onto the surface. All that dark stuff on the outside, they'll get 90% of it cleaned off the surface for tomorrow morning, but it just picks back up so quickly as we start driving once again and burning rubber. Down the backstretch, Gottschalk, 3rd. He'll take it from Orioli as the MPGs fall to 4th and 5th. And Jake Manalio, last time he was able to match Kubinski and be about a couple hundredths quicker. Orioli, for the first time, started to slow back down, but there's still plenty of time left. 9 minutes plus 2 laps, only a 1.2 second gap. If they really get going, if they're fast and they push, then they will close the gap to Kubinski. Without a push at all, Manalio just clicked a lap off that pulled him a 10th closer on his own.
Yeah, no, O'Gara, not sure of a little bit of an issue, but he's losing some time to Santi Orioli currently in that 4th spot. So interesting to see what is going on with O'Gara here at the moment. May have just made a mistake, but drivers further back, side by side. There's Zane Burgess on the inside there of Parker Stewart. Burgess going to get the move done into the sweeping left-hander and able to get clear. And that's another driver who's slowing there. That's one of the LN karts. That's the number 61 there who's slowing. Not sure if that's a back marker or...
That's Darius Warnix, Darius Warnix, who is now a lap down behind the leaders. They've gotten through the lap traffic, and I believe he may get pulled off the circuit. They were, I think, flagging most of the slower traffic before the leaders were getting there. earlier on in the day in the heat races. Now, Manalio, Gottschalk, and Orioli. There was Danny O'Gara in the pack. You can see him there, but he's a little ways away as Orioli cannot get by on Wayne Gottschalk. Gottschalk hangs on. There's another piece of another lapper pulling out of the way just in front of the leader. So I don't know if that tripped up Easton Kubinski at all, as this time Orioli gets the move done. Turn 10, back to third for the number 6 MPG machine. But all the while, still just a second away from the race lead. Let's see if they close the gap anymore. 46-0 for Kubinski, 45-9 for Manalio, and a 45-8 for Santi Orioli. So they're now down within a second, just barely within a second, but within a second nonetheless of the lead.
Yeah, and guess who's quickest here, Xander? Zane Burgess in 6th, the 55 Sody Kart Racing USA machine, a 45.400 for Zane Burgess, and you see him start to come into frame. Absolutely flying here, and just like his name, the Flying Jamaican, making up a lot of time here, Xander.
Yeah, 6/10, talk about flying. 6/10 faster than the leader, 5/10 faster than second, 4/10 faster than anyone else on the circuit right now. And with the battling going on, it'll be tough to navigate. But if Zane can get through this pack, he's quick enough by himself to go and run down the race later. Here they go to turn 1. They're all lined up on Wayne Gottschalk and going to try and freight train him. Burgess even shoveling Danny O'Gara through, but just can't go himself. He'll keep O'Gara ahead of Gottschalk, and now he's kind of hit a wall. He's got to pick apart this group, get through them relatively quickly, and then start to try and hunt down race leader Easton Kubinski. There's still enough time, I think, to get there if that pace is consistent. It might have been a bit of a super toe lap, but if it wasn't, if Zane is really 4 to 5/10 better than everyone, he's just got to make smart decisions right now, not lose too much time making passes, definitely don't get in a crash, and you'll eventually get to the lead as there's a move by Gottschalk. Burgess will follow, and almost, yes, into the top 5 for the 55.
Yeah, Zane Burgess was able to get clear that time by on Danny O'Gara, who lost touch with his teammate in Santi Orioli, who sits third. O'Gara was looking to work with a fellow MPG driver there, but they got split up by Wayne Gottschalk and Zane Burgess. So these two drivers are going to split up those two MPG Motorsports Kart Republics, and they're going to be able to try and work together here. There goes Zane Burgess on the inside of Wayne Gottschalk, looking for a move, as well as Orioli there on Jake Manalio. Orioli up in a second. Burgess up into 4th, so moves already throughout the field, but nobody able to contend with Easton Kubinski, who has a big lead here to the rest of the field.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds, probably now about 1.5 back to Santiago Orioli. Zane Burgess getting through Gottschalk that time, now can set his sights on 2nd and 3rd and continue that forward march as Gottschalk, O'Gara there 5th and 6th. Behind them is Parker Stewart, Lawrence Perriman, the BJR MDR teammates, and then about 3 seconds from them, you'll find Brody Stoffel and Marcelo Flores. So there's those two going on through as this main pack tries to hunt down Kubinski with Orioli at the helm. He was maybe a little bit quicker at points in this race than Jake Manalio. I don't think anyone's got the pace of Zane Burgess, but he's at least fast enough that he might be able to start to make a dent into Kubinski's lead.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see drivers, use strategy to decide what side they're going to want to start on, right? We have seen the outside has been a little bit difficult to start on, all right? So maybe some drivers are going to want to start on that inside line. If you're Jake Manalio, do you decide to push Orioli, who's currently starting on the outside in the main event? So it all comes to play, but as well as Zane Burgess is going to want to be one spot better and further up the field. It all depends on rows as well. You either start on the 2nd row or you start on the 3rd row, right? So definitely a lot to play here in this one.
Yeah, and a great point about that, right? You definitely don't know if there's any post-race penalties that might come into effect, because sometimes you do that plan and then you get a penalty up in front of you with one of those drivers you were anticipating to kind of line up the way that you hoped, and you end up finishing ahead of them. So you're like, great, championship points, bad. Now I could have gone by them or gone by another one. Instead, I'm on the outside. But here, Burgess, he's not worried about anything but getting to the front. P3 now for Zane. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and they all of a sudden are starting to really make some hay towards the race leader. Picked up a 10th last time by. 1.2 seconds, still with time, and if Burgess really can get through Orioli nicely, maybe at the end of this back straightaway even, he's got a real shot at tracking down Easton Kubinski. Here he goes, inside for 2nd. Zane Burgess is through in turn number 8.
And that Sody Kart absolutely flying. You saw the run he had through the chicane, and it was able to get the move done quickly on Santiago Orioli, and it probably the best part on the racetrack, right? The sweeping left-hander. You lose less time making the pass there than anywhere else. So for Zane Burgess, going to try and leave Santiago Orioli behind and try and catch up to Easton Kubinski to maybe snag away a pole position for tomorrow's main event. Obviously, a lot of race left in this one. 2.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps for these Micro Swift drivers. So a lot of race left in this pre-final. So Zane Burgess does have time to close down that just under a 1.5-second gap to Easton Kubinski ahead. Last time by, Burgess was 0.2 quicker than Kubinski. So if he keeps that up, he could be there at the end of the race.
Yeah, he's just got to keep it up. Like you said, he's got to keep putting good laps in. Push it to the limit right there. You saw them dancing on the fine line at the edge of the tires there. A little bit of a slide in turns 10 and 11, but it wasn't a bad one. And coming out of the last turn, Santi Orioli doing a great job being a good pusher. They're going to get there. 2 minutes to go, plus 2 laps, 0.6 better than the race leader, Easton Kubinski. Zane Burgess is taking the fight to the point right now, and he is bringing more company with him, as unfortunately Jake Manolio's lost a little touch with second and third, but we're going to have a great fight here before this one's all over.
Yeah, these lap times are insane by Zane Burgess here and Santi Orioli, who continue to close down the gap and are now officially in towing range to Easton Kubinski in the lead of the race. Burgess may even be close enough to get the move done next time by in turn number 8. He continues to close down the gap very well in towing range as well for Orioli. He's going to be there to pick up the leftovers whenever the gloves get thrown off in between the Jamaican and Easton Kubinski in the lead of the race. They go through the main straightaway with 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this one. The best chance for Burgess here, he knows it, is going to be turn number 8.
Well, I mean, I think he's got a lot of times to get to turn 8, though, because he picked up another half second. Now he's a 10th away. Orioli is there as well. Do you wait at this point? I think if you're Zane, you probably go and see how much of a gap you can pull away. Down the backstretch, here it is for the lead. Zane Burgess is through in turn number 8. And car length to go with it as well. Orioli knows he's got to get by Kubinski to try and hang on, but wasn't close enough to get the move done there in turn number 10. You saw him kind of fade out of line, but he lost too much momentum and didn't have the draft that Kubinski did and couldn't get by him. So to the line, this is basically 3 laps to go with the timer hitting 0 this lap. So 3 more laps around. Zane Burgess has carved up this field and made it look easy. Out of turn number 4, the lead, 2 car lengths to Easton Kubinski.
Yeah, made it look easy indeed that time by for Zane Burgess, and already a car length in between himself and Easton Kubinski. Orioli, is he going to be close enough on Kubinski this time by? On the inside, Orioli gets the door shut on him, and Kubinski able to stay in that second spot, and that half move there going to affect Orioli. He wasn't on the right side of the racetrack, so loses a little bit of time to Easton Kubinski.
Yeah, just lost so much when you have to back out of a move in turn number 8 because you have such a long run and you're already kind of top of the rev range, so you really drop down and have to speed back up. So that was a 4 to 5 car length loss to Kubinski, but the good news for at least Orioli is that Easton is still right there on Zane Burgess's bumper. If Zane makes one little mistake, or if Easton gets a really good launch out of a corner, he can make a move for the lead and bring him right back into it. Down the backstretch, white flag next time. Kubinski is close enough to Zane that Zane may have to go defensive here in turn number 10. Let's see if he does. Down to the corner, Kubinski looking close, not quite there. Burgess holds, going to the S's.
Yeah, not close enough for Kubinski as of yet in his AEM OTK there to really contend with the Sodi Racing USA machine of Zane Burgess for the pole position tomorrow. As it stands, it's Kubinski starting on the outside. White flag in the air this time by, and Zane Burgess going defensive here, trying to hold off Easton Kubinski here, who where Burgess hasn't been able to pull away at the end of this pre-final like we thought he would have. So still very much in a play for Easton Kubinski. That toe keeping him very much in play. The best shot he's going to have here is into turn number 8. Burgess going to go defensive, looking back, sees Kubinski's there, going to go defensive. A good run there up the hill now into the hairpin for the final time today for these Micro Swift drivers.
Yeah, last time to turn number 10. Burgess still good. One more corner to go with a major passing zone. Up the S's now. Over to turn 14. Kubinski on the bumper. Little tap, little love, but nothing really there. Zane Burgess leads him towards the line. Kubinski will pull out, but it won't be enough. Zane wins it in the Micro Swift pre-final. Kubinski, Orioli, Manolio, Win Godshock gets around Danny O'Gara there late to take over the 5th spot. O'Gara 6th, Perriman over Stewart for 7th. Then Brody Stoffel over Kaysen Hendrickson for 9th and 10th. Marcelo Flores, Dominic Gaddis, Zev Gottschalk, Camden Clay 14th. Christian Thomasien was 15th. He'll end 15th as the rest of the field slowly cycles across the timing loop. A really spread out pre-final that did see a little bit of lap traffic, but nothing really unsettled Kubinski. He just wasn't as fast, nobody was, as the 55 of Zane Burgess. So Zane wins out. Kubinski, Orioli, Manalio, and Gottschalk, your top 5 for the youngest superstars here. The Micro Swifts, we've got Pro and Rock Masters on deck here for their pre-final to roll. Let's take a look at the rest of the results here from the top 15 back to the back 15 in the Micro Swift pre-final. Again, it was Slate Harrell there in 16th, Ruben Greer in 17th, Axel Garcia, Dominic Nagel, Logan McCloskey, the final one to finish. A few DNFs here in this one are showing they were not mechanical, not crashes, but just due to lap traffic as they were getting close to the leaders on this 45-second racetrack. So relatively clean Micro Swift pre-final. A bit hairy on the start, but if you're fast enough, like the flying Jamaican Zane Burgess, you can make up all that time and then some as the officials begin to work their way through the scale line now. So while the Micros are going to post-race tech inspection and putting their helmets back on the shelf for the day, the first gearbox class is ready to close out its day. Pro and Rock Masters here, and we have had quite the bit of action for what typically can get a little bit strung out with this division. We've seen plenty of races over the Stars season, even as many as 20-plus drivers like this class typically attracts, where the leader gets away off the start and then nobody touches him, but that's not been the case today at all. First and foremost, Matt Machiko with a bit of a stunner in qualifying, getting the pull over former series champ Joe Ruck and the likes of other superstars like Skitchy Barnes, who's already got wins this year. Then, of course, Jake Fetter, good storyline, shifter master debut at the same time, but all of them have traded the top spot or the top couple spots multiple times, sometimes even coming out the last 2 laps like it did in heat number 1, Caleb.
Yeah, so a lot of racing action in between these master shifters. I mean, but let's talk about not Joe Ruck. Skitchy Barnes here in that Rock machine was able to get the win in the first heat overall ahead of Joe Ruck and others, and then Joe Ruck was able to get it done in that second heat race. A little bit of a slower second heat for Skitchy Barnes, just outside of the top 5, but in the top 5, but towards the edge of it. But been a great race and a great weekend so far for that Maranello team. So far here in this one. Joe Ruck looking to keep that number 1 plate on his kart at the end of this year, and it all starts here at the Queen City Gambit, Xander.
Yeah, and then from here, folks, we go over to the Newcastle Motorsports Park that has had such a storied history, over 20 years of national kart racing that has gone on in Newcastle, Indiana, and the home of the Dismore family. And Mike Adams and company will have that place nice and ready for us to head north here after Charlotte. Then we go to the newest kind of crown jewel of the Midwest, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, home of the Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic race team. And the Bailiff family have continued to step up their game at that facility before closing out at the crown jewel of the Southeast, the Trackhouse Motorplex circuit that will play host to the annual Stars Championship Series Night Fight, which is the marquee event of the season, and this year rotates to be the championship finale as well. Everyone wants to enter that one as the number 1 plate or looming to get it. Joe Ruck has it from 2023, and he starts alongside Skitchy Barnes on the front row with Fetter and Machiko on row 2.
On row 3, it's Brian Chatfield and Morvan Tuck, and then it's Scott Presti and Brandon Danoff on row 4.
Row 5's got Maxime Chechon on the inside, Ryan Frank on the outside. Mike Rivera, the number 1 plate from the Rock Masters category. He's got a long way to go to get to the 500 number of Skitchy Barnes. Again, the 500s are the Rocks, the 600s are the KZs in this combined Pro Masters field. And with 20 drivers, the last few will file into the boxes and get set for the last launch of the day. They have 1 more standing start to go, and that's tomorrow's main event in the morning with 1 more warm-up session after this. But Just 3 sessions remain in their weekend, and the Queen City Gambit. It's time to figure out who lines up on the pole for the main event in Pro Masters. Barnes on the right side, Ruck on the left side. Here we go to the track systems lights, and away with a great jump for Joe Ruck. He'll get the hole shot from the outside lane.
Wow, what a hole shot there by Joe Ruck to go to the point of the field. And you see the Ralph Schumachers there all going side by side and able to slot each other in a line 4 in a row there for that red and white cart for all these shifter drivers that continue to shuffle through. And that's a 624 there off the racetrack. That's Kelly Johnson off the racetrack there on the exit of the first couple of chicanes. So already you see that big bump there by Sketchy Barnes, moving a little bit airborne there on the right side of his go-kart and up in the air early on for Sketchy Barnes.
Mike Rivera with a great start there in the 522, picking up a few spots as there's more passing going on. That was Morn Van Tok trying the inside on Jake Fetter. Couldn't complete it, and he ends up losing a spot in the process to, I believe, no, didn't end up losing. Scott Presti got around Maxime Tetchion, all 3 of the VTM Racing Team RS car drivers. Up front, check this out here. Sketchy Barnes under a little pressure from the fellow Maranello Kart USA entry of Brian Chatfield. And, of course, Matt Machiko still looking on there in the 4th position. Out of turn number 8, they'll hit the bumps, go down to turn number 10, and still chasing the number 1 plate of Joe Ruck, who was fast early in the day, and that speed has translated to a great start and the lead here in this pre-final. But it's a long one. Everyone's got to manage that rubber well and hopefully keep some tire life in through to the finish.
Yeah, and speaking of tire life, right, Xander, I mean, for these drivers, we speak about tire wear for in the single speed classes, and anybody here this weekend is feeling tire wear. It's definitely these guys who are out there on the racetrack already, and with the 4th heat cycle going crazy speeds through here, right? So if anybody's feeling tire wear, it's going to be these guys. And are we going to see any tire saving, or is it just push flat out the entire way through?
To me, it looked like Ruck was saving quite a bit in that 2nd heat race. Once he got the lead, he didn't let himself get a big lead. He just kind of managed it, kept his lines as straight and narrow as he could, and didn't necessarily overcharge the corners whatsoever to try and give himself some extra juice here in this pre-final. And now I think he's starting to put it to use a little bit to try and pull away. Skitchy was a little faster last time, though, and the whole group is really close together. There's Fetter and Machiko right there in 4th and 5th, trailing Chatfield in 3rd. The other add-on to that point when we talk tire wear, not only do these guys have 6 gears, front brakes, and more horsepower by a ton, basically double the horsepower of the KA classes, they're also at a 50 pounds to 40 pounds higher minimum weight. So these guys run around, I think, 405 or 410 pounds with the driver in the go-kart that they have to meet or exceed. In comparison, the junior classes are at 320 and the seniors are around 350 to 360, as we're starting to see some move attempts, but no successful ones here in that top 5 group, and that's kind of spread them back apart again.
Yeah, spreading them back apart, kind of like a little bit of an accordion effect here. You know, they kind of get close and then they open up again. So just seeing what's going on here with these drivers. Sketchy Barnes now closing down on fellow teammate of Joe Ruck, getting closer and closer to the rear bumper of his fellow Maranello driver. It's Brian Chatfield in that 3rd spot, still continuing to push forward. And you see the bumps there continuing to move drivers up in the air and just keeping them on their toes around this beautiful Charlotte Motor Speedway kart track here in Concord, North Carolina. There is another driver, Machiko, who started further up the field as well. Put it on the pole position, but hasn't been the best couple of heat races for him. Started on the back foot and then just been a drive up the field, trying to catch up to the 3 Maranellos ahead of him here at the moment, who currently today have been in a league of their own, leading and fighting against each other for race wins. And then there's Jake Fetter. We saw him lead laps at some point today, but just that lack of experience kind of put him on the back foot as well.
Well, how about some of the drivers outside the top 5? Well, this fight for the win continues. Scott Presti just got around Jake Fetter for 5th. He set the fast time of the race last time. He was 3/10 better than Joe Ruck. And right there with him is Mike Rivera. That ponytail is flapping in the wind right now for Mike Rivera on that GFC. He's ready to go for 6th, but he's just not able to get it done on Jake Fetter. So mark him back there still in the 7th position. But the Rock number 1 plate closing towards the pointy end of the field, while the leader in the subcategory, Sketchy Barnes, is trying to get himself a pre-final win in the pro category. right on the bumper of Joe Ruck. He's now adjusted his line to be the same as Ruck coming out of turn number 8. Remember in that pre-final, he was running the outside, so was Machiko, but now they both taking that narrow line coming out of the sweeper at the end of the back straightaway, and they look almost identical on the racetrack in terms of how they're going.
Yeah, and you talk about Mike Rivera. This is really good considering he didn't finish the second heat race in this Pro Masters class. So that put him on the back foot coming into the pre-final, but has made up a lot of spots so far in this pre-final as Skitchy Barnes and Joe Ruck go side by side into the chicane, and Joe Ruck able to stay ahead. But, I mean, a good recovery drive from Michael Rivera, like I said, after a DNF in heat number 2, put him on the back foot. But now these drivers continue to shuffle through, and you see there, I think that was Machiko who takes that wide line and over the bump there on the outside.
Yeah, and Skitchy Barnes, the Bermuda man, he has tried that move in the bus stop probably 8 or 9 times today, and I think we've been successful maybe twice. So obviously he feels like that's probably one of his better points, that he can get close to these guys, because that slight potential power disadvantage, it doesn't necessarily look to the naked eye like it's a vast difference being on the Rock power plant versus the KZ, but here he goes again, and there it is, making me eat my words, make it 3 successful attempts out of 10. Skitchy Barnes gets it done. Ruck back on the inside, trying to, couldn't do it, turn 8, and here comes Brian Chatfield. All he needed was a couple passes, and all 3 of the Marinellos are together. Machiko into frame, Presti into frame, even Jake Fetter. We've got about 6 shifter masters, all nose to tail here at the halfway mark.
And this is crazy shifter racing. We don't see many, a lot of shifter races, a lot of master shifter races with the numbers that the Star Championship Series has. But Xander, I mean, I really want to point out the difference in line in between the Marinellos and the Magic Kart, who currently sits in 4th. On the exit of turn number 8, all the Marinellos move over to the left-hand side of the racetrack to avoid that right side of the bump. But for Machiko, he just completely eats it, clobbers it. You see it here. These Marinellos pulling off to the left. Machiko doesn't even care, hits that bump, and tries to gain as much time as he can, but doesn't have the best run going into the hairpin.
Well, also, by going outside, there's bumps on both sides, right? Maybe that left side's a little bit better. But that right-hand kink that's so easy and flowing for the single speeds, Machiko gets a little bit sideways there in that kink at turn number 9. So we'll see it when they come back around next time by. But look at the difference in the hands for Matt Machiko versus, say, Brian Chatfield right in front of him when they go through that kink. Yes, he gains by letting the cart track all the way out, coming out of the corner. But then it feels like he kind of loses it as the rear end steps out, making a sharper turn, whereas these guys are having basically a wider arc and setting up for that right-hander. Check this out right here. Look at his hands when he goes through there, and it just kind of starts to get a little bit sideways. And so while he gains coming out of the corner midway down that straight, when it bends back to the right, he ends up sideways, and it kind of nets out to really a neutral ending. I wouldn't say it's a big gain or a big loss, but again, something we've been keeping an eye on all day, and we'll try and maybe talk to them later tonight and see what they think about that, because that's 2 different, obviously, mentalities of how to attack the racetrack, and something we don't haven't seen a lot of in the single speed classes. I'm curious if we'll see it in Pro Stars, because you know all those guys at this point now are here on site at Charlotte Motor Speedway and keeping a keen eye on how these masters are driving this circuit.
Yeah, you continue to see it there. It has a quick entrance, but not the best of exits through that kink there. So again, one of the talking points that again we'll see later today when it comes down to the Pro Stars. But there you have it for Brian Chatfield trying to hold back Matt Machiko as they continue to cross the stripe. This time by, they have 3.5 minutes to go left in this race, and I'm pretty sure these drivers are starting to feel that forearm pump as they have gone almost one-handed across this really fast Charlotte Motor Speedway kart track. So they're definitely going to start feeling it in the ribs and in the forearms. But for the likes of Skitchy Barnes, hasn't looked back. Oh, wow, a little bit sideways there in between Chatfield and Machiko, who look to get the move done on the inside of turn number 8. Just made a little bit of contact there. Both of them continue to go through. But, I mean, Xander, the physicality in these shifter drivers, you know, the crazy guys racing shifter, right, just to be able to hold on to the go-kart, because you're driving one-handed most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, you've got your right hand on that gear lever for half the lap pretty much, and you're seeing how many shifts they're doing. It seems almost even the high-speed corners before and after. Problems for Hugh Templeman. The Magic Kart driver has gotten back under his own power. He is now 1 lap down behind Bradley Danoff, and I don't know if the 2 of them collided. Templeman was a little bit further back than Danoff on the grid, but it has not been a good ending to the day for Bradley Danoff there as he runs down in 14th, and Templeman now a lap down in 15th. Look at Fetter. He's close on Scott Presti, but not close enough there in turn 10. So Jake Fetter on a charge, maybe back, a late race run. Got 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go with Skitchy Barnes pulling away for the lead and the pole position starting spot in that main. Ruck getting the jump on him, and then now took him a little bit to get around him. Eventually did, and has since broken up to a 7/10 lead. And then another 7, maybe 9/10 really, from Joe Ruck back to this group. Chatfield, Machiko, Presti, and Fetter. And Mike Rivera, I think also what's helping maybe the Rivera Racing GFC a little bit by having that downbeat second heat with the DNF. He's got a few less laps on the tires. Correct. Who knows how big of an advantage that may be, but I'm sure as well Mike has started this weekend looking for more speed. He might have found it now on that GFC here because he's running lap times. He still holds the fast lap of the race, and he's pretty much matching what the leaders are being able to do.
Yeah, so these drivers definitely being pushed to the limit here in the closing stages of this pre-final. And then there you have Skitchy Barnes, who Joe Ruck closing down that gap once again on the rock-powered Maranello, who currently leads us away. So the 509 getting closed down. Last time by, Joe Ruck closed down a lot of time to Skitchy Barnes, and there's the issues for the 698. That's Maxine Tacon with issues, but Joe Ruck closing down the gap by the second here to Skitchy Barnes. So this is for the battle for the pole position here, Xander. For this pre-final, it was Skitchy Barnes who started on the inside, Joe Ruck on the outside, but he's going to go on the inside in turn number 1, not close enough to get the move done, still side by side, and got a little bit sideways there for Joe Ruck.
Yeah, I think he probably expected more help from his teammate, as now Ruck has a problem. The contact over the curbing has broken something on the number 1 plate, and it looks like either spark plug wire or one cable snapped, and Joe Ruck maybe was hoping for a little more room. Yeah, I think maybe the spark plug boot.
It did, yeah.
Fully off of the plug. That is not something you see every day, but these curbs are high.
Yeah.
These are not curbs that you hit, so getting pushed onto them. And obviously, we've been seeing quite a few guys go to Tiago's frame table here this weekend to straighten the metal back out. But I think Joe Ruck was maybe expecting a little more space from Skitchy, but it's the last few laps. Skitchy Barnes trying to hang on for the win. It took him a while to get around Joe in this section here, so he was not going to give up that lead easily. And then just that one little curb hop has taken Joe Ruck on what could have been a very solid points haul and good start to his championship defense to now what will end up being a 14th place result, maybe 13th here when everyone gets around. And it's also changed the dynamic for this battle. Chatfield versus Machiko. That was a great dive bomb on Matt, but he couldn't hold it. And as the white flag waves now, Matt Machiko goes from fighting for the off-pole spot that Joe Ruck got the hole shot from to just having to try to hold off Fetter for third.
Yeah, so a lot of work there for Jake Fetter in his debut shifter race here at the Star Championship Series. Looks to get into the top 3 and starting on the inside for the main event tomorrow. This is the final lap of the race for all of these drivers. This pre-final has taken absolutely no prisoners with just under half of the field not being able to close this one out. But Skitchy Barnes hasn't looked back since he got to the lead and is set to take the win here in this pre-final and starting on the pole position tomorrow. Brian Chatfield second, Matt Machiko third, Jake Fetter across the line fourth, and Scott Presti, your top 5 finishers in this pre-final and starting top 5 tomorrow in the main event.
Yeah, what a crazy ending here to a race that started to kind of calm down by the midpoint. Skitchy Barnes ends up as the winner over Chatfield and Machiko, and for the first time this weekend, a rock-powered machine has gone to the top of the leaderboard. So Barnes ends as on top over Chatfield, Machiko, Fetter, Scott Presti. Mike Rivera goes from 10th to 6th, moves up 2 rows to go to the outside of row 3 for the main event. Morn Van Tok, Ryan Frank, Luis Quinones, Owsley Cheek III, then Kelly Johnson, Brad Danoff, Hugh Templeman, and indeed Joe Ruck is going to get a 14th place result here in Shifter Masters due to the contact on the curb dislodging that spark plug boot. So really kind of rare scenario for Joe Ruck, but that cartoon anvil, that bad luck string that he just seems to unfortunately get plagued with. Every weekend, he may be the fastest kart and win 3 out of 4, 9 out of 10, 19 out of 20 sessions, but one of them just bites and makes him work that much harder. The fun part for us, we're going to get to see the #1 plate charge through the pack tomorrow. Obviously, more fun for us than the driver behind the wheel, who's got to feel gutted after such a great performance throughout Saturday. So let's take a quick break, folks. We're about halfway through these semi-pro pre-finals. KA Juniors, pre-final A and pre-final B, to decide who goes through to the main events tomorrow when we return.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or drop.
Karts on the racetrack here as the gloomy skies continue with a bit of sunshine starting to poke its way through. KA Junior pre-final B. This is the fight to get in to the race tomorrow. Only the top 10 will transfer to go and race the main event and get to go to warm up. For the rest of the drivers on the racetrack here, their weekend ends today, ends after this session. So this is critical. You cannot afford a penalty, you cannot afford a pushback, and you cannot afford to finish outside the top 10. Here we go, trying to race their way into the show. And no green on the first time by.
So no green flag first time by. Yellows are out. And very cool from the timing system, letting these drivers know if they got the green flag or not, because there's usually some confusion when there's only flags out here, but do have really cool timing lights. So throwing out the yellow here and letting these drivers know. That gives us more time to run you down your starting grid for the KA Stars pre-final B, which I don't think it's accurate because Tyrone Kemper Jr. is starting on the front row alongside Bex Cranston, Tristan Murphy, and Kai Mars on that second row. Luke Fedowitz and Roman McCurdy on row number 3. And it all goes down to Thermoswamy, Rist, Saraki, Shable, Lillian Scarborough, Meyer Lewis, Stern, and a lot more getting set to take the green flag here in this one.
Yeah, Sebastian Rist, Brandon Saraki, Jacob Scheible, last drivers officially in. That cut zone is 10th place. Lillian Scarborough, Meyer Lewis, first drivers on the outside looking in. Keep an eye out for the likes of Henry Taylor to try and charge forward through the field. Most of the drivers that had some bad luck earlier in the day were able to still get into the top 30. A handful did not. Let's see. Ben Cranston there on the inside on the BJR MDR LN cart. Tyrone Kemper Jr., the NOLA Motorsports Tony Kart. Green flag down at turn number 1. And can we get them all through? Saraki's going to pick up a spot there on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Side by side further back and through. Out of turn number 4 we go. Most of the field survives. They've all survived so far. Saraki under pressure there as battling with the likes, I think, of maybe Lillian Scarborough. Here's a pass for the lead. Sebastian Rist has gone through. If that's correct, one of the Kartworks USA Tony Karts all the way to the point. Down the inside, Tristan Murphy Luke Fedowitz is there in second. Rist a little further back. Tristan Murphy on the Super Tune Tony Kart. Kai Mars there side by side. Kemper hanging on for 4th. All kinds of battles on this opening lap. And let's see how they stack up. Murphy, Fedowitz, Cranston, Kemper, Mars, the top 5. Sebastian Rist, last driver in the show right now. And just like that, he's back out. Jacob Scheible goes in there to 10th.
And I'll tell you what, Xander, it's going to be an all-out war for that final transfer spot as they continue to battle here. They go side by side there ahead of Leland Scarborough and continuing to fight here, not giving each other any room or any breathing space here out on the racetrack. They continue to go side by side and fight for the last of the transfer spot.
Look at this, 2 and 3 wide going down into turn number 10, and they'll get quickly single file. Owen McCurdy's right in the mix there on the 873. This is all just barely inside the top 10. Sebastian Rist now getting past. That's one more trying to go on him there in the 843 of Homer Heyman. Ian Bolin, I believe, Isaac Bolin in the mix. Nolan, Jude Thuramalaswamy is now into 10th. He's the first one in as Murphy and Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Luke Fedowitz are trying to get away out front there for the top 3.
Yeah, and there's the 810 of Henry Taylor as well, who after issues for him in heat number 2 finds himself trying to race his way into the main event tomorrow. Currently finds himself in 15, but making up some ground to the drivers ahead of him. That's the 815 there on your screen of Isaac Nolan going side by side there with the 822 of Sebastian Rist. They continue to battle and jockey for position here in this one. 3 wide almost, and there goes Taylor muscling his way through and trying to get himself into the top 10.
Yeah, where does this group come as they cross the line? That's basically the last spot in the show. Roman McCurdy's in by a second now. This is 10th on back to like 17th. Henry Taylor in the safe zone. Just ahead, just outside just ahead in the safe zone as he got around Isaac Nolan. And while they continue to race here, Taylor on that Timmy Tech comp cart. Little bit of a gap while the rest of the group fights here in the B pre-final to try and get a last ticket into the main event tomorrow. They still have the opportunity to move forward with potential penalties, but unofficially, the driver they got to catch is the one pulling away on that fluorescent yellow comp cart up the road from them, leading that pack towards the next group. There's a lot of time left as they go side by side behind him. The Kart Republic of Indy Anderson getting by on Isaac Nolan for 11th, first spot outside here with 8.5 minutes to go. We'll keep our eyes on the battles all the way around the racetrack. That's 10th, now 11th, 12th, 13th on screen right now. Let's go at the same time in here for our Master Shifter pre-final winner, Skitchy Barnes, getting it done in a very sketchy way where racing his teammate hard and just barely hanging on at the line. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Skitchy, a hard-fought battle there, a P1 victory, but overall, I mean, describe those last couple of laps with your teammate.
Yeah, I knew Joe was there. I knew he wasn't going to give up. He was going to fight to the checker flag. I know he's got a little more top-end speed than me with the KZ, but I know we're going to race each other clean and with respect. He put it in there, I think with 2 to go, had to do a little block move, and then I think he might have hit his spark plug cap off and took him out of the race. But other than that, it was a good race with Joe and those Maranello karts.
Yeah, long day of racing for you guys. I mean, how did your tires hold up throughout the day?
I've been on rails all weekend, to tell you the truth. The Maranello kart has been stuck from the first practice session. The motor, Carlos motor, has been on point the whole weekend. So for us, it's kind of an easy drive because the motors and the kart's doing so well. So as long as I don't mess up and hit my spots, it's been pretty easy so far.
I've heard from a couple of drivers that rubber's finally getting laid down on the racetrack. Is that what it felt like in the driver's seat?
Like I said, not really. We've been stuck all weekend. We've been lucky. I know a couple of our teammates have been chasing the kart all weekend, but we were fast out of the box, so we've been pretty lucky that Maranello kart's been hooked up from jump.
Thank you, Skitchy.
Yeah, thank you.
Bermuda on top in Rock Shifter and overall Shifter Masters here today. As you mentioned, a hard-fought battle with himself and Joe Ruck, and then just some bad luck for Joe with the spark plug loop coming off. Now look at this, 8th, 9th, and 10th. All three of these drivers are safely into the race with about a second cushion out back, but that doesn't mean they're not going to fight, and they're also fighting behind them, which will help a little bit. Taylor made a move that time on, oh no, we've had one more move up. There is one driver we've lost out of the top 10, Sebastian Rist. Great call there, Caleb. The 822 has fallen outside of the show.
Yeah, so a lot of drivers already struggling here. Sebastian Rist falls out of the show here and currently sits in the 12th spot here, just behind the 815 at the moment. That's Isaac Nolan, who currently sits in 11th. Indy Anderson currently, as it stands, transfers in the 880.
Yeah, and Anderson fell behind Nolan. They've traded that spot a couple times, the two of them. 10th and 11th, and there was a big contact there going into turn number 10. Little bit of contact between the teammates. Homer Heyman, I don't know if he got any help, but it ended up sending Indy Anderson wide, and now he gets sent all the way out to the weeds and nearly takes a photographer with him. Homer Heyman, unfortunately, his weekend comes to a close in a rough way there in the 843 as he gets spun to the wayside. I don't know who was on the inside of him. I think it might have been Sebastian Rist trying to go by, but it's now given Isaac Nolan a pretty healthy gap out in front of that group. So it's now the MPG machines of Ryan Mort and Jude Thurmalaswamy running in the 12th and 13th spots on your screen, while the leaderboard on the left side shows Tristan Murphy has walked away with it, and that was a bit to be expected because the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver qualified well inside the top half of the field and just unlucky in the opening heat race with a crash that sent him to the B pre-final. So he seems pretty safe out front right now and starting to put it on cruise control with Tyrone Kemper Jr. second and Kai Mars in third.
Yeah, that battle for the last of the transfer spots not over yet. Sebastian Rist just set the fastest lap of the race, a 43.504. He was 0.4 of a second quicker than Isaac Nolan, who currently, as it stands, is the last driver to transfer in. A lot of racing to go, just under 5 minutes left. So Sebastian Rist, definitely one of the drivers to look out for, is purple here at the moment and is definitely closing down the gap for that 10th spot here, Xander.
Yeah, Ryan Morton, Jude Thurmalaswamy, the MPGs are not, but this group is definitely tightening up. So you've got 6th back to 11th. This is 12th and 13th right here. Up the road from them is Sebastian Rist on the Kartworks USA Tony Kart, the blue and white machine there at tail end of the group. He's already caught up now to the next pack, and he is 3 car lengths away from racing his way back into the show with Isaac Nolan in his sights. At the same time, Nolan has caught up to Roman McCurdy. Henry Taylor, look at how much battling's going in this group here. This is going to be anyone's guess in the final 4 minutes of who is the unlucky driver, or maybe 2 if there's a crash, that do not transfer to the main tomorrow. Side by side for 9th there. Nearly contact between the two PJR MDR entries.
Yeah, Sebastian Rist putting himself into the equation. So all these drivers, if they want to transfer in, you know, one of them isn't going to be able to transfer in. Sebastian Rist is there, arriving on the scene. One driver all the way out to the wayside. That's the 821, and currently out of the show here as it stands.
Scheibele, Jacob Scheibele there got a big shove, and he ended up all the way up on the banking outside of turns 1 and 2. So Scheibele now to 11th.
Yeah, he was in 7th when he crossed the stripe. Now he's out of the show, and all this side-by-side action in between Taylor and others are just not helping him out because they're going to have to fight all the way through, elbows out, until the end of the race to transfer in. There goes the 822 of Sebastian Rist as well. He's able to go back and put himself further up the field and clear. Isaac Nolan there is the other driver that he went on. At the moment, it's the driver in 7, Jacob Scheibele, who finds himself outside of the show when they cross the stripe. There goes Taylor on the inside of the 819, able to get clear. So a lot of battling all the way through. These drivers not letting up here, Xander.
No, not at all. And again, getting through on the inside there. Brandon Saraki now on screen. He's just ahead of Ben Cranston and Sebastian Rist, and now Rist all over the rear bumper of the 826 of Cranston, looking for 8th. Sebastian's been really fast here. Can he get some good luck to go his way? Brandon Saraki in the final few spots that's still safely in, and it goes all the way back to Isaac Nolan in 10th. If they don't battle, they have a shot, but now they're fighting. And Saraki to the wayside. He's going to lose 1 spot. It'll stay at 1. Cranston gets through, move him to 7th, Saraki to 8th. It's not over. 2 minutes plus 2 laps still to go.
Yeah, Ben Cranston fighting with everything that he's got to make to not end his weekend early here on the Saturday. Still one more day of racing, but they have to finish inside of the top 10 in this second pre-final B. So a lot to play here in this junior category, side by side, further up the field for the 8.
That was Saraki trying to go back on Cranston. Now here's Sebastian Rist. No, not going to go. Oh, big contact. 3 drivers there together. Scheible's around wide as well for the 815 of Isaac Nolan. They were in the show, and now they are out. Scheible is out. Nolan is out. Juther Malaswamy and Ryan Mort on the MPG Academy carts are now potentially in. Roman McCurdy contact as well with Sebastian Rist. Here's Saraki back into it. No, that's not Rist. That's Fedowitz, the off-pole man. Fedowitz and McCurdy. Saraki is through. It has all come unglued here with 1:15 to go.
Yeah, and for the MPG drivers right on the edge, Ryan Mort currently 11th and Thermalaswamy currently 12th. So they're looking out and into the show here on the edge of the top 10. They need these drivers to fight. They need the same thing that happened earlier on to find themselves in a spot in the show. They continue to fight. That's Sebastian Rist with teammate Saraki and others. Indy Anderson as well in there continuing to fight. Saraki is the driver further ahead in the field in the Merlin. And for those 2 carts there on your screen, the 2 OTKs.
Luke Fedowitz
yeah,
and
exactly.
Sebastian Rist right there. Roman McCurdy. Then Indy Anderson in that black helmet on the TKG Kart Republic. These are all safe right now. Whether they know it or not, it remains to be seen. Whether they will fight or not remains to be seen. They've got 1.2 seconds back to Ryan Mort and Thermalaswamy, so I thought they were in. There was not enough carnage. They're still a little bit further out. Fedowitz and Rist, if they just stay in line, they're in. But Fedowitz is going to defend here with 20 seconds to go. McCurdy has had quite a day here in just this pre-final alone, up and down, as now Rist to the inside of his teammate Fedowitz. He'll get over-undered. Fedowitz back to the inside, but McCurdy will pick the inside for turn 1, the outside for now. Fedowitz is going to go all the way back to 9th, maybe 10th, still 9th. Still 9th over Indy Anderson. But now, here with 2 laps to go, here comes the 2 MPGs of Mort and Thermalaswamy. They're half a second away.
Yeah, they're continuing to work together, trying to push themselves into the show. Time is up. 2 laps to go, and as they go side by side, more action continuing to unfold here. Anderson and McCurdy still battling for that 10th spot. Fedowitz, still battling for that last spot, and the MPG drivers on the scene now. Here's Ander.
Luke Fedowitz now under pressure for the transfer spot. Ryan Mort and Jude Thermalaswamy. Mort is through, Thermalaswamy as well. And now the teammates with 2 to go are 10th and 11th. Which one gets through, or can they both get around Indy Anderson, who hangs on to 9th right now? And unfortunately, Luke Fedowitz has dropped all the way back. We'll see if we can as well show you all the positions gained and lost, because that's one of the coolest features here of this alpha timing system, because there are so many movers and shakers that have happened here in this one. Check it out. 11 spots gained for Ryan Mort, 15 gained for Henry Taylor to get up to 4th right now. Indy Anderson up 4, safely in, but just barely. Mort is there, Thermalaswamy is there, and again, Luke Fedowitz, it's not over yet. Don't give up, because anything can happen as we head for the white flag. 1 to go. Tristan Murphy still leads. We keep our eyes on all the battles in the top 10 for any changes.
Yeah, big gaps here at the moment. Thermalaswamy looking to race his way in on teammate Ryan Mort. So the 2 MPG drivers, it's going to be one or the other to transfer in here at the moment, but they're closing down the gap to Indy Anderson here down the back straightaway. They're either going to work together to get both MPGs into the main event, or going to knock out a fellow Kart Republic out of Indy Anderson.
They're just not close enough to Indy Anderson. Thermalaswamy still staying on him. Coming to the line here, Tristan Murphy wins the pre-final B over Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Kai Mars. And now, here comes the final few groups. Brandon Saraki, Sebastian Rist, they're in at the line. Ryan Mort gets around Indy Anderson for another spot, but Thermalaswamy just can't quite get there and ends up 11th at the checkers. Mort 9th, Anderson 10th. Roman McCurdy can breathe a fresh breath of fresh air, and the same for Brandon Saraki, because the 2 of them, man, did they fall dangerously close to that bubble spot and some of the carnage that happened around them. But they both are into the show tomorrow. Of course, Sebastian Rist, what an incredible drive from deep in the field. And how about it for Henry Taylor on that Timmy Tech comp card? Drove all the way through the pack, The leaders, the top three, started up in the front. They just kind of pulled away the whole time. But Henry Taylor, a fantastic run to line up 34th in tomorrow's main event. Ben Cranston, 5th. He'll start 35th, and he go all the way back to 40th unofficially. But keep an eye on those gaps. Siraki back down to the likes of Luke Fedowitz is only 2.2 seconds. Any kind of violation, a tramline violation, an avoidable contact, a blocking penalty, any pushback bumpers, there was definitely a lot of pushing and shoving, as always there is in these last chance qualifier-esque races. So if that did anything to maybe shake up the top 10, but unofficially, Indy Anderson, the last driver in. Juther Malaswamy, unfortunately, first driver potentially out. Ryan Mort with a heroic drive in the last 2 laps to race his way into 9th. As the congrats go around there. How about it for Sebastian Riss and Brandon Siraki on the screen? Sebastian had to come from way back. Brandon stays in the top 10, and they both are going through to the main event tomorrow if it all holds. But that's still a big if, because there was so much going on in that pre-final. It was a lot to keep up with, and a lot of new faces joining the party, falling out of the group and everything. Just craziness there all the way around.
Nothing for sure here at the moment. Could be any sort of penalty for the drivers. Don't want to make speculations, but again, have to take into consideration pushback bumpers or whatever it may be. And that's only the first half. We get set to go green for the fast group of our K100 juniors coming up shortly.
And the nice part is for the top 10, like Tristan Murphy, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Kai Mars, there's no tire disadvantage now. They are all going to get the same amount of laps as pre-final A, and then it's a full reset for the main event. So it's a really balanced way to try and level the playing field for the guys like Tristan Murphy or Tyrone Kemper or even Kai Mars, who had some good speed, could have been in this pre-final A without maybe some bad luck or misfortune, but having to fight their way into the main event. They're not starting with 10 extra laps or 1 extra heat cycle on their tires. It's still a pretty even way to rack them up. On the flip side, for the guys in pre-final A, like Enzo Vidmontien, he was perfect, won both of his heats. He crashes now, he starts 30th. So there's good and bad to it all, give and take, and well, a lot of risk. And how much do you want to risk to start on the front row tomorrow? We're about to find out with Enzo Vidmontien and Michael McGoy making up row 1. Isaac Malkut and Max Christia, our top qualifier on row 2.
Ty Fisher and Max Weiland, the TB Kart and the Magic Kart, respectively, starting on the 3rd row. The Chase Gassiet Lee and Cameron Marcia, the rookie, starting on row 4.
Jackson Deal alongside another rookie and Marco Romero on row number 5 with Carter McMurray. What a great recovery drive in that first T race after his crash. He gets to line up 11th. He could win from there here in this pre-final, if nothing else, get a top 10. And the same goes as well for the kid starting on his outside in 12th. Pretty high up on the grid for Benham Abernathy.
Yeah, we've seen Mateo Pappas mix it up into the top 5, but at the moment going to start outside of the top 5 and in the 7th row alongside Nathan Dupuis, another driver that we saw in the top 3 in that second heat race. It's Luca Brancati and John Antonino Jr. starting on the 8th row.
Maximo Karam and Mason Kuhn on row number 9, Caleb Tarter and Emerson Lane rounding out the top 20. Now let's look at the final 5 rows on the grid. Couple rookies there, Gabriel Balog and Travis Pettit on row 11, Lucas Theck and Derek Wargo on row number 12.
And it's Landon Boer and Casey Mosley on that 13th row. John Michael Dunnigan and William Kim in the 14th row. And rounding out your field here, and K.A. Jr. pre-final A is the last 2 drivers there get set to go green.
Alex Miller and Oliver Naubert will complete the grid, but Enzo Vidmontien made it look easy in his first 2 heat races. He didn't have to go up against Isaac Malkut. He did not have to go up, against Michael McGoy either. So the 2 of them will now get to go head-to-head against the 2 TKG Kart Republics that were top of the heap through their 2 heat races. Max Weiland, Ty Fisher there on the bright green TB kart, and then Cameron Marcia, and of course the Nash Motorsports Coastal Metal and Coastal Ink Custom Printing Nash Motorsports EOS kart on row number 4. Here we go, folks. K.A. Jr. pre-final A into the tram lines, and McGoy keeping a good check on Vidmontien, who's got us at a slow start. And here we go. We're racing down to turn number 1. Malkut had to pop the curb, so big momentum run around the outside for McGoy to get to second. He'll get clear, and he'll bring 2 more with him as there's a little bit of contact further back. But most of the grid has made it through.
Yeah, that was Max Wallen and Mateo Pappas, who just got a little bit sideways there into the first set of chicanes. but able to continue here in this one. Max Weiland loses spots to Romero, who also lost a handful of spots there on that race start. But as it shuffles out is Enzo Vidmontien, who leads from Michael McGoy. Max Christia currently P3, Ty Fisher there 4th, and Isaac Malquit, Little Sizzle, P5.
Into the final hairpin here for the first lap. Ty Fisher ascend on Max Christia. Look at that left rear tire on Max Christia. I don't know if that's a bent axle or if he's got a lug nut breaking loose. Check out how much that thing is rattling around. He is definitely going to lose that tire here if he's not careful here in the opening couple laps. Or that's just a majorly bent axle off the curbing. But that is a rough ride either way, whether it's a loose wheel or a bent axle, and a heartbreak, if so, for the 839 of Max Christia.
And you see the kart starting to handle a lot differently. You see him struggling to just keep it there, and he just looked over and saw what was wrong. Looked over there to the left side hand of his car and saw the issue that he had there. And going over that bump, not going to help him out at all if he does have a loose hub there. And he's going to get the move done on him by Nathan Dupuy, who's able to get through on a super tuned Tony kart.
So that's dropped one of our fastest kids way outside the top 10, and he's going to continue to slide backwards if nothing else changes. Vidmontien, McGoy, Fisher, Malka, Jackson Deal into the top 5 there on the 894 MPG Academy machine. And Vidmontien over McGoy and Fisher, then Malka. He's still already starting to put in some work. Half a tenth better last time by, opening the gap just ever so slightly over the rest of the field, and there it is. There goes the left rear tire off Max Christia. It was only a matter of time, and if we pan over, unfortunately, there she goes. What a heartbreaking end to Saturday. So much promise out of that young man. He'll have a fantastic run tomorrow driving through the field, but sadly it'll come from 30th, not a top 5.
Yeah, so two sides there of the heat race. The good part about this pre-final, right? Already into the show in the top 30, but I'm going to have to start tail end, 30th tomorrow in the main event with the 10 drivers who finished that pre-final B just now. But a lot of work for him tomorrow. But we continue here. Teammate Enzo Vidmontien done a great job so far in this one to keep Michael McGoy and Ty Fisher at bay. Fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to the Burrell Art machine of Isaac Malquit as Weiland goes a little bit wide and into the gravel there behind Marco Romero. Goes a little bit sideways, but able to continue going here. Currently 9th for Max Weiland.
Check out Michael McGoy. The rookie has closed up to the race leader as Carter McMurray gets around Jackson Deal. We might have a fight on our hands for the top spot here in a few moments. 9 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And new fast lap of the race. Give it to Isaac Malka at a 43.28. 2/10 better than Vidmontien.
Yeah, 2/10 better there than Enzo Vidmontien last time by for Isaac Malquit. Here for Michael McGoy, going to have a good run. Let's see if he decides to go or decides to wait and continue to push Enzo Vidmontien. And again, you made the point before the race started, Xander. This is the first time McGoy and Vidmontien have been on the track and racing each other together against each other the first time today. So, haven't raced each other at all this weekend, and for the first time this weekend, they're doing it here in the pre-final.
Well, and there's a good chance that outside of qualifying, they might not have been on the racetrack all but one other time because of the way the numbers are. For example, it's all odd numbers there at the front of the field. But Carter McMurray, for example, he might be racing some guys that he was only on the track with at one point in the fast group for qualifying because they were even and odd numbered for the practice sessions. And then from there, split back into groups for heat races. But finally, we've got all the fast guys together, and they're ready to put on a show. Michael McGoy, a new leader, out at turn number 8, and Enzo Vidmontien falls to second. Ty Fisher, not going to go on him because Vidmontien went back to the lead just like that. Enzo back to the point.
Yeah, Ty Fisher was able to go through on Michael McGoy as well. So Fisher up to P2. You said it before the race. How much are these drivers going to risk for a pole position start? Enzo Vidmontien not risking too much, but biding his time and making moves when he needs to. There goes Isaac Malquit on Michael McGoy on the inside of turn number 1. Malquit thought it was time to make the move and currently slated to start on the inside. We talked about strategy throughout some of the younger drivers, but these drivers here, the juniors, are definitely going to know what it's like to start on the inside and the outside, so they're going to have to take their pick of where they want to start. And again, penalty is another big topic here.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a shuffle, I'm sure, when we get further back the grid, because while the top 4 have looked pretty tame so far, it's not all tame. It's not all easy going when you go back to the rest of the group. There's already 2.5 seconds back to Carter McMurray. He leads the second pack right now, or he did. Chase Cassian leads there. Then it's Romero, then Weiland, then McMurray, then Jackson Deal, and then Nathan Dupuy. This is the second pack inside the top 10. Back from them, you find Cameron Marcia there in the 11th spot ahead of Mateo Pappas. And John Antonino Jr. and Emerson Lane. Shout out to Max Pappas up in IndyCar Race Control over in Alabama. Tuning in, watching his son Mateo get after it here in Charlotte, North Carolina. He's just outside the top 10, ahead of Antonino Jr., who is a second and a half back, with Emerson Lane, Abernathy, and Mason Kuhn in another group. Here's the more of the fighting for the lead. It is Malkut now into second, getting around Ty Fisher. So we waited for Malkut to get forward. He's already in a fast lap now, and he is reeling in everybody. The 895 is going to be on watch here next as Malkut moves to P2.
Yeah, in the top 3, you see some of the more experienced drivers, and just outside, some of the younger drivers like Max Weiland, who had a full year of junior racing, as Nathan Dupuis and Jackson Deal going side by side into the double left-hander. Dupuis not able to get the move done, goes a little bit sideways. We've seen drivers go over that curb, like Joe Ruck, who unfortunately ended his pre-final early. There's Max Weiland and Carter McMurray continuing to push each other forward. Haven't been able to get ahead of the driven Fernando Alonso, DPK America's Kart Republic of Marco Romero as of yet. There goes Weiland looking for a move, not close enough as of yet, and loses a little bit of time to McMurray behind.
So into the final turn, this time by, we're just a little past halfway. 12 minutes plus 2 laps to go. New leader, Isaac Malkut gets through on Enzo Vidmontien. And the Midwestern native shows the way here in North Carolina, a track he has already gotten wins at in the limited races that this place has hosted, and it was only a matter of time before the QG3 karting, PSL karting boys got him rolling to the front of the field. Malkut, Vidmontien, Fisher, McGoy, 4 different chassis, 4 different race teams, 4 different drivers, and 4 different stories all trying to get the pole in the main as McGoy gets around Fisher there, and the rookie goes back into third. The gap now is 3.5 seconds back to Chase Gassie at lead. These leaders are lapping at a pace no one else can touch right now. So these might be our 4 tomorrow if no one else can find a few tenths overnight. Through turns 1 and 2, we are now 10 laps in, and just for the first time this weekend going longer than any of them have to this point. With the heat races, they were getting around 12, maybe 13. We're going to go probably around 16 here in the pre-final.
Yeah, so down at the back straight away, Vidmontien not close enough to get the move done into turn number 8 on Isaac Malkut. Going to have to stay in the second spot there. Like you said, these top 4 just pulling away, setting in really good lap times, all of them in the low 43s. For Chase Gassie just running a couple of tenths slower than your top 4 here at the moment. Chase Gassie running a 43.7, so just a couple of tenths off the top 4, but that's enough to keep him at bay because that group from 5th on back just continue to battle with McMurray, Dupuis, and Romero all there pretty much in tow, but just a little bit separated, not able to push each other up to the rear bumper of the top 4, who have had a very calm and a very smooth and patient drive further up the field so far for these 3 very experienced junior drivers.
So with 3.5 minutes to go, any other major movers here through the grid? We've got, of course, John Antonino Jr. moving up a little bit from the further back in the 893. He's up to 14th ahead of Gabriel Balog. We didn't have really any carnage in the opening few laps, so no one else really having to charge back up the grid. Cameron Marsh has made up 2 more spots. He's gotten to 9th now ahead of Jackson Deal and is trailing Max Weiland as of last time by. They're both about 2 seconds away from Carter McMurray and Nathan Dupuis. With 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, though, Little Sizzle continues to lead Vidmontien, McGoy, and Ty Fisher through the bus stop and down the backstretch.
Yeah, I mean, Xander, I really can't fail to mention, right? Isaac Malkut, a much shorter driver than Enzo Vidmontien. I mean, you've been driving KA recently. You know what it's like to be a little bit of a bigger driver when it comes to classes like this, right? Your head's kind of, in the wind, kind of slowing you down a little bit. Kind of acts like a parasail, right?
Yeah, and so that's why it's sometimes better to have a little guy in front of you that's first one punching the hole in the air. And I might be a good pusher, but might not be the best leader on the racetrack. Look at this gaggle as well here. Check this out, Antonino Jr. Then you go back to Brancati, as well as Balog, Romero, Abernathy, all fighting here right around the mid-teens. That's a good move by Emerson Lane to get by. Derek Wargo there on the DYL Kart Sport Comp Kart in frame. He's running just ahead of Mason Kuhn's MPG Academy Kart Republic, and there's a little hip check as Abernathy goes, and what a move around the outside. Derek Wargo gets through on Romero. Here comes Mason Kuhn, and the whole cavalry's going through as Romero's got a problem. Check out that left rear bumper. The 870's got an issue. He has not yet been given the meatball, I don't think, but they're probably going to catch it this time and it's already, you can see, affecting the handling for Marco Romero. That bumper fully disconnected. It unfortunately will take him out. He'll join Max Christie at the tail end of the field. Two young guns with some heartbreak here on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, unfortunate for Marco Romero with a lot of work. The battle for the lead still kicking off. Isaac Malquit and Enzo Vidamontien still pushing each other forward. We're side by side there for a second, but kind of calmed down. This is the top four. We're having a nice Saturday afternoon drive, and everything back behind them is just absolute carnage and side by side racing all the way through further back. But still a lot of racing. Cameron Marcia, the rookie, up into 8th. McMurray still 7th there. Dupuis still in the 6th spot. So all these drivers, and there it goes. Enzo Vidamontien on the inside. Ty Fisher on the inside of turn number 1 as well. So they trade spots with their dancing partners here. So Enzo Vidamontien leads us once again from Isaac Malquit. Ty Fisher P3, and Michael McGoy back and forth.
Yeah, Michael McGoy just from leading earlier in this session to now taking a look back and realizing he's 4th of 4 with a humongous gap out back. 5.6 seconds till you find Chase Gassiet-Lee, and then another half second to Nathan Dupuis and Carter McMurray. 3 laps to go right now because they're going to get to the line before the timer hits 0. Enzo Vidamontien, Isaac Malquit, Ty Fisher, and then Michael McGoy at the start-finish line. 20 seconds plus 2 laps to go.
20 seconds and 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go next time when they get to the stripe. As it stands, this is going to decide who starts on the pole position. At the moment, it sits in the lap of Enzo Vidamontien, who leads from Isaac Malquit, who is set to start on the front row, but on the outside line. He's going to want to go one spot better to set the pace and to start the race tomorrow in this KA100 Junior main event. Malquit still not close enough to get the move done. Fisher still patient here in 3rd, and being really patient with Isaac Malquit here at the moment.
Into the final turn. 2 to go here when they hit the stripe. Justin Dittrich going to give us the double sticks. Enzo Vidamontien looks back. No defensive moves yet here. He takes the normal line through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, knows he's quick enough. Vidamontien won the first 2 of his heat races, and this one hasn't been as easy as both of those heat races were. The first time he's raced Isaac Malquit, Malquit took the fight to him, led a couple of laps here earlier in this race, and Ty Fisher as well up there and contending for McGoy as well. So all these drivers taking the fight to Enzo Vidamontien, who's had a dominant run so far in 2024. There goes Isaac Malquit on the inside, looking to end that. Ty Fisher takes advantage and to the point of the field.
Yeah, Malquit went to the inside, and Vidamontien, I think, tried to throw a late block on him, and unfortunately, Malquit had already committed. Now an over-under from Fisher on Malquit. Ty Fisher's going to take us to the low side. Malquit can't go anywhere. Vidamontien, an over-under, not enough. And McGoy has to follow as well as they all park it on the inside. What a turnaround for the Canadian. Ty Fisher with a great run. Heads up driving. McGoy going to get by Vidamontien now for 3rd.
You're talking about turnarounds. What a turnaround for Enzo Vidamontien. Was leading at one point, now finds himself starting on the outside and maybe on the 2nd row here. Makes the move and muscles his way through Michael McGoy. And here's a battle for the pole position. On the inside is Ty Fisher. Outside for Isaac Malquit. Not close enough to get it done.
Malquit all over Ty Fisher. Last corner, looking low, stays on the bumper, moves him up the racetrack. Here they come out of the final turn. Fisher keeps the momentum up. Ty Fisher wins the pre-final NKA Junior.
What a barn burner. A side-by-side 3 wide. Gassiet-Lee, Dupuis, and McMurray. It was Carter McMurray to finish 5th. Gassiet-Lee 6th. And Nathan Dupuis 7th.
Man, what a run to the line for Carter McMurray. Shades of his father, who has been a master at the super speedways in his NASCAR Cup Series career. Carter McMurray wins a photo finish to get the inside 3rd place row. There in 5th, Gassiet-Lee, and Dupuis 6th and 7th. Cameron Marcia 8th. Max Weiland 9th. Jackson Deal rounds the top 10 over John Antonino Jr., Mateo Pappas, Gabriel Balog, Emerson Lane, Derek Wargo into the top 15. Mason Kuhn, Maximo Karam, Caleb Tarter, John Michael Dunnigan, and Travis Pettit, your top 20. And then the heartbreaking DNS there for Benham Abernathy, who went out there with a couple laps to go. Landon Boer had an issue early as well. And, of course, Marco Romero and Max Christie, the 2 young guns, who will start 29th and 30th after staring down both of them, potential top 10s, and especially for Max Christie. That could have been maybe even a front row starting spot had the cards folded a little bit different. But that broken left rear stud on either the lug nuts came loose or the stud fully snapped. Either way, he was basically running on two of the usual 3 wheel studs, and you could see that tire rocking left and right, knocking the kart sideways, and eventually it was going to snap them all off and come off, and it did. So a heartbreaking end for one TKG Kart Republic. Vid Montien and Ty Fisher chatting there in post-race scaling. A huge congrats to Ty. Heads-up move. Took advantage of all the chaos around him. Didn't lead many laps in that one. He led the ones that counted, though, and the Green Machine will lead us to the main event tomorrow with Malkut and Vid Montien and Michael McGoy all in tow after a hard-fought fight for 19 laps here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So, KA Junior wrapped up. We still have 4 more semi-pro races to go. We have on deck the Swift Stars. Then it'll be time for the KA Stars B pre-final for the final 10 spots in their main event. And then, of course, the A pre-final for the first 30, like what we just witnessed in KA Junior. That'll be exciting. 62 drivers vying for 40 spots in the main show. And then OKN Junior closes out the semi-pro show. And then it'll be the Pro Motos for both Pro OKN and your Pro Stars. We are basically right on schedule here with the Swift Stars category getting set to roll. They were, right on the minute right here. And again, we do have the dark clouds that continue to loom here over the speedway, waiting to see if that's going to change anything or really affect it. As it stands right now, we're just forecasted for overcast skies, but you never know here when it comes to the racetrack. So Park arrives, Ashton Woon, their final session of the day. They're going to hope that it stays at least dry for them. The 149 Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart leads us to green as it's a flip there from how they split the heats. And ultimately, Ives with the better pair of finishes puts him on pole. Woon from the outside once again. Bowen Green and Holden Myers continue to keep that Timmy Tech Comp Kart lockout on row 2. Marco Salmon and Enzo De Janeiro on row 3.
And then it's Josh Bergman and Nicholas Mose on that 4th row. Luke Giglio and Royce Vega starting alongside each other on row number 5. Valentino Santillana and Nico Katowski on row 6.
Then row 7 has Cade Wolf and Ben Gleberman, Xander Matias and Isaac Payne on row 8 with Bashi Jimenez, Cameron Johnson on row number 9.
Harry Thomas and AJ Stoner round up your top 20 here in the Swift Stars pre-final, and then the rest, it's Emma Schumann, Robert Lash on row 11, then it's Bryson Scales and Riley Dobler in row 12.
Owen Gacchione and Simon Jack Klein on row 13, Griffin Vukic and Alyssa Eddy on row 14, Gage Harden, Asher Ferris complete the 30-driver grid here for Swift Stars. So getting set to go green for their final time of the day. And again, the KA Stars beginning to form up in the grid. Looks like we'll have probably somewhere around 18 to 19 laps for the Swift Stars around the Charlotte Motor Speedway kart track. Park arrives, Ashton Woon. Do we see any more players join the leading kind of 6 that have battled for the win and really the top 2 drivers on the day? Has anyone found some more speed throughout the breaks and after the second heat race? And will we see any bit of carnage in the pre-final that sends some of these fast drivers all the way to the rear? A little bit of chaos coming into the tram lines. They're going to try and get back formed up. Nice and slow, looking good for the lead and the green. We are racing down to turn number 1. And there we go, a good lead for Parker Rise. Ashton Woon to 2nd, and Holden Myers along with Bowen Green able to slide in line there to 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Woon there side by side for a 2nd, but able to stay in that 2nd spot. There's Valentino Santillana on your screen shuffling through. So everybody able to make it through. Royce Vega with a much better start than he's had all weekend long. He slots himself behind Marco Samet. And then Josh Bergman behind him as the CRG goes way wide there. And that's Nicholas Mose, currently 8th, goes way wide behind Valentino Santillana.
Yeah, then you look back as well here. Enzo De Janeiro and Josh Bergman, Royce Vega. These are, especially with Bergman and Vega, they've been charging up the grid in the heat races. Now they've got a chance to start with the leader instead of be hunting them down De Janeiro already taking advantage. He goes to the inside of Holden Myers. That is going to be for the 4th spot, so move him up further in the top 5. Myers back to 5th. Marco Samet looking on with Royce Vega, who was the fastest car on the racetrack in the second heat race, I believe, on the 133 Team Benek entry. Down the backstretch, though, Parker. Problems for Ashton Wood. There it is, our first bit of chaos. The Super Tune Paralyn comes to a halt at the end of the back straightaway. Ashton Wood on the 195. Such a good run through the day, and a blown chain for the 195 of Ashton Wood takes him out on lap number 2 of the pre-final. And heartbreaking end here, as he had such a good run going. And now for the rest of the field, they've got to chase down Parker Ives, and he's already gotten away far enough they don't have his draft anymore. 1 second the lead for the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver.
Yeah, now for Bowen Green and Enzo De Janeiro going to have to work together. Holden Myers lost a lot of spots in that one, as one of the Burrell Arts as well. Issues for him early in this one, and there's moves shuffling there. It's Enzo De Janeiro on the inside there of Bowen Green. So Green going to move back to 3rd, and you see De Janeiro tap the back of his helmet, point forward, wants to get up to the rear bumper of the Nitro RPM that currently leads us here in this one.
I think it was maybe Alyssa Eddy that was the driver we caught on screen there as she goes out. Vega to the inside and clear on Marco Samet. So we're down 2 out of the 30. 28 continue to roll here in Swift Stars. Royce Vega still marching forward, not giving up, and just methodically picking up a few more spots at every grid reset. And that was what we talked about yesterday during qualifying. It's not the end of the world to not have the best quality effort. You pick up a few spots through the heat races, you start a little better in the pre-final, pick up a few more in the pre-final, fly under the radar, and then stun the field by taking the win in the main event. That seems to be the current trajectory for Royce Vega if he can keep going, because we know he has lap times that he's put down that are just as fast as some of the leaders' pace. They got to be consistent, though, because I will say Parker Ives, as soon as he gets up to pace, that kid has been within a 1/10 to a 1/10 and a half of his best lap. Seems like every single lap around here.
Yeah, a 1/10 quicker that time by. He goes purple, a 44.971 for Parker Ives on a Nitro Kart that's just basically been driving itself for Parker Ives here in this one. We saw his hands at the end of the second heat race, just very little movements for him. Royce Vega as well, super quick. Like you said, Sanders, kept his nose clean throughout every single heat race, flew under the radar, and has now worked his way up into a top 4 starting spot for the main event here. But still a lot of racing left in this one. 8.5 minutes to go left in this race. The second group led by Enzo De Janeiro and his Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. Then it's Bowen Green in the Comp Kart there in that 3rd spot, and Royce Vega and his Benek machine currently P4. Samet not too far behind. Santillana as well, not too bad. And for Josh Bergman as well, who's just struggled a little bit to start the year, is having a much better showing here in Charlotte.
Yeah, now down the short chute for De Janeiro and Bowen Green and Royce Vega. They still didn't really make up much. Vega did go quicker, but he's in the tow, catching up to 2nd and 3rd than Parker Ives. The net overall for the pack was another 0.5 loss. So they're doing everything they can. They're playing smart. They're pushing. They're working together. And it's still not enough to catch Parker Ives at the moment. And we have a lot of time left, to their credit. 7.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go on this 12-minute plus 2 laps pre-final. But if nothing changes, they're not going to get there. They need a big lap. That'll help. Picked up about a 2/10 gain on Ives that time, from 1.6 down to 1.4. They need a lot more laps like that there, and I don't know how many we'll get out of the 149.
Yeah, no, correct. I mean, and I really think these drivers, Enzo De Janeiro and Bowen Green, know what they have to do. They know they have to work together. They know they have to cooperate if they want to get up to the rear bumper of Parker Ives, because he's getting away at the moment. They did knock off 0.2 of a second from the gap that Parker Ives has, but it's still a lot. 1.5 seconds in between the RPM driver and Enzo De Janeiro. So a lot of work to do for these drivers if they want to get up there and contend for a pole position starting spot tomorrow.
Let's see if they can do it here. 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. We'll keep the spotlight on Enzo De Janeiro as we go down to pit lane to hear from a very happy TB car driver. Ty Fisher is your pre-final winner in KA Junior.
Thank you, Xander. Ty, yeah, you led one lap. You've led one lap pretty much all day, but it's the one that matters. It's going to put you on pole position for tomorrow's main event. So describe your emotions after that one. I mean, a hectic last couple laps there.
Yeah, I had a good start, so I knew I could be up front and try and get the win. The last few laps, it was just everyone was trying to go for the win. I was able to get it, pull it off, but yeah, all the competitors out there are really, really tough.
We haven't spoke to you all weekend. I mean, what's been the progression like for you? I know you've had some issues earlier on in the day, but it seems as though you got the gremlins out of the go-kart.
Yeah, the chassis was just on rails. Like, the TV car's super fast here, super fast everywhere, so I think it's going to be a good year for us.
It's cooling down a little bit. I mean, throughout that session, small raindrops hitting the racetrack, nothing to affect it. I mean, what was it like out there, and what can we expect heading into the pro show later this afternoon?
Yeah, like near the end, it was just getting super slippery, so I think it'll be maybe pouring for the pro show or just drizzling. Don't know yet, but it'll be fun to watch.
Thank you, Ty.
Thank you, Alex.
There you go, Ty Fisher enjoying now a very relaxing end to the day when you get to start pole tomorrow and still go watch some more racing that's still going, because we're going to be racing all the way until 7 p.m. here later tonight with OKN and Pro Stars action following these semi-pro pre-finals. Your update on this group. They were making up a little time. Then last time by, Parker Ives got a 44.9 pulled out of the hat, and he matched what they're running working together by himself. 1.2 seconds. That all said, if they can get it down just to within maybe 7 or 8 tenths, they'll start to benefit off the slipstream effect from the race later, and it will accelerate the closing rate. So they need to keep trying. It's working. If they can get 1 or 2 more hiccups out of Parker Ives' speed, or if they find a little more themselves, this 5-car group might just get there. That time, 2 tenths better were this group. Now we're down to 1 second away.
Yeah, they know what they need to do, and they're doing just that, right? Pushing each other forward, not letting the egos get in the way, and continuing to drive and push each other further and further up the field. The fastest lap of the race belongs to Royce Vega, and that's a driver in 4th. So you know that these drivers are happy with the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic of Enzo DeGennaro leading them away, because they're getting closer and reeling in that nitro kart of Parker Ives. In the last third of this race, just under 4 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. So these drivers know what they're doing is working, and they're definitely going to be in a good shot to getting there in the end of the race.
Let's check back a little bit to the next group here while they continue to push on forward towards the 149. Josh Bergman, Valentino Santian right here on screen. Bergman ahead of actually Luke Giglio in the 168 Kart Republic, who tried to get by but didn't quite do it. And so the 2 KRs are 7th and 8th. Valentino Santian's at the end of that main pack, my mistake. So it's Bergman, then Luke Giglio, Holden Myers, who started in the top 4 running in this group. These kids are all running comparable times to the race leaders right now. They're not necessarily that far off of the pace of the front 5, but it took them a while to kind of get sorted out. So they are 3.5 seconds off the lead and 2 seconds back from the group. And now they've just started to trade some spots as Giglio and Myers going by on Josh Bergman there, with Nicholas Mose still kind of looking on there in the 10th spot. One of the bigger movers here starting to claw his way up the grid as well is the Timmy Tech comp kart of Cade Wolf in 11th. He knows his teammates are fast as they run up the road. He leads the next group even further back, with Isaac Payne kind of pushing him along. The two of them have just been around each other, it feels like, for most of this session. Not a whole lot of action when you go further and further back, but Cade Wolf there making a little bit of progress towards the front of the grid as things end right now. If the checker were to drop, he'd be in 11th inside row 6, and you can fight from there in the main event, especially if you get fighting. But now, maybe just a tick too early. Vega going to the inside of Enzo, and he just kind of hip-checked him a little bit wide to complete the pass. And man, they were so close, Caleb. They had gotten down to 7 tenths away.
They were really close, but I think it was Bowen Green, the first driver who went on Enzo DeGennaro. Thought he wanted to get there, wanted to be in closest range to Parker Ives, but like you said, they were in 7 tenths. Now they're at a 1.5 seconds, so that could be all she wrote here. And this one is Marco Samet going to go for a move there for the 2nd spot. And up to P2 for the BJR MDR LN kart of Marco Samet. And now behind is going to be Bowen Green and Royce Vega, who all slotted in a line here. And again, just let Parker Ives get away with this one.
Yeah, so now Parker's got a big gap, and there's not enough time, I don't think, to run him back down. They were making some progress, but they only needed one mistake to let him get back away. Parker Ives, fantastic job. I don't want to sound too downbeat about it. Impressive performance here. I mean, this is next level domination of a class that is typical for more Talladega style racing, pack racing. here on any national level track that we go to, especially a high-speed one like here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and he is just rolling right now. Nobody close. Here's Vega looking to the inside of Bowen. He'll get through. Bowen Green back to the 4th spot. Vega back to 3rd. Marco Sammet on the BJR MDR kart, well, he's up into 2nd, and that's as high as he's been so far today for the 175. So this could put him on the front row, give him a really good shot at maybe being able to get the jump on Parker if he starts there in the main.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of good starts by the outside line. Has been difficult. Like we said, they are on that dirtier side of the racetrack whenever they get into the exit of turn number 1. So definitely ought to play for, but not bad for Marco Sammet to get himself ahead of the likes of Royce Vega and others here. So a good drive so far in this one for Marco Sammet. 20 seconds to go left in this pre-final race for the Swift Stars, and that's going to be the end of their day. But it's not the end of their race, though. Still a lot of racing action to go as Royce Vega not too far back and keeping Marco Sammet on his toes here in this one, because whenever Royce Vega gets close enough, he could make the move whenever he wants.
Yeah, and there's going to be the timer hitting 0 now, right before they get to the line. So we'll see 2 to go at the stripe. Even if it ended now, a 3rd place result from 9th on the grid for Royce Vega, that's exactly what he needed to do here in this pre-final to give himself a fighting chance in the main. Just chip away, work, trust the kart, trust yourself, and slowly cut up the field. And he has done just that, clawing his way into the top 5. He's now, if they finish as they are, slated to start on the inside of the 2nd row, which typically means without a bad, unless the start's really bad, the majority of the time you're going to be 2nd coming out of turn number 2. Although that isn't going to stop him from fighting for 1 spot more. Sammet defending a little bit, and he knows that if he opens the door, Bowen Green will be looking to go. Valentino Santian in 5th will be looking to go, and Enzo De Janeiro not giving up, bit between his teeth, trying to claw back to this pack as here comes Santian for 4th on Bowen Green, deep on the brakes, inside and clear.
Yeah, roller coaster every day for Santillan as Bowen Green going to look to go back through. Santillan still on the inside on the exit of the chicane. He's able to get back through, and there's Luke Giglio. Sorry, not Luke
Enzo
Giglio.
De Janeiro.
Enzo De Janeiro, who was leading that group until he got just a freight train on the exit there. He's going to go on the inside. De Janeiro looking to get the move there on Santillan. One driver going sideways there.
That was Giglio there. There he was trying to get in the mix, and he loses about 5 spots. Now, De Janeiro, Myers, Green, Bergman, and all the way back to Nicholas Mose. As the leader comes out of the final turn, this is a crazy fight further back. Parker Ives dominates the pre-final. Sammet hangs on over Vega, and check him out, coming to the line. Enzo, what a rebound. Back to 4th after all of that. And an off-track excursion. Bowen Green 5th, Santian 6th, Holden Myers 7th, Josh Bergman 8th, Luke Giglio had a moment there. He was trying to over-under them all and locked up as he did so and got sideways. He ends 9th. Nicholas Mose 10th. Cade Wolf 11th. Nico Katowski 12th. Ben Gleberman. AJ Stoner from the back of the grid up to 14th. Isaac Payne. Cameron Johnson. Then through the rest of the field with Harry Thomas and more on the outside edge looking in. There's Johnson in 16th. Harry Thomas, Bashi Jimenez, Owen Gaccione, Bryson Scales, the top 20, Emma Schumann, Griffin Vukic, Robert Lash, Riley Davalier, Simon Jack Klein, Xander Matias, and Gage Harden, the 27 who finished. Asher Ferris with a problem out. And again, tomorrow, Ashton Woon will roll from the final row of the grid, row 15 and 29th, who was one of the few drivers we felt like might be able to challenge Parker Ives. Well, they start at 2 opposite ends of the spectrum. A long road ahead for the Super Tuned Paralympic driver, but a long enough race and enough battling, and he might just be able to get into the mix by the time the checkered flag falls. That does it for Swift Stars. KA Stars, pre-final B, to decide the final 10 spots. Who goes through, who goes home, it's all coming next from America's Home for Racing on Kart Chaser.
Got a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2-through sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
everything you need all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Are you looking for an
Welcome back here for KA Stars, the B pre-final. We had a red flag in the second heat race earlier today. The driver involved was Jaden Harry. Jaden is still out there, is back out there here for this B pre-final to try and race into the show, and starting in the 10th position. What an awesome story it would be for Jaden to be able to get on in. So just a few gashes. It was some cuts in the leg for Jaden, but he's got all bandaged up, and he's ready to fight into the Queen City Gambit main event. That's the driver again that starts on row number 5, the final 2 spots in the main event. Here we go, coming to green for KA Stars, the B pre-final. 30 drivers fighting for the final 10 spots, and we are away down to turn number 1.
Yeah, and for the outside row, they were a little bit inside of the tram line there for Carson Sauter and others. Finnegan Bailiff also trying to race his way into the show, currently on the edge, looking in. So a lot of drivers and a lot of stories here in this one. The likes of Drew James, Ryan Miller, and more getting set to try and race their way into the main event. There's Pablo Benitez who leads us away there, trying to hold off Carson Sitter and Jared Clark.
Jared Clark, yeah, and the BJR MDR driver. You saw Benitez way low on the backstretch defending. There's the 929 getting shuffled a little bit wide of Drew James. And there's more contact as Autumn Fisher gets through. Logan Mueller in the mix. Chris Harrower, more contact in the last turn with one driver off the circuit. Here's Oliver Piatek around the outside. And that's problems for the 929. Drew James has a broken rear bumper. Is it connected? It is not. And just like that, heartbreak for Drew James as the meatball flag will inevitably fly and take him out. Now, up front, look at all of this here. Still side by side. One driver through the dirt. That is one of the TKG Kart Republics. The 928, I think. Or maybe the 9, no, not the 908 of Carson Sauter.
It could have been the 938 of Ryan Miller, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that was the 938. He was third across the line last time by. Here's James getting shuffled wide again. That's Piatek going through. Ryan Miller from third out. And here's Alex Feldstein getting the work from Jared Clark. Finnegan Bailiff has evaded all the chaos. He's second now as they head down to turn number 1. Who's on the bubble spot? Miller. Ryan Miller in the black helmet on the TKG Kart Republic. Last man inside the main event right now.
Yeah, Ryan Crouch right behind him there across the line. Autumn Fisher not too far back. And Oliver Piatek went quickest, a 44.933, currently in 13th. So a lot of drivers outside looking in, still trying to race their way in there. The 947, that's the factory car. There's one driver into the pits.
That's James.
There's Drew James into the pits after the meatball flag for him. A side-by-side in between the 947 there of Christian Valverde and Ryan Miller, and they get sideways and contact so far in this one.
Yeah, trying to hang on with everything he's got. Ryan Miller knows that he's going in the wrong direction. Here's another one trying to get through. Piatek to the inside to defend. To the outside for the 947 of Christian Valverde. Logan Mueller gets around him, picks up another spot. Mueller now closer to the transfer. Autumn Fisher, first one out right now in 11th. Piatek 12th. Mueller 13th as they head to the backstretch. and check up the road there. Potential broken or push down bumper of Ryan Crouch. That front bumper is definitely dragging the ground at least, as we've got to fight for the lead as well. Pablo Benitez under fire from Finnegan Bailiff, so keep an eye on the 955. That might be a pushback, but for Finn Bailiff, whoa, way wide. Lock up under the brakes in the dirty stuff on the inside, and a big mistake now puts him from second back to seventh. As there's a look at the front bumper, I think indeed the 955 has to have a pushback. So if so, that could take Ryan Crouch out and it would put Autumn Fisher in. But this is just speculation as we take a look at Jared Clark, the new race leader, with everything changing all around us. Clark, then the Sodia, Pablo Benitez, then Jaden Harry in third on the JMF Racing factory kart. What a fantastic story here from the red flag, the massive crash in heat number 2, cuts in the leg, and he's like, you know what, I'm going out there and I'm racing on Sunday. He's right now well into the show.
Yeah, doing a good job there in his factory kart. In the 907, right behind him is Alex Fieldstein in that Hotes driver development OTK. Finnegan Bailiff fell back to that 6th spot. He's looking to get the move done on Nicholas DeFilo, able to work his way up in a P5. So a good move that time by for Finnegan Bailiff into the top 5.
Yeah, Finn Bailiff here through the left, right, left onto the back straightaway. A little gap further back to Carson Sauter and DeFilo, as there's a move for the 955 of Ryan Crouch, picking up a spot at the end of the back straightaway. Let's take a look here. A little bit wide is a bit of a run. Too much of a run going into the corner. The 961 of Alex Murray following on the Prodigy Motorsports Maranello. And then you have Ryan Miller right behind him. Last man in. Autumn Fisher first one out if the bumper is still on the pushbacks. You know that it's crushed in. I just don't know if it's pushed in. It's hard to say. It doesn't, I don't know, it looks like it's loose enough, but again, that would be the change. That would make this the transfer zone. Autumn Fisher on the Villeneuve cart, and then Logan Mueller and Jaden Kraus right behind. As here's Bailiff trying to get by Alex Feldstein, not there in turn number 8.
Yeah, not close enough as of yet for Finnegan and Bailiff. He does have a good run though into the hairpin here. Still not close enough. Gonna say in 5th. Knows that he can't risk too much. There's the 938 able to get clear. Ryan Miller able to go up another spot on Alex Murray. So getting himself a little bit further up and clear.
Yeah, as they head down the front stretch now into turn number 1. Autumn Fisher not quite there on the 913. So Fisher cannot get through. Trying to make some move on Jaden Kraus after falling back to 13th. So she's now well out. Mueller through, Kraus through. That's 11th and 12th. Mueller now on the bumper of Alex Murray, who finds himself in the danger zone as he's fallen behind Ryan Miller for 10th.
Yes, falling behind Ryan Miller there. A lot of shuffling through this field as there's a move by Logan Mueller, able to go back ahead and get that move done there, and able to stay ahead this time for Mueller there. So good for him, and able to work his way into the show, or to the edge of the show here, if I'm not mistaken, at the moment, Xander.
Down to turn number 1, Logan Mueller still through 1 and 2 right now. Alex Murray, and then back to Jaden Kraus, all in this grouping. That's the fight for the transfer to TKG Kart Republics. In at the moment, Ryan Miller and Logan Mueller, but just by car length here as they head on the backstretch. Still halfway and halfway to go.
Yeah, halfway in, halfway to go, and a lot of racing. We've seen so much already to start this heat race. Pre-final, as the 913 able to get clear as well. That's Jaden Kraus. Went through on Alex Murray once again for that 11th spot. So for Kraus wanting to get to the edge there, as Logan Mueller and his Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic currently holds on to that final transfer spot as well. This is before post-race penalties. We saw Crouch's bumper dragging on the floor. All speculation. We don't know as of yet. But, for these drivers going to want to work their way further and further up the field to be sure that they're in the show tomorrow.
Logan Mueller still hanging on over Kraus, but Kraus has a run down the backstretch. Does he go? He does not. Logan hanging on here through turn number 8, but he slides a little bit wide, and that's inviting for maybe Kraus to try and send it in turn 10. Here he goes. Inside with a big diver. Murray trying to follow as they bang tires coming out. Mueller hangs on, and now Jaden Kraus goes into the transfer spot, and Murray has to defend from Autumn Fisher in the final turn. 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Jared Clark pulling away out front over Feldstein and Finnegan Bailiff for 2nd and 3rd. Big over-under. What a move. Alex Murray getting back around Autumn Fisher. Oliver Piatek now into the mix there on the black blue and white and yellow BJR MDR LN Kart, trying to find a way past. He has not had the weekend he would have hoped for. He's been good here before, but this weekend's just been a bit of a struggle, unfortunately, for Oliver. All over Autumn Fisher. A little love tap there through turn number 8.
Yeah, not close enough for Piatek. He's still on the outside looking in. Here's Crouch and others still fighting. Ryan Miller in the mix as well, and ahead of Ryan Miller is Carson Suter here at the moment. So they continue to battle and jockey for position, and they just continue to switch spots here as well, as he's going to get stuck on the outside there. Oh, Crouch up in the air there as the 913 of Jaden Kraus just kind of got together with Crouch there.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward moment for sure. Ryan Miller on the other end pulling away and closing up to Carson Sauter. That's Jaden Kraus saying, hey, don't worry, we're going to get this next one. Ryan Crouch, the next target in the 955. Kraus looking low, not quite close enough as he has to hop the curbing there in turns 10 and 11. Stays back in the 10th spot. Carson Sauter losing a spot there up the road. Ryan Miller gets through another spot to put some more insurance between himself and the bubble. Then it's Pablo Benitez, Jaden Harry, and Nico DeFio. They're 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, and he's going to throw a lifeline there to Logan Mueller, who's in 11th here at the moment, trying to race his way into the show. Has Jaden Kraus ahead of him here at the moment. So Mueller, there on your screen, currently 11th, ahead of him in the purple OTK. That's the 913 of Jaden Kraus. So these two drivers are still fighting it out. But for Kraus, looking to get ahead of Crouch for that transfer spot in 9th, and he's able to get clear there. So move him up to 9th.
Yeah, down into the last turn now. Ryan Crouch trying to get back on Kraus. Can't do it. Here comes Logan Mueller. This is for the transfer. Mueller in the 977 with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go is just a foot away through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, still very close here for Logan Mueller. I mean, definitely, he probably doesn't know where on the racetrack he is. He just knows he has to make the move and try and get further ahead of the drivers who are in front of him here at the moment. It's kind of hard to tell whenever you have so much racing going on. You're not really focusing on where you are on the racetrack. He just knows he has to make moves and hope and pray that he gets himself into the show.
Down into turns 10 and 11. Through and clear. Jaden Kraus, Carson Sauter swapping the spot, and now they're closer and closer to Ryan Crouch and Logan Mueller right as we get to crunch time. Minute and a half plus 2 laps to go now. Just a few more circuits around Charlotte to decide the final few starters here in the main event tomorrow.
Still super close into the chicane with a minute and a half left plus 2 laps. Mueller still on the outside looking in and trying with everything that he's got to push himself into the show here. As further up, that's Carson Sauter looking back and sees that Crouch is still very much there and Mueller not too far back. So for him, Sauter definitely going to have to go defensive here and try and keep Crouch at bay, because Mueller not too far back and definitely going to pounce whenever these two decide to throw the gloves off.
Yeah, through the final hairpin here, Logan Mueller closing up to the bumper of Crouch. Crouch now going to go for 9th on the inside of Carson Sauter. Clear. And Mueller trying to follow, not going to happen. Mueller not able to get by.
Yeah, Mueller just not close enough that time by. Didn't have the run that he would have wanted. Autumn Fisher not too far back either. She's currently 12th here. Was on the edge in the spot that Mueller's in now earlier in this race, but just shuffling and all the battling and all the side-by-side action has put her back in 12th. Obviously not a bad spot considering penalties and all that other fun stuff coming after the race. We don't know what's going on yet. No speculation here, but Mueller, currently the driver, on the outside looking in. There goes Autumn Fisher on the inside of Mueller. She's able to get clear, and Mueller with an over-under move. One driver off the racetrack. That's the Sodi. That's the 910 who's off the racetrack and falling down
Pablo
the order.
Benitez. Pablo Benitez from in the show to out of the show with a mechanical issue, and the heartbreak continues. Now Autumn Fisher is in, and Logan Mueller still out as he lost the spot to the Villeneuve driver. But we'll wait and see if anything else happens. We're on the final few laps. We've already lost one of our top 10 contenders. Do we lose anyone else? We know Jared Clark is pretty safe out front, the rookie, racing his way through to the show in the 906. As they climb the S's towards the last turn, Carson Sauter low. Here comes Autumn Fisher.
Oh!
Big send, and around she goes in front of Sauter, and they're stuck on the curb. And Sauter frustrated knows that the weekend ends here. And Autumn Fisher as well. Logan Mueller now into the transfer. Alex Murray is in. Oliver Piatek, one final heave to try and get there. As the white flag, I believe, is waving. I'm not 100% sure, but Oliver Piatek trying to close the gap.
Oliver Piatek on the outside looking in. Logan Mueller was there to pick up the leftovers. Finds himself well in the show in ninth here. Alex Murray, as it stands, the last driver to transfer in. So the 961 there on your screen is the last driver. But for Oliver Piatek and the BJR MDR LN Kart looking to work his way into the show, has one driver in front of him that can deny him.
White flag coming this time by. Final lap in the air. Alex Murray, Oliver Piatek, as they are close together here. 2 car lengths apart for the final spot through. If there's no other penalties. We talked about Ryan Crouch's bumper. That might be pushed in. They're just barely inside the window that they would get ahead of him. But I don't think Piatek would if it's 3 seconds. I'm not sure the exact margin, but we'll confirm that later. Down the backstretch, last time. Meanwhile, up the road, your leader, Jared Clark, doing a fine job to race his way in. He's going to win this pre-final as he crosses the line. The BJR MDR pilot into the show in 31st. Now let's check in on the transfer spot battle. Nothing going to happen here. Everyone else in the 1st through 9th spots are clear. And Alex Murray on the Prodigy Motorsports Maranello is in down the front straightaway. Oliver Piatek is going to have to hope on some post-race penalties or DQs. Otherwise, the heartbreaking weekend will end on Saturday, and so many more, unfortunately. Pablo Benitez did everything right. He started on the pole in the B pre-final to have a mechanical failure. The one session you cannot afford to because you can't come back from it. As well, heartbreak for Autumn Fisher and Carson Sauter. They were going to be in, and now they are out. Logan Mueller played that one perfect, stayed calm, didn't make any over-aggressive moves. A lot of the time, I thought he was being maybe a bit too conservative, but it pays off. He gets in 9th. Ryan Crouch, Jaden Kraus, Ryan Miller, Jaden Harry. The red flag incident with the kart cutting into the leg is all good. Bandaged up and wheels that thing into the top 5. What an awesome feel-good story for Jaden Harry. And then again, there's the rest of the drivers that sadly we will not get to see tomorrow in the main event here, who will have to focus on to King of the Castle in a month's time. Now that's just the B pre-final. The A pre-final is getting set to roll here soon. KA Stars onto the racetrack. Pre-final A here to set the first 30 starting positions. As they make their way onto the circuit, Brandon Lemke was perfect in both of his heat races. We haven't heard from him yet. We hopefully will be able to hear from him soon as Alan Isambard joins him on row number 1. Then Jackson Wolney and Mason Walters on row number 2 for an all-rookie second row. James Overbeck, Hayden Jones, row 3.
Eli Warren and Hudson Brown on that 4th row. CJ Bowman and Adam Maxwell on row number 5. Adam Brickley and Noah Jackson round up your 6th row.
Then we go back to row 7, Marco Maestranzi and Mick Gabriel, a couple of Wiley veterans there, starting 13th and 14th. Christian Menezes, Mason Surgener, Austin Olds, Sam Mavrutsky, Zach Frank, Chris Wareheim, your top 20 as we go back to the final 5 rows of the A pre-final.
And in these final rows, Lucas Zabo, Luke Powers, Harrower, Dukov, Stephen Miller, Thompson, Hamill, Daly, Gaunt, and Hernandez all getting set to take the green flag in this K8 pre-final. It's Brandon Lemke and Alan Isambard leading us to the green flag, and we are racing here. Isambard with a great start around the outside and gets the jump on Brandon Lemke, the best start that we've seen out of anybody this weekend, starting on that outside row.
Monster start for Alan Isambard as the rest of the field tries to get going. Spinner further back, one of the MPG Kart Republics went around, and I don't want to bite my tongue here, but I'm worried it might have been CJ Bowman. I'm not 100% sure on that, either him or Austin Olds, as they went around coming out of turn number 4. It might have been Olds. Down through turns 10 and 11. And there is Isambard leading the way over Lemke, who's all over his rear bumper. Then it's Wolney under fire from James Overbeck, who takes over the 3rd spot. Side by side for 5th as well. A little bit of a hip check. Mason Walters, Hudson Brown, and off the racetrack for Chris Harrower in the comp cart as Walters and Brown have fought so hard. Now Eli Warren's in the mix, and he's going to get through on Mason Walters.
Yeah, so Walters already losing a spot there. The rookie Hudson Brown looking to go through on Walters as well. Brown going to be able to get through, but that's all behind Eli Warren. There's Hayden Jones as well, and Bowman. All these drivers shuffling side by side, shoulder to shoulder, not giving each other any room here on the racetrack, Xander.
Yeah, down the long bend here into turns 10 and 11. Eli Warren, Hudson Brown, side by side further back, 2 by 2. Oh, contact! Adam Maxwell's off the racetrack, off the rear bumper of Marco Maestranzi.
And he's going to pick up a lot of gravel there as he works his way through that escape route there, and a lot of moves here further back. That's behind Chris Wareheim as one of the MPG drivers looks to work his way through.
Mason Surgener right there. Then you got, I believe, right around him, just in the middle of that teen gaggle, Christian Menezes in the 993 JMF Racing factory cart. Down the backstretch, look at the gap for the top 4 with all the fighting that Walters and Hudson Brown were doing. They've given up about a 1.5 seconds to the leading quartet. Here's Lemke looking for the lead. Inside and clear on Alan Isambard. He takes back the point, and he'll lead us over to turn 14. James Overbeck, Jackson Wolney looking on with, again, a 1.5 seconds, maybe a 1.25 seconds back to P5 in the War Power Racing Tony Kart. Warren, Brown, Walters, Hayden Jones, Adam Brickley all there to the 9th spot.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we really can't fail to mention this is the first time that Brandon Lemke and Alan Isambard are on the racetrack together for the first time this weekend. Both of them swept their groups in the heat races. Isambard did it on track after a post-race penalty, got moved back, but the two of them swept their heat races, and for the first time they're going at it here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, through turns 10 and 11 here. Alan Isambard, James Overbeck, Jackson Wolney, Brandon Lemke. Out of the S's over to the back corner here, turn 14. Coming down the front straightaway. Lemke's lead, a car length back to Isambard, which puts him under pressure from Overbeck. But Overbeck is not able to get through on the inside. He sent it, though. He was trying. Look at this. Back here, Bowman, Brickley, Maestranzi, Noah Jackson in the mix there at the edge of the top 10 as they come out of the infield chicane there. Here's Mason Walters coming under fire from Hayden Jones. This has been a massive battle since the drop of the green. Jones says go forward as he looks back to check that they've finally got a bit of a gap built up to Adam Brickley.
Yeah, and there goes James Overbeck finally able to get around Alan Isambard. So Overbeck up into that 2nd spot, and you see the gap there. Adam Brickley, Bowman, and all these other drivers they continue to fight for the last of the top 10 spots and not helping them out on their charge further up the field. But all that's thrown away now. They're going to fight for scraps here, and that's the outside of the top 10 to put themselves in a better starting spot, no matter where it is tomorrow. Just want to stay ahead of each other and not no working together further back there outside. And that's Eli Warren and Hudson Brown, two drivers who have raced together many times around a track like this on the 206 side of things. And Hudson Brown, one of the first times that we see him here at the Stars Championship Series.
Yeah, so the two of them going through. Now back to Hayden Jones, who's gone around Mason Walters, back for the 7th position. They've got 2 seconds to try and make up to Hudson Brown and Eli Warren with a big, hungry group of karts behind them, all looking for a way past. So through the S's, final turn. Here's Brickley to the inside of our top qualifier, and Walters with an over-under alongside, going to drive him to the edge of the racetrack, and now he's going to pay for that as Mastronzi gets through as well. Trying to follow will be C.J. Bowman. He will not get there. Stays back in line behind Walters for the moment. But Mason Walters now outside the top 10 and continuing to fade. Marco Mastronzi on the other end, trying to work his way up after that bad heat 1, good heat 2, and feeling like if he keeps working at it, he's going to get there. As Walters, that was an aggressive late move on the brakes to defend low, and at this point he's gone backwards so far. I think he's just trying to block and low line and hang on to anything he can.
Yeah, very late defensive move. Mason Walters keeping Bowman and Jackson behind. There's Chris Wareheim not too far back, but I mean, Xander, there's a move. Chris Wareheim tries to get a 2-for-1 move, gets it done, and Bowman into the gravel. Wow. Bowman gonna start further back the field than Chris Wareheim, able to go through with Mick Gabriel right behind him.
Yeah, 3 wide. He put Noah Jackson in the middle, and Bowman had no idea they were 3 wide going into the corner. Noah Jackson got the worst end of that as well. He was running really well. Now he's back to 16th and potentially some front end damage to that TKG Kart Republic. So Wareheim into 11th. And for the first time in a while, I'm sure Mason Walters feels like he can breathe. Hudson Brown and Eli Warren were following here, 5th and 6th. They're not making up any headway right now. They're just kind of in their own land at the moment. Brown going back around Eli Warren, and they're 2.5 seconds and some change from the leaders, and around the same back to the next group here. Check it out, Mason Surgener. He's having one of his best career runs for a driver that really just burst onto the scene last year. Mason Surgener running in the top 15 of a 60-car KA Stars field. This is a new milestone for this young driver with the MPG Academy. So a lot of drivers having really great opening runs to the year and kind of stepping things up from last year, showing all that off-season training. He's another one you can throw in the mix, running really, really well, running behind Wareheim's PSL Beer Allard. And then you got Gabriel lined up behind him. Christian Menezes, another new name to the Stars Series on that JMF Racing factory kart. And then behind Menezes, Adam Maxwell on the AMAX Racing Tony kart as Wareheim leads that pack down the front straightaway.
And there goes Surgener on the inside of Chris Wareheim. Gabriel looked to go through as well. Not close enough, but Surgener able to get the move done there and up another spot here in this one. That was the spot for 11. So Surgener currently 11th, and then Wareheim fell back to 12th here at the moment. So that's a little bit further back. You see the gaps here a little bit spread out in the midfield, and from 11th on back, still stacked and packed, with Stephen Miller starting to come into frame.
All right, so through the long sweeping bend, down into turns 10 and 11, over to the S's right now. C.J. Bowman, Chris Wareheim, Mick Gabriel, side by side further back. On the inside of the JMF Racing Factory kart, Adam Maxwell could not get by on Christian Menezes, so he stays in the 15th position. Stephen Miller started outside the top 20. He's climbed up, I think, somewhere probably around 10 spots, if not more. 16th right now, and still digging on that Nash Motorsports EOS kart. So good charge for Stephen Miller, as we have finally had a change for the lead. James Overbeck, your new man, out in front over Brandon Lemke's Franklin Motorsports Merlin, Alan Isambard on the Sodi, and then the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed of Jackson Wolney in the 4th spot. Out of turn 14, they'll come to the line to see 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Let's see what James Overbeck can do. Can he get that maiden KA Stars win? It's looking like he's got a really good piece for tomorrow, Caleb.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think James Overbeck was actually the KA Stars champion last year, but didn't win a single race last year. And I remember interviewing him at the Clash of the Club. He wasn't happy that he hadn't gotten a single race victory in the 2023 campaign. He wants to change that this year, wants to get himself on the top step of the podium. Said he didn't really feel like the champion, and this is why he's not sporting that number 1 plate. Said he didn't feel like a champion. I didn't get a single win, and he's going to want to change that here this year, Xander.
Well, he's doing everything he needs to do to solidify himself, as if he wasn't already, as a household name that can run at the front of a KA Stars field, and it has only gotten stronger since 2023, since the inception of the program. through turns 1 and 2 with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Talking about him, let's go back to Brandon Lemke. While he has been running KA Senior for quite some time, it's not like he was winning every single race weekend. And you go back to 2015, 2016, he was dominant in the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Unreal speed in anything he touched. That Franklin Motorsports Merlin simply pulled away. It was Ryan Norberg-esque if we talk in the modern era. He has not experienced that since. He's had some good runs, he's had some wins, he's had some podiums. But could he get a win in what may be one of his only KA series this year? I'd imagine X30 Pro for the rest of the year in the U.S. Pro Kart Series. KA starts here at the Stars Championship Series. And not only that, technically on debut, his first foray to this Touring Series Championship, and the first time Franklin Motorsports has brought a bunch of drivers here as well.
Yeah, and then the driver in third, Alan Isambard, they called him a one-track wonder for the longest time. They said he was only good at Homestead and shut all those people up a couple of weeks ago in Houston, where he beat 60 of the best KA100 senior drivers in the nation, solidified himself as a top driver here in this KA class. We had only seen him at the SCUSA Winter Series. We saw him a lot more at the start of this year when he joined the Sodi Racing USA boys at the end of last year, and already in the Stars Championship Series is set for a full campaign and showing his pace early on in the season.
And of course, fourth of the four in the lead group. You got to show a spotlight on this young man. Jackson Wolney, the only rookie left standing in the top 5, I believe all the way back to Mason Walters to find another one. He has been phenomenal on debut, led laps, and has battled for the win. He said he's gone to this and it's felt just like driving a KA junior race with different drivers on the racetrack and a little more weight. He is the only one of 2 SCR Red Speeds in the field this weekend. And under the coaching from Austin Garrison, Alex, and Mike Speed, they have him rolling against 3 drivers who have been at the forefront of the national scene here in senior racing to start 2024. Hudson Brown, what an impressive run as well on a relatively unknown frame. The gold kart is only driven by him and probably about 10 other guys in the entire country. But independent effort here. And his first national KA race. He's been doing a lot of local racing at Trackhouse Motorplex. He is technically a second-year senior, but you could call it a rookie season as well. Running P5 right now here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, ahead of Eli Warren in that War Power Racing privateer effort between himself and Luke Powers. We always expect Eli to be fast, and this weekend, I think, is a nice memory for him that he still has it, because they have had such a struggle at the U.S. Pro Kart Series in Houston, and we just couldn't really find the last bit of speed, the last bit of horsepower. They lacked mid-range at a track that was all about mid-range in Houston, Texas. So now, running in the top 10 once again, reminding himself that he can get it done and he can be there. They don't have the speed yet to run with the top 4, but they are darn close here as Adam Brickley trails them. Another one of the privateer entries here in this field, as him and his father taking that Alonso kart into the top 10. Now, with all that storytelling out of the way, let's go back to the action, because it's about to heat up. The timer's going to hit 0 when they hit the line. Justin Dittrich will give us the double sticks, and we'll see 2 laps to go. James Overbeck has Lemke all over him, pushing him away. I think Brandon's trying to keep Isambard and Wolney out of this. Otherwise, he would have gone by sooner. But for now, it's still all 4 in frame, just with a couple car lengths from second to third.
Yeah, and Overbeck still not going defensive on Brandon Lemke as of yet. Lemke has a lot of experience. He knows what it's like to be in a 1v1 battle when you have the likes of Alan Isambard and Jackson Wolney behind. 2 drivers that are just as fast as the 2 leaders here. So Lemke, looking back, knows that Isambard is close enough. If and when Lemke decides to fight, it's probably going to wait another lap here if he doesn't go down the inside of this hairpin, and I think he is going to wait another lap, and still not close enough to James Overbeck, who has a good gap, a car length in between the BJR MDRL kart of James Overbeck and the Franklin Merlin of Brandon Lemke at the moment, Xander.
Yeah, what a great exit out of all of those major passing zone, or into the major passing zones James Overbeck's gotten. I mean, Lemke is trying everything he can. He might be kicking himself that he was close and was pushing him and had an opportunity a lap or 2 ago, because Overbeck has that cushion now. He's not having to defend. He can hit his marks. If he gets a good launch on the backstretch, he's well safe. A look back there, he's going to stay on the line. James Overbeck and the Brandon Jarsacrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing boys that started with so many drivers qualifying well. Overbeck wasn't the fastest in quali. He wasn't the one that won any heat races. In fact, none of them did. But as they come to the line, here we go, out of the final turn. James Overbeck, the reigning champ, is going to reassert himself in his title defense as he wins the pre-final in KA Stars.
Brandon Lemke across the line finishing second. It was Alan Isambard and Jackson Warney crossing the line third and fourth respectively. It was Hudson Brown, P5, Adam Brickley, sixth. Eli Warren, seventh, side by side further back. There's Stephen Miller, Noah Jackson, Wareheim, all crossing the line here and rounding up your KA senior field. It was Brickley, sixth, Warren, seventh, Mason Mastronzi, 8th, Hayden Jones 9th, and Mason Walters rounds up your top 10 here in KA Stars.
So that wraps up KA Stars again, and you go back from Walters here, who hangs on to a top 10 result. Mason Surgener, 11th. I think that's probably a career best result to date in the overall blend of the field, and hopefully he can roll that into a really good finish tomorrow. Mick Gabriel in 12th, Stephen Miller, Noah Jackson, and Christian Menezes, the top 15 here in KA Stars pre-final A. Chris Wareheim, Adam Maxwell, Ben Hernandez, Byron Daly, and Nikolay Dukov, the top 20. And all of the drivers able to finish. Zach Frank obviously must have been shoved off or had an issue. We saw Chris Harrower get shoved off. He drove back up through the field a little bit, but they will start 28th, 29th, and 30th unofficially here. So there's a look at them all. Overbeck, Lemke, Isambard, and Jackson Wolney end today here as the 4 drivers to keep your eye on and probably to try and go follow in Sunday warm-up tomorrow if you're a KA Stars driver and see what you can learn from them. There's still more racing to go. OKN Junior has their pre-final on deck. We'll also be chatting with some of the KA Stars, and then it's time to switch channels to the Stars Championship Series Pro Show presented by Mazda Motorsports with OKN Stars and Pro Stars with 2 full heat races on deck tonight.
So the OKN juniors have made their way out onto the racetrack, ages 12 through 15. And as we get set to go green, it's been an action-packed day of racing for these OKN juniors, already giving us some viral moments. It was Chase Gassiet-Lee at the end of the first heat race who took the win. Then it was Michael McGoy in the second heat race who was able to win that second one. But here in the pre-final, it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Chase Gassiet-Lee starting on the pole position alongside Gage Korn in the MPG Academy. It's going to be Davin Roberts starting alongside him, and then it's Gage Korn on that third row, Davin Roberts on the second row, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Weiland, Malcolm Antonino, Luke Tall, and more getting set to take the green flag here in this one. There's Luke Tall making his way there. And now the green flag is out and racing here. Gassiet-Lee with a good start so far. Roberts able to get the move done on Gage Korn and stay ahead there of the MPG Academy driver. And Tyrone Kemper Jr., a good start for him. The first time we've seen him inside the top 5 here, and solidified himself in this OKNJ class so far. Max Weiland right behind him, and Isaac Malquid after issues further back in the field. There goes Weiland on the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. for that 4th spot. A lot of shuffling here in this one.
Yeah, quite a bit here. Tyrone Kemper Jr., like you said, making some progress, and I think that's just going to be the story of this weekend and, of course, of this season. You're going to see rapid progression. Someone that maybe was struggling, was nowhere to be found, definitely off the radar, and then finally they figure out that last missing piece as everyone continues to learn on this engine, all the different teams, all the different builders, and all the different drivers as well. That said, Isaac Malka, we know he's fast. He was a rocket ship in that second heat after that heartbreaking exit, so he's already carving around up the leaderboard as he got by Tyrone Kemper that time and is now starting to work his way further up. Next up on the list, Max Weiland, as there was a big launch there. You could see, look at that. That was a great shot of the difference and the closing rate, or really the gapping rate. Malkit pulled like 3 car lengths on Kemper right there alone.
Yeah, no, for sure. So for Malquit, pulling away very quickly here from Tyrone Kemper Jr. and really opening up the gap for himself as he currently sits in that 5th spot. Wants to be further up the field here at the moment. Max Weiland currently 4th, and there you see Antonino on the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. Garcia able to go through as well. And that's Michael McGoy, who finds himself all the way down in 9th. Wow, for Michael McGoy.
Oh, Chase Gassian-Lee. Oh, no, a mechanical failure for Chase Gassian-Lee coming through the bus stop out of the lead.
And it's the spark plug again. I think doesn't have the plug on it there, or the top part of it. So that's going to be it for Chase Gassian-Lee. And I don't know if he took too much curbing like we saw earlier from Joe Ruck, but the part that goes on top of the spark plug just not on the kart there, Xander.
Yeah, losing the spark plug boot. That's wild that it's happened twice now here today. But Chase Gassian-Lee now has to go to the rear for the main event, whereas on the other hand, Davin Roberts has a nice lead, and Gage Korn is running better than he has all day as Isaac Malkit now has gone around Max Weiland. Gage Korn on the MPG Academy Kart Republic, like you called it. Both of the MPG drivers now into the top 5. Antonino Jr. and Korn running really, really well here, and Korn is applying pressure to Davin Roberts. Gage Korn is trying. Oh, Roberts with a mechanical failure. Davin Roberts breaks down, and that is 2 out of the lead. Smoke billowing out of the 115. I don't know what he just blew, but something absolutely just exploded inside of the Ryan Berry Motorsport Tony Kart driver's engine. If that, it might just be smoke from the lower speed, but there is something definitely amiss. Might have blown a reed for Davin Roberts, but a weird failure for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver. And Gage Korn now inherits the lead to Malkit, Weiland, Naomi Garcia, Michael McGoy now getting around Antonino Jr. That's for the 5th spot. And Gage Korn is trying to get his 2nd checkered flag in 6 days. He won a number of the races last weekend at the RMC Trophy West in Amarillo, and then just a day later went home, turned around, and came over here to Charlotte Motor Speedway. And now he leads in the OKN Junior Pre-Final over Malkit, Weiland, Garcia, and McGoy. And while they continue to fight for 3rd on back, let's go side by side and head it down to Alexander Searle.
Thank you, Xander. James Overbeck, I mean, considering how your day started, it's about as good as it could have ended for you. I mean, what do you think was the turnaround for you today?
Yeah, this morning we were really fast in warm-up, and we just kind of went from there. You know, had a little wreck in the first heat race, bent a steering shaft. In the second heat, we got to the lead, but it was just missing a little something, I feel like. The track changed a lot, but we made a couple changes before the pre-final, and it seemed to be good. So I'm happy with it and excited for tomorrow.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, thank you.
And while we were away, another mechanical failure. Naomi Garcia breaks down on the Sony Racing USA machine inside the top 5. And that one, well, it looked like it might have been the chain as Nathan Dupuis gets by on John Antonino Jr., Caleb.
It also looked like the spark plug boot was off of that engine as well. Not sure what it was, but that's what it looked like from the booth here. But just all kinds of issues in this OKNJ class as we get to the last part of this Saturday. We saw Davin Roberts have issues at the end of the second heat race, but just a lot of engine issues and who knows what plaguing this OKNJ class. No idea what happened, no idea who cursed these drivers, but something definitely a big talking point here, Xander.
Yeah, and at the same time, to be fair, I mean, there is so much unknown that everyone's still building and tuning on them differently. I think for a lot of the junior drivers, there are a lot of teams here that did not have an OKN Stars driver last year. So this is the first race weekend, first time putting it to the test, running it this long, probably continuously without a build. So it's one thing to go and test. It's another to go and race as Michael McGoy takes over third from Max Weiland. Korn leads over Isaac Malcutt, and then that battle for third, halfway in and halfway home. Let's go here from the Wisconsin Wonder Kid, Brandon Lemke, who had a great run in the pre-final after sweeping his heat races. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. Almost a perfect day for you, Brandon. Just missed out on the top spot in the pre-final, but overall, what are some of the key takeaways you could take from today into tomorrow's final?
Really just that James is fast. I mean, I was catching him here and there, but he's very consistent. He was hitting his marks every single lap. I mean, he's driving really well. But aside from that, I mean, it just seems like it's going to be boring. Like, not a whole lot going on. It's not going to be like a Newcastle or Mooresville, like a bunch of pack racing sort of stuff. But I don't know, fun track, flowing track. Just those mistakes are very costly. I made a couple out there when James passed me and ended up costing me the race when the gap stayed about the same. So I guess I learned that just hit your marks. Don't mess up.
Yeah, you mentioned how hard it is to go out there and make the move count. You had really one chance at James throughout that race when you decided to push him with a couple to go. Do you think if you could have gone back, you'd go for the move instead?
Well, honestly, I'm still getting used to the whole time thing. I'm not used to. I like seeing. Usually I see the halfway, 2 to go sort of thing. But I saw the 2 to go and I thought it was halfway. It's the first time I saw the flags. So I'm like, oh, okay, I got some time. Not knowing that we had already been almost done with the race. So that was another mistake that I made, and the one I made another mistake that lap, and then he just basically just gave him the win. So just got to be more, keep heads up.
Thank you, Brandon.
No problem.
There you go from the Franklin Motorsports Merlin of Brandon Lemke. And again, this track has bitten many. We've seen a lot of drivers drop tires and wheels here, and now Gage Korn, he is starting to really drop the hammer. I mean, he pulled away a ton from Malcutt last time. We're focused in as well on this battle for P5. Antonino Jr., Nathan Dupuis on the Super Tune Tony Kart. Headed down into turns 10 and 11. Those two going at it. Weiland up the road in fourth, McGoy in third, and Gage Korn trying to walk away with it while his teammate is under heavy pressure here from Nathan Dupuis. Let's go side by side again and hear from some more drivers from our KA Stars category.
Thank you, Xander. Alan, I mean, a pretty solid day for you. Quick in the heats, quick in the pre-final. How would you describe that pre-final for us?
Yeah, not ideal. I think I lack a little bit straight line speed, so I have a little bit of homework to do tonight and see for tomorrow.
What about the track progression? I mean, tell us about what you saw in the go-kart and what you can kind of tell us that we can expect the track to be like for the Pro Show.
It's not bad. The track hasn't changed much from this morning. It's just the tire wear is the biggest thing.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, thank you.
Alan Isambard, obviously you can tell he's thinking right now, trying to figure out what he could do to make that Sodi a little faster, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. The lone Sodi under that Sodi Racing USA tent in the KA 100 senior class. Steven Eisert, the driver that we usually see, teammates Alan Isambard, not here this weekend, unfortunately, but still Alan Isambard doing a great job so far here in this one. They continue to push each other forward. And it's John Antonino and Nathan Dupuis, the two drivers are on your screen. Antonino DNF'd from the second heat race, and you see with as many issues and mechanical issues plaguing this class throughout the stage of the race. And there's Michael McGoy closing up to Isaac Malcutt, but you see what happens to John Antonino, right? Didn't have the best ending to second heat race, but in the pre-final, working his way up into the edge of the top 5 in 5th here. For Isaac Malcutt, like you were saying, Gage Korn just flying here in this one, still able to put those little bit of hundreds of seconds and thousands of seconds on Isaac Malcutt. And at some point in the race, they end up they add up, right? They become in a tenth. So 7/10 of a second is what separates Isaac Malcutt and Gage Korn here. Michael McGoy currently 3rd. Not too far off of Isaac Malcutt, is close in some stages, but it seems like Isaac Malcutt is just stronger in the technical part of the racetrack and has a little bit of more a straight line speed than Michael McGoy behind. And then Max Weiland, like we were saying, just kind of no man's land here at the moment. Very far back from the two drivers on your screen. And then John Antonino and Nathan Dupuis just way too far back to even challenge. There you see Max Weiland, kind of no man's land, just going for a leisurely Saturday drive here at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he is just hanging around right now in the 4th spot with no one to play with, unfortunately. Michael McGoy's lap time, well, not overly consistent. Last time about 2/10 off, but obviously the pace is there to be able to run with Gage Korn, who is staying really consistent, within 1/10 of his best, doing everything that the MPG boys, I'm sure, are asking of him. And in a complete changeover of events here in this OKN junior class, Gage Korn is now 7.5 up on Isaac Malkit in that PSL karting Beryl Art there in second, and Michael McGoy there in third, just another 2/10 away. Antonino Jr. and Nathan Dupuis were continuing to run together while we were side by side. They are still together right now for 5th and 6th. Then Tyrone Kemper Jr., who got into the top 5 early. So here's a look at them. There's a look back to Antonino Jr. and Nathan Dupuis. And you have to go back about 3 seconds on the racetrack before you find Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Forrest Adams on that BJR MDR LN card. Both of them going to inherit a few places due to all the attrition that has gone down in this race. And the same for Luke Tall and Paulie Hart back there in 9th and 10th. But these two running in a pair. Obviously, there's Chase Gassie at Lee, Naomi Garcia, Davin Roberts, 3 big names that would have really been mixing it up at the front of the field with everyone else. And instead, they're going to have to come from the tail end, which luckily at the start of this class, not the 60-car field or 40-car field that we've seen in KA or in the Swifts. But it's still definitely going to make their jobs a little harder to try and bring home the gold tomorrow morning when the OKN juniors run their main event right before the lunch break. So here is 5th and 6th again. 20 seconds to go for Antonino Jr. and Nathan Dupuis. And, at this point, I think part of the reason why Dupuis hasn't gone by is there's really no need to go, too early. Like Brandon said, he's getting used to it. But for some of the other drivers that have raced the Star Series for a while, they know that clock is a huge help coming down the front straightaway. So you can keep your eye on it. Now, going by is Dupuis. Antonino trying to cross him over, but right there we see the difference. In a KA class, that's an easy crossover with how deep Dupuis sent it in. Here in OKN, a little bit better in turns 1 and 2 because they're going a little bit slower and staying in the lower power band for that double apex to make those crossovers work. But that little bit of difference in racecraft. And here, again, a deep move, but the marbles catch him out. Dupuis that time. That wouldn't have worked in any single speed class, unfortunately. Once you get in the marbles, you're cooked. So Antonino Jr. gets a bit of a gap now from Nathan Dupuis. Check this out for 7th. Here's Forrest looking low, not close enough there on Tyrone Kemper Jr. And the NOLA Motorsports Gillard hangs on to 7th. All the while, Gage Korn has opened the lead up to now 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, and a lot of people around the paddock have said that this track has basically been built for OKN racing, right? They don't find themselves so low on the power band, having to use that bottom end so much. But still very good for these drivers. Isaac Malquit there falling off a little bit from Gage Korn, who's opened up the gap, and with a 2.5 seconds almost for the MPG Academy driver there of Gage Korn.
Here's Forrest Adams finally getting the move done on Tyrone. Up the road is Nathan Dupuis, so that's a change for 7th. Forrest able to get on by. And coming to the line, white flag, 1 lap to go for Gage Korn and Kornbrad Motorsports. They have a long haul to get out here from Colorado, but they have really enjoyed racing the Stars Championship Series over the years. He doesn't get to do every single major national event, but for him and his father, one of the many father-son duos that we've seen here this weekend having success, I'm sure this is a really nice bit to end the day, because you compare where Gage started this morning with that first heat race that we saw, then the progression through heat 2, he started to crack the top 5. And granted, yes, not every major contender is going to be able to finish this pre-final, but it doesn't matter because the 133 is the first to cross the line. He wins the OKN Junior pre-final over Malkit, McGoy, and then Max Weiland there in 4th. And a little ways back before you find John Antonino Jr., Nathan Dupuis 5th, 6th, Forrest Adams 7th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. 8th, and then Luke Tall in 9th. And a little ways back, we'll find Paulie Hart Jr. in the 10th position as he crosses there to wrap up our morning show, or morning into afternoon, the semi-pro show. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll come back. We'll chat with Gage Korn because we do have some time before the crossover begins for the Pro Stars and OKN Stars feature races here. Yeah. What so much to break down from that OKN Junior pre-final. It was not the same kind of drama that we saw in the sessions right beforehand. KA Stars, lots of carnage, and that's what's taking guys out here. Mechanicals pretty much took out twice the leader has gone out in this one.
Yeah, so I would say a lot of work for us to do overnight to walk to paddock and find out what these teams missed on, what exact issues happened for the likes of Gassi Ali, Davin Roberts, and Naomi Garcia, because it's all new to us as well. The first time we're seeing OKNJs here at the Stars Championship Series, at a national series, so just something different for us to learn about, right? So definitely going to have to find out what happened to those drivers and a long main event tomorrow. So, these engines getting pushed to the max here this weekend at the Stars Championship Series. So a lot for us to learn as well here in the booth, Xander.
Yeah, quite a bit for us to catch up on here in the booth. They're rolling the scales pretty early, so we will cancel that commercial break, and I think we'll be able to probably pretty quickly speak with Gage Korn and figure out how he feels about how his day ends. There's Davin Roberts already off in the scale line, I believe, and just a heartbreaking end for so many of the major players. And like I said earlier, the one consolation is that the field isn't overly massive. So starting 12th, starting 14th, you can win in a long race like that if you play your cards right, get a decent start, and hit your marks from lap 1 on. And put together some good laps, because it's a lengthy main event tomorrow for everybody. And, of course, lengthier mains for the OKN Stars and Pro Stars boys. They're going to be absolutely tested to the physical limits tomorrow. Now, for the Pro Show coming up here this evening, while you have the 2 Pro Motos, there will also be a warm-up session here this evening starting at 5:30 with OKN Stars, so that's in 11 minutes. But how about it for this young man? MPG Academy has Gage Korn as our OKN Junior pre-final winner, and as you can see, he's standing by with Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Gage, slowly progressed throughout the day into a victory here in the pre-final. How do you think that event went for you?
I think it went pretty well. We had a rough quali, so we had to charge to the field in both of the heats, and managed to get the win in this heat, so pretty good day.
Now, physically, how are you feeling? After that race, you kind of told me how you're doing. Tell us how you're feeling.
I'm a little bit tired after that. That was a long one, man. And when you're not racing anybody, it just starts to get to you. But I managed to pull through.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, good progression throughout the day. You're starting on pole for tomorrow's final. Did you learn anything in that pre-final that you can carry over to tomorrow?
I just learned that I have pace to if I get a gap, I can hold it. So I feel good going into tomorrow.
Thank you, Gage.
Thank you.
Just got some info here as well, Caleb. For the spark plug boots off, there is a extra strap that helps keep them secure on the OKN Juniors, and I'm not sure if all were running it. But again, this comes with part of the learning curve, so maybe not breaking, but some of those boots coming off. We've talked about the bumps, how much it rattles these drivers and these karts here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. When they hit the bump coming out of turn number 8, that long sweeper at high speed, if you hit any curb as well, especially on the right side where you're picking the engine up and then slamming it down, it's a different style spark plug boot than, say, on a KZ or a IAME engine like the KAs and Swifts that we've seen. So just a learning process for everyone. So if indeed the boots are coming off on 2 of those drivers, I'd imagine if someone could overnight a couple of those straps or come up with a MacGyver-style fix for them tomorrow to make sure those things stay on, that'll be a hot commodity in the pits this evening, considering the massive amount of DNFs we had percentage-wise of that grid. Now, again, that was the juniors. I'm sure the OKN seniors as well. They've been paying attention just like the KZ drivers. That's the one good part of having the OKN junior platform part of the semi-pro category is the same motor, just unrestricted for the OKN stars. They can learn a whole lot on tuning, on gearing, and on any other things that might be going wrong with those juniors and correct them for the pros when they get set to go green, the same way that the KZ drivers in the Pro Stars category can do off of the Shifter Masters drivers as well. We're still about 8 minutes away from going green with the Pro Show, folks. The warm-up sessions will be first. We'll chat with some drivers after them. Then they'll go back to the pits, make a couple final adjustments, bolt back on the race tires that they qualified on yesterday afternoon, and go out for not 1 but 2 heat races. First up, the OKN Stars, and then immediately followed KZ Stars with about a 10 to 15 minute break in between them. So we're going to switch over to the Pro Show stream. Your stream, if you're watching right now, will automatically direct you over. We'll be back in just a moment here for more action from the Queen City Gambit opening weekend of the Stars Championship Series.